Mic test. 1, 2.
Where's the instructor's form?
Isn't that form 4?
part that you're making. Like in this, you have 2 molds and then 2 slides to create a more complex part. But for the sake of simplicity, just imagine that there's 2 molds right there. Basically from there, you'll have a gap in between those molds of however thick you want that material, and then from there, those molds close together, and you inject plastic into that mold, and then once that plastic cools down, you separate the 2 molds, and you have your plastic case, plastic cover, whatever you have in your hands. And this is a very expensive upfront manufacturing form of manufacturing. But when you start making a lot of pieces, then it starts to get cheaper every time you use it. And from there, you'll be able to make a lot of things. You have a lot of ways that you can go about it. You just have to talk to your manufacturer to be able to know what you can and can't do with the product that you have. And there is points that you need to keep in mind when you do manufacture a case, but I will talk about that later on. Then next is CNC machining or subtractive manufacturing. Basically where you have a block of, whether it's plastic, aluminum, metal, just anything, you have to have it at least the same size or a little bigger than the part that you are making. And from there, you have a rotary that drills away at the material and makes the part that you need. This is a fairly expensive process. If you make a lot of them, the price doesn't really change after that. It makes, depending on how your case is or just anything that you're manufacturing, can make it more expensive if you make more of them because of the process. And sometimes you have to move the part around multiple times depending on what you need to mill, but it just depends on what you have. And then another process is sheet metal, probably one of the most cost-effective ways to make a case. Basically, you have a sheet of metal and then a flat sheet of metal, and then from there you bend, cut, drill a hole to where it fits on the case that you need, and you'll be able to screw it together and have it form your case when it is all put together. And then the last form of manufacturing, which personally I think is the coolest, is 3D printing, or FDM, fused deposition molding. That is just one of the types of 3D printing that are out there. So with FDM printing, basically you have a print bed and you have a hot end for plastic. It melts the plastic about 200 degrees Celsius, and from there you will lay out the plastic on that print bed layer by layer until you have a 3D part. And like I said in that previous slide where that corner piece was breaking on me, those layers kept on separating, and that's what caused me to have to remake that design. So some of the specialty 3D printers out there is SLA, stereolithography, and it's a tongue twister. I'm surprised I got that one. This one is where you have a resin material, a resin liquid, and from there you have a UV LCD screen underneath that liquid, and it uses that UV light to cure the resin material and makes a 3D printable 3D part. It has some of the advantages of it is it's highly detailed, and you don't have the layer lines like 3D printing. If you get some high-end 3D printers, the FDM ones, you can make some really good prints without the layer lines, but those printers are very, very expensive. SLA, you can get that for a lot cheaper, but the downsides is after you print the part, you have to clean it, then you have to put it in a UV cure for, depending on how big the part is, a certain amount of time. And then the resin is very highly toxic. So if you get it on your hands, you kind of want to wash it off as quick as possible. One of the other ones that we were going to try and use for the Tangerine SDR board, but we're probably going to go with sheet metal for now, sheet metal or plastic, is DMLS, direct metal laser sintering. And what that is you get a thin layer of whatever type of metal you want to print. It's a thin layer of little metal beads, and from there you have a laser that runs over the area that you want to make that part, and it melts that metal and turns it into whatever you need. And slowly it builds those layers of metal pellets, and it melts that down into the product that you want. And the pros of it is you can get ready to go parts that are pretty much already toleranced. This printer has the ability to make parts that you could get off of a CNC machine with tighter tolerances and have them in a quicker time period than CNC. But the downside of it is that the printers themselves are very expensive also. Another thing that you can do is specialty filaments, mainly with FDM, is inlaid carbon fiber. So if you need the strength of, say, metal in a plastic form, then inlaid carbon fiber is your way to go. If you have really hard places to reach, and you have, say, a sphere that's hollowed out, but you don't have the ability to, and you need the inside cleaned out to be able to use it for, let's say, holding water. PVA, polyvinyl alcohol, is a great way to go. This is a water-soluble material that you can print off of an FDM printer, use it as a support material, and then if you can't clean that support material out, this is a great way to go because you can print that in there as your support material, and then from there, you'll be able to dip it in water and have that support material disappear, and you'll just be left with a plastic vase so that you don't have to worry about trying to peel the plastic off and ruining the look of the model that you just printed. So it's a really great way to make really clean models that need supports. The only downside to it is that for easy use, you kind of want to get a more expensive printer to automatically switch filaments, or however those printers work, depending on the manufacturer that you go with. They make all sorts of them, but that is one material that would be easiest used for automatic filament switching machines. Another specialty filament is TPU. This is something that I used on the Tangerine case, and that is a rubber-like material that you can print up. So then, say, for my use case, I used it to buffer the board from the case. So I printed the case out of PLA, and from there, if I just use the PLA case to come in contact with the board and hold it, it would slowly chip away at the board. It would be bad to put something hard up against something hard. It's not really going to work out over time. So the TPU is used as a buffer, so then it's a softer material, won't damage the tangerine board, and it'll also have a nice tight fit. And then another thing with 3D printing is you have non-planar 3D printing, or as what some people say it is, 3D printing and 3D printing. So 3D printing isn't actually 3D printing. You print one layer at a time and you get a 3D part, but it's not 3D printing. It's just printing at 2 axes and then slowly moving down the z-axis. With this, you are actually 3D printing. So on the right-hand picture, you can see on the right side of the right-hand picture, you can see that there are separate layers to each step that was made going up or down. On the right-hand side of that right-hand picture, you can see that it's very smooth, laid out, and doesn't have those steps like the other side. Well, with the non-planar 3D printing, it has the same process in the beginning as the same for FDM. It has the same process, but then at the end, it adds one extra step and goes through those layers and just makes a smooth model to create a level surface. So for if you ever need to make a airfoil or something that needs a fairly smooth surface, this would be something that you would want to look into, and it's a little more defined on the left-hand picture for the level and for the different steps, and then what the non-planar 3D printing looks like. And then something else is the points to keep in mind when you are making a case. Certain designs need certain manufacturing processes. So for injection molding, this would work perfect. You have the 2 parts that would go in together, and then from there you'd also have little pins that would jut out for the holes and mounting the screw holes and the I/O ports. There's no overhangs, nothing like that to prevent the molds from working nicely. CNC machining, this would be something where injection molding would not work because of the 2 overhanging supports for the board. But you could mill out all of the holes and the overhangs on CNC. And then 3D printing, you have tolerances that you need to set before you put it into the printer so that you can stay away from the part being too tight. And then places to find manufacturing, that is ThomasNet, Compass, and MFG. ThomasNet, I would say, is the most all-around manufacturer, and you'll be able to find most likely the manufacturing that you need from them. And then for alternative manufacturing, if there's a process that no one else has, you can probably find that at the Rapid and TCT Experience in Chicago, Illinois. They just had their meeting on the May 2nd through 4th of this year. And then we have some sources and references for where I got my information. And do we have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Dylan will be in the Ham5 and Tapper booths if you want to come and talk to him. Thank you. We have one other talk in this session, and we ran a little bit into the time, so I'll start it the speaker, for health reasons, didn't come. So he recorded a presentation. And find it.
Hi, I'm Michael Lawson of Great Scott Gadgets. Thank you for joining me here at the TAPR Forum in Hamvention, and thank you to TAPR for having me here to talk about our project to build a universal radio test instrument. We call our project URTI, which stands, of course, for Universal Radio Test Instrument, and this is just a working title. We do expect to choose a more interesting name when the project is completed. But this is the title that we use for now, and we're publishing information as we develop the project under this name. It's an open source hardware project, like all of our projects at Great Scott Gadgets, with open source software. If you're like me and you've been experimenting with radio technology for some time, you probably have a collection of test equipment, like I do, things that you've pieced together from purchases made maybe at the Hamvention, flea market, or on eBay. And you have this collection of test equipment that is bulky and heavy, very capable, but quite expensive. Even at flea market prices, you're looking at thousands of dollars of test equipment just in this one photo. And if I had purchased these things new instead of used, this would be tens of thousands of dollars of test equipment. It really, I think, makes the hobby of radio experimentation inaccessible. So we're trying to change that, and the way we hope to change that, the way we hope to make radio experimentation more accessible, is by creating a tool that is a test instrument, a single test instrument that can do the job of several pieces of RF test equipment. And we think that such a device can be made low cost and open source and portable. These things all are important for accessibility, in our opinion. And part of the reason we think we can do this is because RF test equipment these days typically is actually software-defined radio under the hood. And we know a thing or two about building software-defined radio platforms, which is a technology that is much easier to build today than it has been ever before. And we think that we can use this SDR technology to build a tool that meets these requirements. We plan several functions for the device. We want it to operate as a spectrum analyzer and as a VNA, or vector network analyzer. We want it to also work as a vector signal generator and vector signal analyzer, also as an antenna analyzer and power meter and frequency counter. And lastly, we want it to operate as a full duplex SDR transceiver, either in handheld mode or as a USB peripheral connected to a host computer. Many of these functions are things that you may have done with software-defined radio platforms in the past, but the solutions that you've come up with probably, in many cases, are not as great as they would be if you had a dedicated tool or a tool that was really designed for these functions. In particular, the vector network analyzer function is something that is difficult to accomplish with off-the-shelf SDR equipment. It requires, at a minimum, the addition of some external hardware in the form of a directional coupler, and in most cases, quite a bit of software work. This is an open source hardware project, and like many open source hardware projects, we expect to build upon previous open source projects that have come before. And one of those, of course, is HackRF1. If you are familiar with me and my work at Gray Scott Gadgets at all, you're probably familiar with HackRF1. It is our software-defined radio platform. It is a half-duplex transceiver with quite a wide operating frequency range. And because it's half-duplex, it can't achieve many of the functions that were on the previous slide. But it is fundamentally a vector signal generator and vector signal analyzer, and is used as test equipment in that way. And I've always thought of general purpose SDR platforms as being test instruments. But we think we can take that concept much further and make a much more useful test instrument, building upon the successes of things like HackRF. Another project that we're building upon is PortaPack H1. After Jared Boone helped me design HackRF1, he went on to create PortaPack H1, which is an add-on board that turns a HackRF into a handheld standalone software-defined radio platform that does have some test instrument functions. And this is a very powerful tool, and it's quite a popular add-on for HackRF1. We don't expect to be really building upon this design directly, but we do see this as an inspiration for our project. And we really want to take this concept of a handheld SDR platform further and make it more useful as test equipment, more useful as a portable platform. Another project that really inspires us, that's an open source hardware project that many of you, I'm sure, have seen, is NanoVNA. And there are a number of low-cost, portable vector network analyzers available today. Most of them are derived from this original NanoVNA. And when this was originally released, I was so excited about it, and I'm sure many of you were as well. The thing that really struck me about this project was it's tremendously low cost. I think the original one still sells for around $50. And the fact that you can build a useful VNA at such a low cost in a portable platform and make it open source hardware is incredible to me, and really inspires us. It's not the greatest VNA in the world. It has plenty of limitations, but it is useful, and I'm sure that many of you have found it to be so. A project that we are definitely building upon at this point is Syntheon, which is our USB test instrument. And Syntheon is based on the Luna framework, which is Luna is a gateware framework for creating USB gateware on FPGAs. The field programmable gate array is the major component in the center of Syntheon. And basically the architecture of Syntheon is that it is one FPGA in the middle surrounded by USB physical layer transceivers for various USB ports. This is a really useful architecture for creating a USB test instrument, but it's also a useful architecture for creating any USB device that you want to have an FPGA on in particular. So we see Syntheon, at least the portion of it that is the FPGA and one USB port, to be the basis for the digital section of URTI. Another project of ours is code name for a software-defined radio platform that, in its current incarnation, is an add-on board for Syndion. So this is an example of connecting a digital radio to the FPGA on Syndion, and then just using Syndion as the USB transport. And we have a concept called hybrid SDR, which is the ability to create gateware for the FPGA to do digital signal processing for your software-defined radio rapidly, and in a hybrid mode with software that's running on your host computer. So your entire flow graph may include some digital signal processing that's done on the FPGA and some digital signal processing that's done on your host computer. And it should be possible to actually configure those functions on the fly and generate a bit stream quite rapidly to configure that FPGA. So that's something we're experimenting with today on Amalthea. Amalthea is a very simple, low-cost digital radio front end that we're developing in parallel with URTI. And what's really great about it is that it gives us a development platform that allows us to build things and test things like our DSP library in Amaranth HDL that runs on the FPGA that would run on either Amalthea or URTI. Now the architecture, how we envision all of these different concepts coming together, is an architecture that may look kind of familiar to you if you're familiar with PortaPack for HackRF. We think that basic architecture of having a user interface board that is separate from a main board, we think that is the right architecture for URTI, in part because it allows the main board on its own to act as an even lower cost USB peripheral. One significant difference between the architecture of PortaPack on HackRF1 and the architecture of URTI is that we envision having an application processor on the user interface board, whereas PortaPack H1 uses for its application processor the microcontroller that is on HackRF1. So it is using the main board's processor rather than having its own processor. By having a more capable application processor, we should be able to create.
I'm sorry that we have this video, but we're running out of time. And this video will be on, as well as all the talks that we had in the TAPR session today, will be on the TAPR website for your viewing at your own leisure at other times. But I want to allow the next group that's coming in to have their full time. Thank you.
Time for a question.
Yes.
The magneton.
Yes.
How far do you have to put that away from power lines, power transformers? You mentioned not near an antenna, but I've got a power line running right through my backyard, and the transformer, the whole peg is hanging right there.
Nice thing is,
And that's where. Yeah, I'd have to put it in my front yard to get away from that. That's what you would recommend putting it in the front yard?
well,
Like 100 feet? That much kind of
so you're
separate?
a scientist.
I'm an electrical engineer. Does it have fast enough response to see like the 60 cycle signature on it?
I'm your official front row West
Good to see
Virginia.
you, man. Good to see you.
But you got to see if you can do this with interference, right?
That's all right. That's all right. We don't do anything without QRM these days.
I had a guy tell me yesterday that his call was Kilo Delta X-Ray 2 Juliet. 3 or 4 times.
What can I do for you? Are you playing video with audio? Do you need to move around while you? If it's an option, it is. I do think there is a wired mic here. You can drag it around with you. Perfectly happy with that. It just is better than walking away from the microphone and everybody yelling at you. Yeah. There you go. Can't go too far. Oh, you got plenty. Well, it's not that. Well, you can't fall off. I can't. Well, it's the animation. I'm gonna have to go back and think for the animations. That's all. I got you. There you go. I believe so. Just switch something over and just testing that. Basically, we gotta get to a quarter-inch or a XLR. This is an output, not an input. Yeah, I haven't retired yet, but Coda has me working on the calendar real hard. It's like I need to free up some time. I know you're not retired. I don't have enough time. Yeah, that's what my dad tells me too. You'll never figure the way to retire. That was great. Yeah, so he's doing. Can you do me a favor? I will certainly try.
Did you wear this while you're working? I got a video back to back. Yep.
In years past, we just drink the microphones off the speakers on either end. You can't do the wireless lav.
Yep.
I do a bunch of YouTube stuff, and I wear the wireless lav for everything. Okay, fantastic. And then you know how to manipulate it and everything. Sunglasses out of the way. Awesome. You doing most of the talking? 100%. That's right. There you go. Lovely.
I gotta remember when I go for a stroll to go this way, so I don't get behind the podium.
I saw most of the talking to you guys at the club the other night.
Yeah.
But real quick question. What'd you know? So now we're in Ohio. Do we have to say /8 when we're activating a park? You don't. Why not?
The FCC hasn't declared those mobile designators for 5 decades.
Yeah.
If you want to do it on the air, it's not illegal or anything. It's not required.
It just throws people off.
Don't put it in your log.
Oh.
If you say I was blah 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 /8 in
It
your
won't
log,
recognize you as you.
it'll get all.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you for
don't
letting
do.
me know.
You don't need it on the air. Don't do it in.
Appreciate that.
No problem.
Thank you. See, I learned something all the time.
There you go. You might want to quit while you're ahead. I don't know. For the presentation? Oh, yeah. I expect to hear whistling and call signs that don't exist. How many parts you done already on the way out?
On the way out here, we started at 7 to get to 800.
You hear Tom said he did 37 activations. James has set up his own personal spot. He's out there trying to get his spot for activations. So he set up a work me every day. His own personal version of Bailey Sprott for the hunters. He's created one. I'm already wearing one. I can strap that one on too if you want.
No, we need it for everyone else too, so.
We're just everything's kind of just not working today.
Yeah,
so.
it happens. Here, will it clip to the wire?
You know the wire's too big.
Oh well. This. There you go. I tend to wander around, but I'll yell when I get over there. Appreciate it. I have
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. The people who were smart enough to get here early and stand up last year. It sounds good from up here, pretty close. A little loud. Night. And check for real. So if they're sound like a radio DJ. We got like 30 seconds, so if you fire it up. Oh. Locking the door as soon as it's time to go. It doesn't. Okay, it's fine. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Dayton Hamvention, Dayton Xenia Hamvention. It is fantastic to see you all here in person and live, and we're going to have a good time this morning. We'll try and keep things on track. Who am I? Nobody really. Name's Matt, call signs M3NWB. I'm one of those guys who got licensed a long time ago, early 93, something like that, and got married in 94. So the ham radio went in the drawer and I went on hiatus for a while. And it was, as it turns out, was one of the two things that was key in getting me back into the hobby. And look where that got me. So anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about Parks on the Air. Come on, there we go. Where does this come from? Who did National Parks on the Air back in 2016? Yeah, a bunch of folks. That was a cool program, right? We had a lot of fun. National Parks on the Air had two, and only two, really problems. Problem number one was, as great as the national parks are, there's only however many of them. They're not real accessible to everyone, especially if you get outside of the continental U.S., well, out of the United States, parks, our national parks get really accessible to folks. The big problem was January 1st, 2017. It went poof. And there were a bunch of folks who thought that was a bad idea, that it was just too much fun, that it turned out it was good for radio. Let's keep it going. Let's come up with something that was like that, but if we're going to make something new, let's see if we can't beg, borrow, steal from everything else that is successful in ham radio. Everybody loves the idea of going on a de-expedition. Who's got the time to watch the after report for the Bouvet Island stuff? Not for me. And of course, field day, right? Everybody looks forward to field day. We probably all got field day blocked out on our calendars as a recurring appointment forever and ever and ever and ever. But it's once a year, and it's a commitment. Field day is great, but it's not necessarily for the faint of heart. So we wanted to come up with something a little bit simpler. And for Parks on the Air, there's really only two things you need to know. You need to know whether or not you're going to be the one going to the park, or you're going to be the one talking to the people who went to the park. We call the people in the park the activator. We call everybody else the hunter. You can hunt from anywhere. You could be sitting here right now, remote controlling a station somewhere else, hunting poker. Please don't. Well, do. But happens to be really easy. I don't know how many of y'all are lazy. I'm lazy, especially when it comes to my hobbies and things that are supposed to be fun. I'm willing to put in the effort to do something right, but I work hard enough at work. So we tried to make POTA easy. Like I said, you can hunt from anywhere. You don't even actually have to have a POTA account. It's funny, I talk to a lot of people who go, yeah, I keep meaning to get into POTA, I keep meaning to get into POTA. We pull up the database, their call sign's in there as 113 times. Right? They were spinning the DFO, they heard somebody calling CQ, they answered them, guess what, you just POTA. It's really not any more complicated than that. Activators, you can make it as easy or hard on yourself as you want. You can have a mobile rig built into your car, pull into the parking lot, start calling CQ, you're doing POTA. We have people on the complete other end who are trying to figure out how do I get a mag mount antenna to stick to a fiberglass kayak, and it goes from there. You'll get there, right? Some of you will get there, but everywhere in between is okay with us. I'm blessed. I live out in the country. I've got S1, S2 noise floor of most bands most of the time. When I get to the park, I run the preamp on 40 meters. It's that good, almost everywhere. Yeah, you can set up right next to the ranger station and whatever else, but for the most part, if you suffer from RF problems at home, get thee to a park. You will be amazed, especially if you have never operated from an RF quiet environment. You're gonna plug in your antenna, turn on your radio, and swear it's broken. It's that good. On top of which, I dearly love my shack, but at the end of the day, it's a stack of black metal and plastic boxes sitting in front of a beige wall. It doesn't look like this. The park does. And I put this last on the list because I know it doesn't appeal to everybody, but there are lots and lots and lots of achievements that you can track and keep track of and watch your stats and chase this, that, and the other thing in Parks on the Air. We have done, I think, a pretty good job of figuring out every possible thing you can keep track of to just gauge yourself against what you've done in the past. I got to stress this point. POTA itself is not a contest. It has no end date. It doesn't even actually have a start date. We'll accept your logs from you went to a park back in, as long as it was after Marconi, we'll probably take it. So no start date, no end date. There's never going to be a winner. There's no prizes for day-to-day POTA. It's definitely not a contest. But we do track stats so that you can track your own progress. Think of it the same way you think of worked all states, or if you chase counties, or you chase grid squares, or you're trying to get your DXCC. We as hams have been keeping track of our progress towards arbitrary goals as long as there have been QSL cards. So that's realistically, all we've done is electronified them in the POTA program. Okay, so you're all sold, you want to go back to the flea market, what do? You go to POTA.app. This is the website, folks. Chrome, Safari, Firefox, Edge, whatever. Pick your favorite browser. Don't go looking for anything called POTA in an app store. I'd love to tell you you won't find one. It's worse than that. You'll find one and it's not the right thing. So website, POTA.app is where you want to go. It's all there. It's all there. There's a menu in the top left. I call it the hamburger menu. Apparently that's not the right term for it, but it's those 3 horizontal lines that everybody recognizes. That drops you down and says, okay, the default page is the spots. It'll show you who's out there right now. Spotting is encouraged, including self-spotting in the POTA program. The map of where all the parks are, the rules, how to sign up for an account, what awards and stats you could track, all of that stuff is on POTA.app. One sort of tip or trick, if you go to the map on POTA.app and all you get is blue, you do not have location services enabled in your browser. So it has dropped you at lat long 00, which just happens to be off the west coast of Africa in the middle of the ocean. So zoom out, you'll find where you are. You might have to zoom out to the continent level to find yourself, but drag, scroll, you'll get there. And then go turn on location for the POTA site so you don't have to do that again. We also maintain a lot of social media sites. I had no idea it was this many when our coordinator asked me if I would herd the cats of the social media sites. I would have said no. but here we are. Pick your poison: Discord, Slack, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. There'll be a new one next week. We'll be on that one too. I will say probably the most active of these is the Facebook community, and I can see a lot of you rolling your eyes. I get it, I really do. I'm not a huge Facebook fan myself, but the POTA Facebook group is sort of the exception that proves the rule. It's well moderated, it's well behaved, it's the kind of thing that makes you go, wow, you know, if Facebook was like this, it would be cool. So definitely check that out. I would just say before you start asking POTA questions on one of these groups, go to POTA.app. The rules and docs are 3 pages long, including the frequently asked questions page. Your question is in there. I guarantee it. Your question is in there. And if you don't find it, I guarantee when you ask your question on the group, you're going to get a link to where the answer was. Okay, so let's real fast. Day in the life of an activator. This is me back when I had hair. I'm going to go activate. What am I going to do? I'm going to pull up the map and I'm going to say, where the heck am I going? The map is going to give me a bunch of yellow dots, blue dot, plus or minus where I am if I have location enabled. I'm going to pick one. And if I'm doing this far enough in advance, I'm going to put myself on the schedule for activations. I'll be honest with you, not a lot of people use the schedule. When there were many, many fewer people in POTA, it was important to coordinate who was where when in order to get contacts. You can make contacts pretty much any time now, but there are still reasons to be on the schedule page, and we will talk about that. And you're going to hop in your vehicle of choice. I should update that to the motorcycle now that the nice weather is here. You're going to go to the park and you're going to set up your station. So what's a POTA station look like? It looks like whatever you want it to look like. We don't have any rules that say your station has to be this. There aren't any categories. You're not going to have to, you know, log, I was at 2AB, wave the chicken clockwise station, whatever the heck the categories are. But I will tell you that one of the things you're going to find if you get into activating POTA is that you are an ambassador for our hobby. Almost half of my activations, I go out there, I end up talking to somebody about ham radio, who's somewhere on the spectrum of, they never heard of ham radio, to, I thought that was dead, to the best I get, the best is, yeah, my grandfather was into something like that. I heard about it. There was this orange thing that I burned my hand on in the basement. I don't know. Right? So you have this opportunity because you're not a 7-op club field-based station. You're approachable. The person walking their dog, the person out for a stroll with their kid or their sweetheart or whatever, will come up to you and ask what you're doing and interact with you. You haven't scared them off with the spectacle of the whole thing. So I would say when you're thinking about your POTA station, less is more. You don't want to carry it. Stuff you take out in the field eventually breaks anyway, so you don't want to take it unless you have to. And you're in a shared space with the general public. If you're taking up the entire soccer field with your radios, when the 5-year-old team shows up for practice, you're not being a good ambassador for the hobby. So less is more, and Hiker's Creed applies, right? Leave no trace. If you build it, then you'll get yourself on the spotting page. If you can, right? If you have internet cell service, just go to POTA.app, put yourself on the spotting page. If you don't have internet cell service, there are alternative ways of getting onto that spotting page. One of which is to have scheduled your activation and call CQ using a digital mode, including CW, the original. Let the beacon network pick you up, check you against the schedule, and get yourself on the spotting page. There's some other cool things you can do with APRS or with WinLink. There's discussion forums in all of the social groups about how to do that. But you want to get on the spotting page. Definitely want to get on the spotting page. Because if you build it, they will come. You're going to get QSOs. You're going to get a lot of QSOs. I routinely run over 100 QSOs an hour at a POTA activation. I think my top is somewhere in the high 130s. And that's on sideband. You got to talk fast to get them in there. You gotta be like James over here. Motor them right out. It's a little bit scary, to be honest with you, at first. If when you go out on your first POTA activation, if you've never been on what I like to call the right side of the pileup, it's intimidating to call CQ and get N. There was an N in there. Yeah, that's what you got to do, right? You pick out what you can pick, you ask, you work back and forth, and eventually you get down to the three people whose call sign are all one letter apart, and you work through them and you get them in the log. Go at your own pace. We tell the activators all the time, it's your activation, do it your way. If you want to go as fast as possible and always take the first person that calls you, no matter when they call you, it's your activation, do it your way. My activations, I call QRZ between QSOs. You drop your call sign before you hear the QR said, you are not going in my log, period. I don't care how strong your signal is. That's the rules. So you do it your way, but get them in the log because you're going to have to learn how to work the mouse on this laptop. You're going to have to submit these logs to POTA. This is how everything is tracked. It's now done through the POTA.app website. You can upload your own logs. Please, pretty please, with bourbon on top. Triple check your logs before you hit that upload button, because once they go, there's no way for you to delete them or correct them except to email the help desk and say, I messed up my log, will you please delete it so I can try again? Which they are happy to do, but they are having to do 30, 40, 50 times per day now. Because there are so many people in POTA, and some of them are anxious, apparently. So, triple check your logs, upload them to POTA, and then bask in the glow of the awards as they roll in. This is a little out of date. I think I hit 2,500 finally, but the activity in POTA is definitely there. And that activity is not limited to individuals. POTA is great for clubs. POTA was, there were a couple of, maybe 2 or 3 things, but the club that I'm in, the one I'm wearing my 50th anniversary shirt for, was like a lot of clubs. If you had looked at it 5 years ago, there were, at a good club meeting, 10 or 12 people sitting in the basement of the place or whatever else. There was nothing for old business. There was nothing for new business, except when's the next meeting. We got involved in POTA, started doing POTA as a club thing, and it turns out that people who belong to amateur radio clubs like to do amateur radio. If you give them opportunities to play radio, they show up. So the club is, I think, we're contemplating a new member application. It's going to be number 70 for the club. It has grown 5-fold in the last 5 years. Not just due to POTA, but in large part due to us getting out and doing radio stuff, more than once a year, and in a way that, again, is a little more approachable than, hey, can you sign up for a 36-hour commitment or whatever. Clubs don't really have any special rules per se. POTA is set up to encourage club activations. You create an account for the club, and then you go out and you operate under the club call sign. When you turn in the logs, the club call, the call sign used on air is always what goes into the station call sign field in an ADI file. That's really what that means. This is the call sign used on air. The operator is the control operator for the radio. So in the case of the club outing, one of the things that's been great is these club POTA outings are a fantastic way for us to get technicians on HF. The technicians can show up. We've got a general or usually extra class control operator for the radio, and they get on there and they use the club call sign just like everybody else is using the club call sign. And they make HF contacts and they go, ooh, 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 I need my general. And can I buy your used radio? So that's cool too. Yeah, just do note that from a POTA perspective, we're going to count the duplicates based on the station call sign, based on the club. So if you spread out over a big park and you've got 3 stations all on 20 meters, you're probably all working the same people. So you need to coordinate this a little bit, get on different bands, get on different modes, do something to differentiate yourselves. POTA, however, is pretty generous when it comes to what is a QSO. You're kind of used to the traditional, okay, yeah, it's a different day, I went to a different place, whatever, and any contest will give you sideband, CW, and digital as different modes. We're going to give you AM, FM, and sideband as different modes. We're going to give you run down the list in FL Digi. You work the same person the same day, same band from the same park, but you can do it on every mode in FL Digi. You just got yourself 25 QSOs. Go all the way back to that other slide. The point of this is to have fun. If you think it's fun to sit there and try and make all of those dumb things work, did I say dumb? If you think it's fun to make all of those different things work, knock yourself out. We're here to encourage you to go out and operate. Do whatever you think is fun. We don't want some arbitrary POTA rule like, well, technically, PSK and RIDI. No, just go do it. You're fine. I've been talking about activators, but the reality is, we can see in some numbers here, activators actually make up a pretty small percentage of the POTA constituency. It's the hunters that make everything work. We got a bunch of prolific activators. They're all sitting here waiting for me to say something wrong so they can call me on it. Every one of them will tell you, this doesn't work if I go out there and call CQ and don't get anybody back. That's the end of the whole thing if nobody answers the CQs. So I would encourage all of you, again, you don't even need an account. Just go to POTA.app, see who's out there, spin the VFO, and drop your call sign on. That's all it takes to get started in Parks on the Air. I will warn you, more than one person has come up to me and said, thanks, but I used to have free time. Sorry. The point, we've tried to make it fun. So yeah, POTA.app is where you want to go, and or the plethora of social media sites there is the bulk of this thing. So I'm going to stop here and see if there are any questions. I had some stats that I was going to share with you, time permitting, that don't appear to be in the slides, so I'll just tell you what they are. But let's take questions.
What are good power sources?
Good power sources. You would be amazed at the percentage of time that 110 volts is available to you as a POTA activator. If you are set up in a campground, you're going to know ahead of time whether or not you have 110 available to you. Lots and lots of park pavilions have 110 volt power. So you have to do a little research to find out if it's there for sure or not, but you will most likely be able to operate off 110 volts somewhere near you that qualifies as a park. Beyond that, it's batteries. And at this point, the lithium iron phosphate battery has killed the lead acid battery. They are no longer more expensive to buy up front, and capacity for capacity, they have a better voltage profile for your radio. They just sit at 12.8 volts, which is a whole lot better than 11.8 for your radio. And that you can run them dead. They just run and then they're done. You don't have that, if I take it below 50%, I damage it problem. The only reason realistically to use a lead acid battery at this point is you already have it. Right behind you.
Will there be opportunities to add new parks to the database?
We're adding new parks all the time, but at the moment they're all new countries that are coming on board to the POTA system. So our current setup, at least for the US, is the park has to be either state or federally owned and operated. And there's two good reasons for that. One is all the manpower we've got now, there's 140 people involved in maintaining the park database, and they can barely keep up with it at that level. If you went to the county or city park level, it would be a disaster. And that assumes you could get a reliable data source for what are the parks at that level, which you can't. So adding new parks to the US at the moment is on hold while we get the other countries onboarded, with the exception of if they create a new national park or decommission a park or something like that. We try to keep the national park list up to date. the ability to add new parks to the U.S. will come back eventually, but the rules about it's got to be state or federal are here to stay. Over here. Permission. Typically, well, so we tell the activators you got to do your research. For the most part, the parks are public spaces, and you're not breaking the law. So there are individual rules. Where I am in Western Pennsylvania, the park rangers will help me throw my wire up in the tree. Okay? So people who say you can't put a wire in a tree haven't been to Western PA. Try it with the cherry trees on the National Mall, though, and see how far you can. So time and place for some of the details, but for the most part, you typically don't need permission to do ham radio from a park. Right here.
Great presentation. Just what we wanted to hear. You have it recorded so I can play it back.
The presentation is currently being recorded by several folks in terms of making that recording available. We'll see. help@parksontheair.com is the email address to ping when you get home and you go, what the heck did he say? Or will this guy come talk to my club? Or could we get somebody better than this guy to come talk to my club? Yeah, help@parksontheair is where to set all that stuff. Yeah, right behind you. How many national and state parks are there? There are, it's hard for me to keep track because every time I look at it, I see it from the whole planet level. I'm gonna say, I think it's 7,000. I think it's 7,000 in the US. But it's just based on, I'm running through the park designator numbers in my mind. So obviously there aren't nearly that many national parks, but at the state level, there's a lot of state parks, and we've added state game lands and wildlife refuges and trails, and we've tried to add every park and park-like entity for which we can get a reliable data source. That's really the key to the whole thing. In the back in the white. What is the easiest antenna to set up? Well, let's see. There's probably 200 people in this room, which means there's 300 answers to that question. Easy to put up and or appropriate for POTA activation, again, is going to be a matter of time and place. So again, for me, I have ready access to the trees and the rangers don't mind, so wire in a tree is the perfect antenna. Right across the way are the Wolf River Coil guys. They're a real popular choice for folks who can't put any stakes in the ground, can't put anything on the tree. And Wolf River Coils, buddy poles, Alex loops, and all those sort of tripod, sits there by itself antennas are very popular. There's nothing magic about POTA though. The RF, the wavelengths are what they are, right? So if you start making your antenna smaller, you're rating more infrared and less RF. However, I will say that I think the whole antenna efficiency thing sometimes gets overblown simply because if you call CQ and 35 people call you back, how much more RF did you need to radiate? How many people can you work at one time? Like, you could have had 90 people calling you. Great, and I wouldn't have been able to pick out anybody. So again, you're gonna have to experiment, and a lot of it depends on where you are too. The folks out west don't have a lot of success on 40 meters, whereas 40 meters is fish in a barrel for us here on the East Coast. And as the solar cycle changes, we'll see what happens with the other bands too. Over here in the hat.
Is there a way to see who has, one, I guess, I want to say one awards for like some of the harder to get things like what all entities in the state or
Yeah, so the question is there a way to see essentially other people's awards?
Well, that's specifically like clicking on someone's name and looking through their awards, but like how many people has it for every entity?
Yeah, right. So specific things like I want to know, has anybody worked all of Ohio? Or if they have, how many people are there? That's not something we've spent a lot of time on. As the person who has to put out the quarterly stats videos, I'm well aware of how hard it is to get information out of the program, and it's on the feedback list for the developers. But realistically, the priority at this point is getting the new countries on board the system. Let me just rattle off a couple of stats for you here. When I did this talk last year, there were just under 21,000 accounts in the Parks on the Air database. I just looked this morning, and it's just under 41,000. When I did this talk last year, there were a grand total of 7 million QSOs in the POTA database. As of this morning, 14.3 million. We went from 60 some odd countries to 90 some odd countries. We went from 300,000 unique call signs in the database as hunters to 430 some odd thousand unique call signs. So we're still at of all the people that have signed up for POTA, 40,000 people signed up for POTA. It's still only 10% of the people who have done POTA at some point. And the activators, last year y'all were 2% of the POTA community. This year it's 2.5. We're making progress. You guys get out there, keep selling. Yeah, so the growth of the program has just been astronomical. We're getting real close to I think the 400 number in terms of just staff, people who are volunteered and signed up to help. So if I could ask this audience for anything, it would be not only to take, but to pass on the message, to remember that this whole thing is run by volunteers and funded by donations. So it's great that it's growing, but there have been some growing pains associated with it, particularly on the technical back end. We've had to do a couple of rewrites because nobody ever expected 14 million records in the QSO database, but here we are. In the glasses. That's the best question yet. How do you donate? All of the POTA properties, POTA.app, and the old, there is still a parksontheair.com website, which is pretty much at this point only good for the donate button. So there's a button on there which will take you to, I don't know, they take PayPal and Venmo, and there's an address you can mail a paper check, and lots of ways to contribute. All the way in the back.
What is your go-to logging program?
Oh boy, there's another religious debate. Personally, I'm a big fan of AC log from N3FJP. I strongly, personally, this is world according to Matt here, I really prefer to log on an electronic device when I'm activating, solely because, as I previously mentioned, I'm very lazy, and I do not want to have to transcribe a paper log when I get home. There are lots of people who log on paper and transcribe it when they get home. And then there is a piece of software called, I don't know if it's Hammers or HamRS or whatever, but that's the one that's real popular with the tablet crowd in particular. And you'll hear lots of folks argue electronic versus paper logs. The paper loggers are just sure their computer's going to crash and they're going to come home with nothing. And those of us in the electronic log camp are like, yeah, but you haven't seen my writing. Like, I'll come home with a log, but what percentage of that data is correct? Who knows? So there's logging and then there's logging. Yeah, I was going to try and avoid shameless self-promotion, but if you look on my YouTube channel, there is a video about how to configure AC log for POTA. Yeah, Scott Davis is N3FJP, and he and I have talked about the program in POTA, and if you look in the instructions for it, he's now got a template for that, which I probably need to go back and make a video. Any of you trying to use the template and follow my video, you'll find out that the SIG info and the MySIG info are backwards. We weren't on the same page there, so all the way in the back. Yeah. Alpha Charlie log. All one word. Right here.
I know it's not a contest, but you don't have the Eagle operating event coming up?
Yes. I was saving that for after the Q&A, but this is as good a break as any. I said POTA is not a contest. That is true. That is not changing. POTA, however, has decided to sponsor a contest. So we have for years and years and years had this plaque event, which was sort of a special variety of our Support Your Parks weekends. We've made the executive decision to fully separate those. The Support Your Park weekends are going to stay and be what they are and just be part of POTA. The POTA plaque event is coming up here on June 2nd and 3rd. That's UTC, June 2nd and 3rd. And it's a contest. It's time limited, and there are prizes for first place in a bunch of categories. So as part of this separation, we wanted to get that thing a little further away from POTA so we could maintain POTA as definitively not a contest. And there were a couple of rule changes that we got some feedback from folks that, this probably needs a little tweaking. So for the plaque event, and the plaque event only, we're not going to count what POTA has these things called NFERs, where you can be at more than one park at a time. The classic example is you're at a park and some trail runs through the middle of the park. So you're in the park, you're also on the trail. Well, that's two things at the same time. And in normal day-to-day POTA, you can hand out 2 park numbers and it counts as 2 QSOs and life is good. It actually counts as 2 activations for the activator. For the plaque event, we're not going to count those. It's one at a time. And it's simply because of the disparate levels of access that people have. If you happen to live in the DC area, you have access to 5 first. Right? And if you live in Oklahoma, you're lucky that there's a park. So we're trying to level the playing field there a little bit. We're also, because this is a contest, the WARC bans are out, and we're also not going to accept QSOs on 60 meters. It's not part of the WARC arrangement, but access to 60 meters is not ubiquitous across the globe. And so that's another one of those playing field levelers. We've got POTA participants in countries with no access to 60 meters or different access than we have, and it's just, there's so little activity on 60 meters anyway, it was just easier to say forget it. We also have some new categories this year. There are rookie categories for activators and hunters. So if your first POTA QSO was June 2nd of 2022 or later, then you're eligible for the rookie hunter category. Now you're going to have to look, right? You're going to have to sign up for a POTA account to go look at your stats and find out, say, oh geez, I don't even know, did I work somebody who was doing POTA back in 2018? You might have. In which case, sorry, you're not a rookie. And then rookie activator is the same thing if your first activation was within the previous 12 months of the plaque event. So again, so that if you're new to POTA and you're interested in participating in the plaque event, you don't necessarily have to go up against this peanut gallery that's up here in the front row.
You touched on it a bit already, but especially getting into contests, imagine the very importance of your program.
Yeah, so we keep calling the plaque event an event rather than a contest. We're acknowledging that it has enough contesty aspects that it needs to not be on the WARC bans, for instance, that one thing. But POTA is not headed in a direction of contesting. In fact, POTA is sort of trying to get away less looking contesty by having this thing be separate. So whatever's going on in the world of contest logging or clusters or whatever else, good for them. Yeah, okay.
And so I have a question about what is considered in the park.
What is considered in the park? You and all of your gear, like all 3 feet of the tripod for your Wolf River coil and the ends of your radials and everything, have to be on park property. Publicly accessible park property. And what the boundaries of any given park are something you're going to have to work out with the people who run that park.
There's a lot of swamp land.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the Floridians, right, can help you. What do I do to activate a swamp? From our standpoint, right, if you could be on an airboat, right, we don't care as long as your airboat and all your stuff is inside the boundaries of the park. And how you denote a boundary through the middle of a swamp is beyond me, but that's why you got to talk to the park people. Right here in the front.
I know location makes a difference, but what state is the hardest to get or has the least activated?
What state, the question is what state is the hardest to get? So there's the least activated state, and then there's, as a hunter, which one is it? For the hunters, by and large, Hawaii is the one that everybody's after. Hawaii is not the least activated state. There are plenty of activations in Hawaii, but it's a long way from this side of the Mississippi. So it's proven to be difficult. North Dakota is probably number 2 on the most desirable list for hunters. There's an awful lot of people going, I only need Hawaii and North Dakota. So if there's anybody here from North Dakota, you're missing a bet. You could be wildly popular as a POTA activator. The least activated U.S. state is probably Alaska. Right here. Yeah, we did some redefinition of, we had this concept called late shift, which was very American East Coast centric when the program first started. As we started onboarding people from a wider and wider geography, it kind of made sense if you were in California. By the time you got out to JA land, it made no sense at all. Late shift starts at 9 in the morning. So it was redefined to be attached to local time. Well, technically it's attached to your longitude. So I forget the formula, but basically it starts plus or minus between 7 and 8 p.m. local time now, based on the offset from GMT.
That's reference to the activator, right?
Yes, yeah, that's the activator. So basically we track, this is just another one of those arbitrary things. We divided the day into 2 12-hour chunks and call one early shift and one late shift, and there's special tracking for when you got QSOs during the late shift. It makes sense only because so many parks close at dusk. So it is harder to get QSOs during the late shift in general than it is during the day shift, just because it's hard to be in the park legally.
More than once. So I would recommend
Yeah.
and that way when you get there.
He's talking, his parks are not well covered by cellular service. So definitely, POTA got me back into CW. POTA has gotten a lot of people back into CW. And the spotting page integration with the Beacon network is what drives a lot of that. But definitely, if you live in a place where the cell coverage is not good, you're going to want to get yourself either into the Discord group or the Slack page or the Facebook, any of the social groups, because there really are a lot of options for getting yourself interacting with the spotting page. I just this past week got it working with WinLink. You can do it via email over WinLink. What are the QSO requirements for POTA? The QSO requirements are that it's a legal QSO. So under our definitions of Part 97, basically that means you identified yourself. If you exchanged call signs, you have a QSO. Even a park to park, as long as you exchanged call signs, you had the QSO, you made a park to park. Typically, a POTA exchange will include signal reports, which are real signal reports, and the park number, the activators will hand it out. I tend to do it during my CQ or my QRZ, just give the park number. Once in a while a hunter will ask, I'll give it to them. And yeah, during the park to park, I would say it's typical that park numbers are exchanged on sideband. On digital, nobody exchanges anything. They just have the QSO and off it goes and the database figures it out. CW is somewhere in between. Somewhere in between. It depends a lot on the activator, whether it's somebody who's really, really trying to knock out the QSOs fast and they're not going to send you a bunch of extra stuff versus, well, or somebody like me who's desperately clinging on to 10 words a minute and is not going to send you anything extra either. But there's lots of folks who know what they're doing who will have a nice QSO with you on CW. The cell phone coverage would be to get yourself onto the spotting page. When you get, well, you can a spot will expire after 30 minutes. You can put yourself on the schedule. That doesn't get you on the spotting page. So if you know you're going into a park where there's no cell service, you can spot yourself up to 30 minutes in advance and hope you get there and set up within 30 minutes. But quite honestly, folks, this is ham radio. If you don't have cell phone coverage to get yourself on the spotting page, the simplest thing to do is spin the VFO, because there are other activators out there. And 201, the activators they're just fantastic people. If you say, hey, I'm at a park, here's your park to park QSO, oh, by the way, can you drop me on the spotting page? Everybody except James will do it. Yeah, right here in the front.
One of my favorite tricks is yell CQ, somebody comes in, and thank God for all these hunters who say, hey, I'm here out in the middle of the boonies, I can't get anything.
Yeah, right. Right. You can spin the VFO,
99, yes.
but the hunters do it as well. So don't be afraid to ask a hunter to get you on the spotting page or update your spot or whatever else. They're by and large happy to do it. And they're mostly sitting at home in the shack, right? They got the computer sitting right there. It's easy for them to do. So use the radio.
What's the, is it encouraged, discouraged, or not allowed to do relay of information?
Relay of information. So it's not a, it's not a net. It's not traffic handling. The activator and the hunter are going to have a simplex QSO. It falls under the same category as there are no repeaters allowed, except satellites. If you can make contacts via satellite, we'll count them. I don't care that it's a repeater.
More specifically, if one of us is having trouble hearing a call sign and somebody else can relay that, is that permitted?
Yeah. So again, there's no POTA police, despite what you will hear on Facebook. It's up to you as the activator to determine whether or not you had a QSO with an individual. Myself, if I couldn't get the call sign from the person whose call sign it is, I'm probably not going to log it. But POTA has we don't make rules about stuff like this, because what happens is you end up excluding people from participating that you never intended to exclude from participating. There's all sorts of people with disabilities or whatever that need some help getting their information exchanged. And so I would never tell you that it's not allowed. But I would only log it in a special case like that. If it was just somebody say, hey, there's no propagation, it's just not working, well, that's the breaks. Well, yeah. Again, there's thousands of people activating now. I can't stand up here and speak for every single activator. From a POTA perspective, we expect the activators and the hunters all to be legal. That's the only rule for POTA. You have to be legal. So however often you're required legally to give your call sign that often. More often if you like. If you have two parks that abut each other, there is no NFR there. You and all of your gear must be entirely and completely inside of the park to activate. So you can't straddle the line and say I'm in two parks. You're actually not in either of them from a POTA perspective. They have to actually overlap in order to have an NFR. Yeah, so trails are the sort of the exception. You know, the trails, some of them are only about as wide as this podium. Nobody expects you to set up your HF station on the trail. So the rule for trails is within 100 feet of the trail or a trailhead. And that's how a lot of the twofers happen. There'll be a trail or a trailhead that runs through a park somewhere, and you can get yourself a multiple that way. Yeah, so the question is about where the growth is coming from, and I kind of wish I had this slide. I pulled up some stats for the winter Support Your Park weekend and was looking at the growth. So this year's winter Support Your Park weekend in January was about 3.5 times the activity of last year's Support Your Parks weekend in terms of QSO count, activator count, hunter count, just across the board, about 3.5 times as much, whatever. The bulk of that growth came from Region 1, Region 2 outside of the continental US, and Region 3. There was actually very little growth from the weekend to weekend across the year in the continental US. Region 1 is growing like a weed. And Region 3, if all of Region 3 was growing at the rate that Japan is growing, the whole program would like be Japanese next year. It's crazy. All the way in the back. How do you find out what park number you're in? The best way to do it is to use the map. Use the map on POTA.app. If you have location services turned on, it'll pop up located where you are. And you might have to scroll around. I should warn you, there's one of those yellow dots for every park, no matter how big the park is. So we have a lot of parks in western Pennsylvania, especially along the Laurel Mountain Ridge, where the park is divided up into 3 or 4 slices. There's only one yellow dot on the map. The entirety of the Appalachian Trail has one yellow dot on the map someplace. It's just a limitation of the database. Right here. No, not every park has been activated. There are still what are known as ATNOs, an all-time new one. Lots and lots and lots of them if you go to, like, Portugal. In the back. Is there a way to find out?
Which ones they are? Which ones are not active?
Is there a way to find out where the all-time new ones are? Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. No, seriously, because we put a lot of work into the program to come up with stats to track and awards and such things to make it so that if a person only has access to 1 or 2 parks, that it's still worthwhile for them to continue to go to those parks and activate those parks. We really, there's sort of no incentive except for bragging rights to activating a park that's never been activated before. All the way in the back, you're gonna have to yell. Yeah, if you, let's say you did not schedule yourself, but you were able to get on the spotting page, if you're working CW or FTA, the beacon network is going to update your spot, which is mostly helpful most of the time. In the history of the spots, yeah, if you look, like all the spots go into one particular Slack channel for POTA spots, you'll see all the updates to the spot in the history of that channel. So you can tell where they came from.
It's also about that. You go down to the bottom of the card, you can see all the spots, and all the RPO spots are very well.
Yeah. Yeah, James reminded me, we added that to the POTA app. If you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see the history. And the RBN spots are a separate entry from spots that people would put in there. And by the way, when you're updating spots, be a little careful with your commentary, because there's some automatic keywording in there, things like QRT. If you say, oh, he said he's going QRT in 20 minutes, you just marked the spot QRT. So watch your phraseology in the comments on the spots.
Yeah, there's county hunters and state USL chart folks out there. They would really love to know what county you live in an activator.
Yeah, probably would. We tell activators, we advise them to be prepared. Know what county you're in, know what grid square you're in. Somebody may ask you. Some people do it, some don't. I have been caught off guard. I have been asked by hunters, what county are you in? I usually know that, usually. They ask me what grid square I'm in, I'm sunk. I never know what grid square I'm in. I got an app on my phone that'll tell me, but I just, I've got the spotting page up there, and send me a QSL. You want to know what grid square I'm in, send me a QSL card. I'll send you one back with all the particulars on it.
So I got a curiosity question. This obviously started out as a server probably in somebody's basement. Where are you at now? Are you running on Amazon?
Infrastructure for POTA has been on AWS from day one. Which is why there are costs associated with this, especially on a Support Your Parks weekend. We've had upwards of 150 activators concurrently, 150 spots live, and the number of hunters with their browser up, refreshing that every 60 seconds in the background. It's actually a significant infrastructure cost to keep those Amazon buckets nice and full.
Digital nodes. First of all, grid squares, it does mark information page where the dot is.
Yeah.
But secondly, when we use FT8, I would recommend going into setup and marking your grid squares so you don't see digital saying what grid square you're in.
Yeah, and the digital activators are better about that. Most of them do the diligence, find out where they really are, configure WSJT correctly. It's those of us on the sideband side of things who pulled into a park just because on the way out here. I activated 2 parks on the way out here. I don't have a clue what county or grid square I was in.
I'll do that in my logging program as well. That way when I upload the QRT or LT.
Yeah, I would ask the county and the grid tracking folks to have, just have a modicum of patience. Just like with all the growth of POTA, it still represents a very small slice of the ham radio community globally. And so we as the POTA addicts have to remember to have some patience with the non-POTA people. They're not as important to them as it is to us. It's the same way for all the rest of it. If you live and die by grid squares, God love you, there's something in ham radio for everybody. But not everybody does. You have to roll with it.
Sort of related, is there a way to know, I'm talking to the park, what state that they're operating from all the states?
You gotta ask. Yeah, there are multi-state parks, and the activator will have to tell you which state they're in. Or you can wait, and when it comes up in your stats as a hunter, because they have to say what state they were in when they submit the logs. But you can always ask. Okay, going once, twice. We are down to the last 30 seconds here anyway, so just let me say thanks. Appreciate you all coming out on Friday, and we'll see you over at the boat booth. Thanks, sir. It's all right. Howdy. Say worked all states. Not activated, work. Of the hunters? I don't know. There's an awful lot of people who are sitting at 47, 48, 49, getting over that hurdle of
I'd have to go and look and see how many there is.
I've got 13 in town.
Yeah, I've got all.
But mostly Hamvention. I do have a little from Paul. I can do anything from 80 to 6, basically. But I mean, basically 1 at a time. Yeah, I've got an alpha that I can set up and I can run usually when I'm pulling quick. I just leave the mag mount on top of my truck. I screw the hamstick. When I leave the park, screw it back in. And I go there. So depends on if I'm doing a nice thing.
Yeah, you have to allow the patient access to that.
I'll tell you, 3 years ago I had an eagle, and I was playing with an antenna outside, and I heard a guy calling me. I asked him, he was up It gave me his number, and I didn't know what it meant. And I asked him, and he said, go to the website and look it up. So I did. I can do what I'm doing right now outside. So I was in Stone Georgia National Battlefield. So I just went over to the battlefield and did it. It's one part. It's one part. Well, it is. It is in the database. It's KO642 actually. And I think the pen is in Mississippi.
Junk out of the ways for this guy.
I do the mapping for Mississippi and Tennessee, so therefore I know that. But it also runs through Alabama and Tennessee. So you got trace, we're operating with trace from somewhere where the natural trail too. It's got a couple of trailheads. One near Columbia, Tennessee, and then around Tupelo. That's a total. There's also the pull-off, iron or rail thing or something. I think that's a park by itself too. So if you pull it off, you get into that parking lot, you get into Trace and Atwood.
My sister-in-law lives down in Louisiana. My wife and I go down there. We almost always take a train just because it's such a relaxing ride. It's so cool.
I don't want to break down your computer because I'm going to break it.
Well, it's not even mine.
Oh, it is?
It's AV's.
Oh, it is AV.
Team is separate.
Well, I assume that's the HDMI port.
You want to unplug it and plug yours in?
I do.
Okay. I would think we would unplug. This looks like this is probably internet, and so we've got. I'm going to let you handle it, but it looks like we have audio and HDMI, and then the internet and the power you can probably just.
It might be easier just to put the thumb drive on there.
Okay. I mean, it looks like a pretty nice machine, so you might be just fine.
Test it. No, steak and catfish are the two big food groups down there. Yeah, absolutely.
My daughter, which was like 2, and I only ordered her a fish.
Fried catfish. Yeah. That's the only way to cook it. No, you didn't get any pork, man.
I'm thinking about it. I need to get an HF rig.
But even just tune, get on that spotting page. Yeah. We're not out. Have you done that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah, and so just tune and talk to them. Listen to the exchange and see how it runs. I love it. He did a good job, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did a very good job.
Nice talking to you. I know. Well, Skip's going to tell you 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you have a total talking of 10.
12, I thought.
Is it 12?
Yeah, we're not gonna do questions, so it'd be 12.
It was 12, okay?
Okay, 12. Is it 12 or 10?
Yeah, I know 10 or 12 not even, that's like one slide for us.
Yeah, well.
Hey, Ted, I went, my students keep reminding me, I once gave a lecture in class, and I went the whole 55 minutes on one slide, you know?
Yeah, I've given lectures with no slides.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do this with no slides.
Yeah, it's
Chip made me
hard.
have some.
It's hard to do it, yeah, to keep it the time. You don't want to read it, that's for sure.
I love it. I can't wait to hear your story in 10 minutes.
I didn't, you know what? I didn't even write anything because you just have to have what could you do in it? You know, you can't structure it. So it's ad hoc.
It's kind of it's a free flow.
All right, can you look over my shoulder, please? Because I'm going to mess this up.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to put this onto wherever it doesn't.
Oh yeah, you want it on the desktop maybe?
Yes.
So
Not
you
yet.
need the desktop.
We'll see in a minute.
Where is the
Copy
desktop?
those on the desktop.
Okay, so you got to do well, I usually use a mouse, so are you good with these things? Or? Yeah.
Copy that onto the computer.
Wait,
Where's the copy? Oh wait, it needs to be highlighted again.
Yeah, both of those.
You might have to hold the control key there.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead and try it now.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Copy?
Yep.
Where do you want it?
Desktop. It's up above there.
Oh, it's on a drive.
No, up here. If you move this arrow
Yeah, I
up,
got
it'll
you.
be desktop. There it is. And then we'll see, maybe put it out someplace where we can see it.
Copy. And where's my, do you need another one?
Well,
Yeah, we need to put yours on.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, put yours and we'll put mine.
Yes.
Yes. Let's just make sure they work.
Oh, so
Where's
you
the-
already have the talks here. But
Here they are.
Do we need to put our
Well, you
talks
don't
again?
have mine. Do you have mine?
No, mine is.
Oh, mine's not there either. Yeah, we better put mine up here.
So wait, do you want to just do, let me ask you this.
Oh, that's mine there.
This is the stuff you got last night.
Yes, this is it.
And so you just need to
Add yours.
something onto this.
Oh, so you're the only one. All of us are okay. You don't need us.
No, I have all yours.
So that's an easy fix. Copy.
It was easy till it's done.
I want to check mine just to make sure it's the up to date one.
How you doing? No, I'm sweating.
You're all good.
Okay, there it comes.
Are you recording this? Well,
Probably we should have had our names there. I could probably rename this.
Let's just make sure they all work.
Yeah.
You don't have to go anywhere.
No, I wanted to do it. I want to see how quick this will be a good test to see if I can talk for an hour.
Can we just do an audio check to see if that's, get the guy here. So how many speakers do we have?
So Reza's one of the main things.
Can we check this real fast? Okay, we want to, there's an audio clip that we're going to run. Can we just make sure the audio works?
Go for it.
Get the right,
Board's on, so you should be able to do your test.
okay, so here we go. Is that too loud? Is that too loud?
No, you're fine.
That's good. Not too loud? It's just right? Too loud up here, okay. All right, good.
I'm gonna rename mine here.
Yeah, you better. Are you Innovation Forum?
Yeah, I'm that one there, I believe. Let's make sure. Yeah. So it's just tap twice, right?
Well, whatever works, right?
Is it working, Ted?
Yeah, the audio
Yep,
is
that's
good.
me.
So
Okay.
he's gonna rename it.
Yeah, let me just check, make sure it is the.
Rename it for me.
That's a lot of slides for 12 minutes, Jim. I'm really
I know.
worried.
I'm gonna go quick.
I'm really worried.
I'm gonna go quick.
I don't even plan.
So rename. So you hit this button here,
Just,
right?
yeah, here, I'll help you.
There,
And you'll
rename.
just
put
actually
WA3FET.
just do this.
Yeah, just W. Oh, well, put capital. Capital. Yeah, there you go. And
That's
then
good.
space.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good. Just enough. I don't know. Should we
Okay.
put the calls for the
What
other
about
people?
Van?
Yeah. Don't change anything. I'm good.
Okay, so
Okay.
As long as I know where yours is,
I
Ted.
just want to make sure.
I put
I'm
N9.
N9NB Innovation.
Yep, you're done.
And I put FET.
And I don't know who Marty at Innovation.
I've already practiced this.
Oh, okay. I did screw you up. Then I got
So
put
all
in
you go
FET.
into, he's WA3MD, all you go into is Innovation
Let's
Hand.
do it now.
Okay, Innovation
And
Hand.
we can bring up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So you know the order.
Just want to make sure you know where it is. Okay.
All right. Thank you, gents.
Is it time?
No, we've got a couple of minutes.
Frequencies.
Part 15, so.
Kylie, is it okay for me to mention that you've got your license here?
I'm going to, so.
All right. Cool. I think people will really enjoy
I'm
that.
from here. I got my license in 2006, and this is literally the one time I've been back since then.
Excellent.
So.
We'll start up in about 3 minutes. Just the arrows right here.
Oh, backwards and forwards? Okay, so.
I just have them unloaded right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna get rid of it because I said, what's that doing there?
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Hope you're having a great time at Hamvention. If no one's welcomed you yet, I'm glad that I finally got the chance to do it. Hamvention's run by a tremendous number of volunteers. Of course, it's run through DARA, the Dayton Amateur Radio Association. And yes, and we're very grateful that DARA has allowed us to have a forum on innovation today. So let me tell you how this is going to work. We have a bunch of great people here today. We have 8 speakers, and they're going to give short talks telling you a little bit about themselves, their involvement in ham radio, how ham radio has enabled them to be innovators, both in ham radio and beyond that in other circles. And at the end, if there's time, we'll have questions. If we do run out of time, I kindly ask that you speak individually to the speakers. So let me just set this up for you, and then we'll get into it with our first speaker. Homebrew is not about coffee. It's about radio amateurs taking what they have access to and coming up with great solutions. We've been doing it for 120 years. The FCC recognizes this, and in the mission statement of Part 97, it says that radio amateurs exist in part to enhance the radio art. It seems that sometimes this message is being lost outside of amateur radio. To be frank, we're undervalued, and that is a shame. There are thousands of innovators in amateur radio who are present today at Dayton. They're doing things like coming up with great new digital tools for ham radio, new antennas, new analog devices. A lot of those devices are or will be used for other services, especially in telecom and wireless in the future. And we're doing a great job. So the point is today is to give you an example, a snapshot, as it were, of 9 innovators who have used amateur radio to become who they are and to come up with innovations. So let me begin by introducing my first speaker, who's a prolific inventor. It's VE2 AED, Howard Rosen, and Howard's going to fill us in once I'm able to load his PowerPoint. So bear with me just for a second. And almost there, Howard.
Okay, take your time. My session's almost over.
We got 10 minutes out.
Okay. Ooh. Slideshow. Howard, you're on. VE2 AED.
So let me be the first to wish you good afternoon. It's 3 minutes after noon, Chip, in case you didn't know that. My name's Howard. My call's VE2 AED, and I'll just tell you how I started off in life, being a ham operator from the beginning of the 70s. Now, I guess I'm designated as an old-timer, but in any case, I've always been involved in the field of electronics, and I'll give you a bit of a fast synopsis of where I was before I became a ham. I was a tinkerer. I used to take everything apart and just try to understand how everything worked. I moved on from there. My dad was a TV technician, and that aroused my curiosity in electronics. Started reading all of his TV technician books at the time, first bit that I could read, which I was I was 8 years old. But let me move into ham radio now and see if I could work this thing. And so, licensed in 72, in 2002, my 4-year-old son said, as you could see on the screen, "Dad, you're so lucky to have been born so many years ago, because now everything has been invented." And that stuck with me my whole life. I'll never forget when he said that. In the times from the 70s moving up, I did certain things. I was solid stating vacuum tube design, and one of the first attractive markets was women's epilation equipment for removing superfluous hair. And I noticed that the equipment they were running was literally a 6146B at estheticians' businesses. And I noticed that these things had proliferated. And I said, my God, why are they vacuum tubed? So I designed one using at the time they had come up with a new type of transistor. Some of you might know about balanced emitter, bipolars. I don't want to get too involved because I could give you a lecture for 12 minutes on that. I moved on from there, and we're going to go all the way up to the 80s. By the way, if some of you are older than me, and I'm looking around here, I don't think there are any older than me. But if you remember the first scanners for ham radio, and for your old Kenwood and your Yaesu, digitally synthesized radios, even for some of the ICOM, which all use BCD switches. And so I built the first BCD and binary scanners, depending on the radio, and I marketed that as V2 AED electronics. So some of you may remember building a kit, and I created that for all of the radios coming out. So there were no scanners at that time in anything. And I won't profess to being the inventor of the scanner, but it could be possible, at least for ham radio. That said, in the 80s, and we're skipping a lot of information here. One day I'll give you the 2-hour version. But I think Jim likes that. So 4 hour. Yeah, okay, the 4-hour. So in the 80s, by the way, at that point, I had already filed some patents prior to the 80s, including one that would alert people if their home was on fire. And that product, I couldn't afford to pursue the patent. I filed, there was an office action, I couldn't answer it, I didn't have any money at the time. So we'll move on from there. In the 80s, at the beginning of the 80s, there was this new thing coming out, and that was we realized we could all receive direct satellite TV in our home with a 10-foot dish. And so I decided to prototype a dish antenna and an associated receiver as well. I just want to see how these slides are coming out because I'm not doing a good job of understanding what you're looking at. So, and we'll go back to this one in a little while. So I prototyped a product and I showed it to somebody and they gave me an order for 100 units. And that was amazing because back in those days, and by the way, I was a poor kid, lived in a poor neighborhood and had no money. And I had this purchase order for 100 units. So the selling price of 100 satellite receivers back then was very lucrative, typically about 800 United States dollars. And I emphasize the currency because I'm from Canada. So to us at that time, that was a 50% dollar, $1.50, for every, a Canadian dollar was $1.50 US. Or the opposite way, actually. Anyway, getting back to this. So I received this purchase order after inventing or creating one home satellite receiver, and I had no means of getting the money together. I needed $15,000 to be able to produce 100 receivers. But I knew that the target goal was these were worth over 80,000 US dollars. And it would certainly have started my career given me a big leap on life. What I did, how many of you have ever heard of ChargeX, which is the predecessor to Visa? I have one here. No one else? So ChargeX was the buzzword before Visa took over ChargeX. And back in the early 80s, they didn't merge their files so that if you spent, my credit card had a 1,000 Canadian dollar limit. And they only merged approximately every 4 days because computers and communications were very limited back then. then. And so I took advantage of that, and I ordered enough parts from individual distributors throughout the United States to equal 15,000 US dollars with a $1,000 Canadian credit. And the idea was I called all of the distributors, and I only gave them tentative orders for piecemeal amounts because I couldn't exceed $1,000 on any order. And you know, I have to cut to the chase because I haven't been timing this. I know time goes by when I'm having fun. And so what I did is I had everybody ship on the same day, process the order on the same day. It was all lined up, very well orchestrated, and they all did, and I succeeded and got those parts. And about a week later, I had a call from Chargex. But you know, they came in and they saw that I was working in a 400 square foot room. I hired my newspaper delivery boy because I was living on my own at that time. And he was the chief assembly technician. And he learned how to do that because he had a pretty good hands. He was quite agile from throwing newspapers every morning. And he did a great job. So I built these 100 receivers. And this is a very short story. It shouldn't be. It really would take a day to go through the whole scenario and the trials and tribulations. But in essence, I put these together and found, went to a distributor in the US and they purchased the whole lot. And okay, so that's really the story. From there, I now built 200 receivers, and I invested the $80,000, and I just kept building and building. Well, we won't go into the detail, but I'll try to show you what I've done since then. At this point in time, so what we could see here is these are just some early things that I invented, and I think there are 2 slides here, if I understand how to use this. I think I'm having a problem. There, okay. So, as you see on your left would be the first satellite receiver, which used a double balanced mixer and a delay line of RG174. So that's how I detected phase modulation, which is the modulation the satellites use. As you can tell, I read a lot of books. In high school, I would always read electronics books under my desk. I wouldn't pay attention to anything. And this is supposed to be an inspirational session. And I want you to all understand that I never graduated from high school. So, what's that?
You'll never amount to anything.
Actually, I'll tell you a story because this is typical of my religion, in a sense. My Jewish mother said to me, "Howard, you're going to be a dunce." And then she called me for probably at least 8 years of my life till I dropped out of school. She called me a dunce. So luckily, I had a stronger willpower than her ability to take me down. Anyway, that said, I've invented many things since then, and you have some of the things that I built here. This is, you see a little caller ID blocker, and that's one invention where I sold that through Radio Shack. You could actually see the Radio Shack logo. And I invented automatic call ID blocking. I still remember that patent number, 5309508. It's a 5 million series. We're way up now, up to almost 12 million at this point. The early block-down converter, I'd love to get into the theory of that, and certainly using a dielectric resonator. I'm doing all kinds of things here that I shouldn't be doing. I invented a toothbrush that teaches kids how to brush their teeth and proposed that to Procter & Gamble. That's another long story. So as you can see, a receipt to Inspire, 100 unit order for receivers, $15,000, that's actually US dollars, spent on a $1,000 credit limit and hiring my newspaper delivery boy to build them. That's how resourceful you could be if you're a ham radio operator, because what we all do best here is experiment. And we use our imagination to achieve whatever it is that we have to achieve. And we don't let things go until they're accomplished, because everything will work if you work hard enough. This is a random summary of some of my patents, and I'll just leave it on the screen for a few minutes until somebody else takes over. I actually hold today over 83 patents. The latest one, which was just issued a few weeks ago, is a means of destroying certain types of metastatic tumors by incorporating the exothermic body heat of a natural tumor, because about 70% of tumors are exothermic. So I take that into account, and I'm able to read that through another patent that's in process. And I'm able to read that and actively accomplish this task. I've also invented the touchscreen thermostat back at the turn of the century. And life's been very good from that. And of course, Emerson Electric owns my thermostat company now. So the idea here is to remember, if you don't give up and you have a dream, just move forward and don't let anybody try to tell you that you can't do it, because you can.
Thank you, Howard. That was terrific. Let me bring up the next talk here. Our next speaker will be W2NAF, Nathaniel. And Nathaniel, let me set you up, and then you can take over the podium. If you don't know who Nathaniel is, I'm going to tell you who he is. Nathaniel is an incredible ham and an ionospheric physicist, a professor, all that good stuff. But in addition to that, he's a great guy. So I'm going to turn it over to Nathaniel, and he's going to fill you in on value of ham radio and his life and career. Nathaniel.
Thank you so much, Chip. And let me adjust this here for a second. And thank you for everyone for having me. So yeah, I'm Nathaniel, W2NAF, and I started HamSci, the Ham Radio Science Citizen Investigation. And so this is a group that allows university researchers to collaborate with the amateur radio community in scientific investigations. And it's really neat today because we really are having the amateur community work with the professionals in a way that I think is really, really doing something in the world. And it really speaks back to the original amateur radio mission. So amateur radio operators have actually been doing this right from the beginning, 100 years ago. But it's nice. I really feel like I've had a chance to formalize it once again, reinvigorate that, bring it back. So I'll talk about my story a little bit. I wasn't sure if I was going to show this, but I think I will. I'll just put my biography up here really quickly so you get a timeline of the whole thing. I can see my whole talk really quickly. I'm going to my backup slides first. So there we go. Okay. So yeah. So actually, I got my start in ham radio really back. It says I was first licensed back in 1998, which that is when I was first licensed. But I first found out about ham radio back probably in I don't know, 4 years earlier than that, maybe 1994, 1995, when I was in middle school. And at that point, I just wasn't. I wasn't ready to actually get my license yet. It took me a few years to actually get my license. But I've been licensed since 1998, so I actually qualified for QCWA this year. I became an Eagle Scout. I got my bachelor's in physics and music education, a master's in electrical engineering from Virginia Tech in 2011, started HamSci in 2015, got my PhD in 2016. I worked at NJIT as a postdoc and a research professor in 2016, and now I'm a professor of physics and engineering at the University of Scranton. So that gives a little background as to where I am. So, now that you know that, I'll tell you the storage. So yeah, it's this building right here. It's the old guard cabin in Camp Glen Gray. That's where I first found out about ham radio. And I was probably in 7th or 8th grade, and I was on a Boy Scout trip, and it was a cold, wet, rainy weekend. And I remember that it was supposed to be like a woodsman sort of weekend where you're supposed to be like chopping trees and stuff, but that didn't interest me so much. But I stumbled my way into this cabin, and Greg Nikowski, N2BSA, had a little Kenwood TS430S set up, and he had a dipole strung up in the trees. I just heard the crackle of the static on HF, and I heard him talking to all of this DX. And it's so funny because that weekend, I never actually got to make one contact myself, but I was just so captured by all of this, I was like, I want to do this. And it really took me a few years later before I actually, finally got my license. I was at the National Scout Jamboree in 1997. There was an opportunity to take my license there. I hadn't studied, so I found a group, a troop from Ohio. They gave me a book. I studied for like 4 days in the rain. I passed the novice portion of my license, and then, but I didn't get the technician. So it was a little bit of a struggle at first. I waited 1 year with my novice CSCE before I finally actually got through and studied and got the technician license and finally passed it. And then that just, things took off. So from there, I was interested in ham radio in high school, and then I had a bit of a struggle when I was leaving high school. Do I go for music education or electrical engineering? I actually ended up picking music education, so that's why you see this picture of me with the French horn there. I eventually got my music education degree. But even through college while I was doing that, I was still drawn to ham radio. And I spent my summers working at Forestburg Scout Reservation here, where I basically had the same job when I was in college in my summers as I do now. It's just now the budgets are a little bit bigger and people get degrees instead of merit badges. But other than that, it was basically the same job. I taught people ham radio. I taught people physics and electrical engineering at a certain level, and I just loved it. And that eventually led me to say, okay, I really do want to pursue the engineering rather than the music side of things for a career. And I added a physics degree while I was at Montclair State, so I actually got my undergraduate degree in both physics and music education, and I decided to pursue a PhD in electrical engineering. I only applied to 2 schools for my electrical engineering PhD degree. One was Caltech, which I had really no chance of getting into, and the other was Virginia Tech. And for some reason, Virginia Tech accepted me. Now, the reason I picked Virginia Tech is actually really interesting, because I had 2 criteria for going to graduate school. One is maybe 3 criteria. 1, they had to have a PhD in electrical engineering. 2, they had to have an already active ham radio club. And 3, I wanted them to be kind of outdoorsy. So that's, I came to this date in Hamvention back in, say, like early 2000s, and I met a whole bunch of students from Virginia Tech, including Kenny Lewis and a number of other people from the Virginia Tech Club, and I found out they had a PhD in electrical engineering program, so I'm like, great, I'm going there, it's perfect. So Virginia Tech actually accepted me. I spent time in their club there, and then I ended up working in their Super Darn radar laboratory, which didn't exist when I first got there. When a year after I got there, the Super Darn lab showed up. They said, we study the ionosphere using HF radar. I said, that sounds great. They funded me, and that was my first exposure to really professional ionospheric physics. A large part of why they hired me right away was because I had a ham radio license and I was interested in HF radio. They were new to campus, they needed students. I had HF radio experience, it all worked out. How did HamSci come about? Well, I think this was probably one of the most important trips for HamSci. This was back in 2013, 2014. We needed to build a Super Darn radar over an Adak island, and I volunteered to go and help be on that crew. I didn't do anything technical, I was just grunt labor. I dug trenches, things like that. But it turned out that there were other hams on that same trip. And one of them was Ethan Miller, KAGU, who's here at Hamvention, and he introduced me to the reverse beacon network, which I was then able to say, oh, I bet we can use that data to actually do some real science. So I pulled that data down, and we were able to actually show the effects of a solar flare in there, and I actually got that published. So once I got that done, I was going around Virginia Tech, and then I learned about the 2017 solar eclipse. And I learned that from a poster that Magda Moses, KM4EGE, was doing. She was studying the solar eclipse in the atmosphere. I said, I bet we can use ham radio to do that. And so then we ran around the Dayton Hamvention back in 2015 and 2016, created HamSci and the Solar Eclipse QSO party, and we eventually got that on the air. We got those results published in a peer-reviewed journal, Geophysical Research Letters. So here's the 2017 total solar eclipse results, the observations and model using the RBN data. We were also able to publish similar results on solar flares and geomagnetic storms using ham radio data, and just last year on large-scale traveling atmospheric disturbances. And I think these publications were really, really important for the success of HamSci, because I think amateur radio operators, we all have this sense of like, oh yeah, we know the ionosphere, we know, we have a lot of experience with this, but trying to get the professional community to recognize the value is really tough. And the way you do that is you do these publications. And a lot of these publications, came up with results that weren't really surprises to me, but they really laid it out beautifully. And now we have quite a bit of respect from the professional community, and that's just laid everything out really well. Another thing I really love about the HamSci community is the community aspect. We now have these HamSci workshops. We just had one in Scranton about a month ago. We had 150 people show up in person, another 70 on Zoom, and we have people just doing radio science and presenting it from all over the world. It's just fantastic. So what makes HamSci work? I think maybe this is the most important slide in the whole talk. I think the first thing is really people who care. HamSci is primarily a volunteer organization. There's a little money through the grants, and it supports the academics, but really it's not like what you'd make in industry. It's not like what you'd make in a lot of other people. All of HamSci is done on goodwill. It's done on people who want to see things happen. It's done on people who are showing an interest and a passion. We cannot pay people enough to do the type of work that they're doing. So people care about what they're doing. People care about each other. We have fantastic mentors, people who've been doing this for years. I pair them up with my students who have just learned about ham radio last week, and they get on Zoom on a regular basis and they work on projects. The students bring so much energy to the program that we really need, I feel like the students help to give the mentors some purpose. So when we have people who have years of experience, when they're paired with the student, they now feel like they have more of a purpose, more of a reason why they're doing this. We try to connect people's interests and skills. If you come to me and say, how do I participate in HamSci? The first thing I'll ask you is, well, what are your interests? And we try to figure that out. It requires a lot of persistence and passion. There's a lot of roadblocks, but we keep working on it. We figure out how to keep going. I like to listen to people, take advice, reflect on it, and I'm really grateful for all the opportunities that have been given to me and that have been given to us. So, including this one, Chip. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathaniel. As I bring up the PowerPoint for the next speaker here, let me tell you something a little bit special. Every speaker here is special, but the next speaker is WA3FET, who is Jim. And if you're not aware of it, I'm going to let you know that Jim is this year's Technical Achievement Award, and he's going to go into why in just a second. But, you changed the name on me, Jim, so here we go. Let me bring it up again. But I appreciate it if you kindly join me in applause for Jim for this year's Technical Achievement Award. Jim, you're on.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm WA3FET, the inventor of the field effect transistor. Oh, no, not quite. Okay. I think we should give Chip a round of applause for putting this on. So, anyway, thank you very much, Chip, and for everybody that's here today. Just a couple pictures. The one up on the right, that was me in college as an undergraduate student. Of course, always sitting in front of a ham radio since I was 12 years old when I got my first license. And then the picture up on the left there at the top, that's the HARP facility, and I'll talk a little bit about that. I had a patent on that for the design of the HARP antennas. And then, of course, everybody probably knows that round plate there, or the round dish, that's Arecibo. And everybody knows that collapsed, but I spent about almost 50 years working with that facility. And my brother from another mother, Angel over there, says that I have the gift of gab. So you're going to tell me when I have about 30 minutes left, right? Okay. Anyway, what is innovation? If you're going to talk about it, you should go and look it up. And where do you go? The dictionary. And it says a new idea, method, or device, a novelty, the introduction of something new, okay? And basically this innovation concept is something I've been thinking about ever since like junior high and high school, mainly in antennas, trying to get antennas to work better. And then if you're trying to do some research and find out about innovation, where do you go? You go to Google, right? And you say, give me the greatest innovators of all time, and it comes up on many websites and says the 12 greatest of all time. And most of you know a lot of these people, okay? So I'm not going to go through them. Fleming, you may not know as much. He was the transcontinental railways of the 19th century. But I think everybody knows pretty much the other ones there. And some of them go way back, like Leonardo da Vinci, and some of them are pretty recent, like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates there. And here's a few more. Looks like the text got a little bit screwed up here on the sentence, at least on the computer. But anyway, Galileo, that goes way back. Some of you may not know Richard Feynman, but anybody that's in physics and engineering will definitely know that name, okay? And here's pictures of them, and I guess you can probably tell which ones are the ones from antiquity and the ones from today. And probably most of you would know, especially with ham radio, if we put one of these pictures up, you'd probably know who they are. Maybe some of you wouldn't know some of them, okay? But then we have radio, and of course I'm always thinking about antennas as well. And who are some of the most famous innovators there? Well, the three at the top, I don't even put their names because they're so esteemed. The one on the left is James Clerk Maxwell. He's the one that came up with the equations that describes electromagnetics and light and everything. And he should be as famous as Einstein. Even Einstein said that he should be more famous. But if you go to Scotland and you ask the person on the street, do you know who James Clerk Maxwell is? They don't even know in their own country. But he is that famous. And of course, the next guy to the right is Faraday, and the next one over is Ampere. And so those two men came up with all the experiments and so forth, and then Maxwell put it all together. And then there's a lot of radio people like Hertz and Tesla. Alexanderson, you may not know as much, but he actually got speech into radio. And then, of course, Fezzik, and then some more modern people, Armstrong, Marconi, DeForest, and Sarnoff. And I'm not going to go through each one, but you see the information there if you want to look it up. Well, myself, starting out at ham radio, the book I used was the ARRL antenna book. It was only about that thick in those days. And I had it, pages were flying out all the time. I had to keep buying new copies because I just read that book over and over. Then when I got a little bit older and started into college, I needed to have some more information, more technical information. And of course, Maxwell's where you go first. And then John Krause, the 1950s antenna book. And this book also got destroyed because I kept opening it so many times. And that's W8JK for a lot of the people in here might have even used some W8JK antennas. Invented so many things, true innovator. The helix antenna, the T-match, all kind of things. And I got to know John Krause, and he sent me his second edition, which I reviewed, and then he sent me an autographed copy with this inscribed in it, and I treasure that. And then this guy here spent his whole life on the dipole antenna, which hams do all the time, right? But he was a professor at Harvard, and on the dipole and monopole, and he made the best measurements that anybody can make, and we still use those today. And he lived to 101, and he was still writing books and papers at age 100. At Arecibo, which I started there as a summer student in 1974, I met this fella, Sam Harris. Some of you probably know of him, a moon bouncing, and he was hard to get to know, okay? But then, if he liked you a lot, and he used to only have hams come to his house, you had to show a license to get into the place, and you always had to eat a plate of spaghetti too, but that's another story. But anyway, he was a real innovator, okay? And I learned so much from Sam, and we got to be very close friends. That picture on the left, that's him where they sent a signal up to the moon from Massachusetts, and he was in California, and he has his scissors on his beard like this here, and the moon bounce actually started the scissors to trim his beard, believe it or not. And of course, Joe Taylor, I met him at Arecibo as well, K1JT, and we did moon bounce with Angel and other friends in 2010, but Joe is a real modern innovator, a real inspiration, because he came up with FT8 as well. I think sometimes he might, be more proud of this than the Nobel Prize, but I'm sure he likes that too. And of course, then there's Penn State, okay? And that's where I ended up. I was doing things in high school and so forth. And in high school, I was trying to see, how can I make this dipole smaller, okay? I didn't want to do a half-wave dipole. So this is probably one of my first innovations I can remember, because I'm getting old and forgetting everything. But, a half-wave dipole, how can we make that shorter and make it still work? Okay, that was something I wanted to try to do. And so antennas in dielectric mediums, the speed is lower, the velocity of the wave, and so that means the physical length can be reduced by the square root of the dielectric constant. And so I said, we want to get something that really makes it small, so water would be a good thing. 81 is the dielectric constant, so that means we can make the length 9 times smaller. But there's a problem. The impedance also goes down by 9 times. So that would drop as well. Instead of being 72 ohms, it'd be down to 8 ohms. That's not going to be too good. And so I go back and get the Krause book that's all sort of pages ripped out and everything, and I find the secret solution to make a folded dipole. And he says if you take the number of wires and you take the square of those wires, you'll get the impedance up by the square. So we need 3 wires to get it back up again from 8 up to 72. So you make a 3-wire folded dipole. But where are you going to put this? Well, PVC pipe to the rescue. Okay, and this I did as an undergrad, and I started it in high school, and then when I got into Penn State, and somebody said, you need to meet the antenna professor. And so I showed him this idea, and he said, yeah, let's let you work on that. And then I worked at his research facility and so forth. Anyway, you do this antenna in a PVC pipe, and you fill it up with water, and you see if the signals come up, okay? Well, the signals did come up. Of course, a 3-foot dipole, this was on 20 meters, it really doesn't receive very good. Everybody would know that. And I poured the water in, and wow, the signals came up like 20 dB or so, and I thought, this is it, I found it. But I compared it to a regular dipole, and it wasn't as good. It was down an S unit or a couple S units, so I said, there's something wrong. And it turns out, I started studying and researching. There was a professor, J.R. James, that was doing dielectric loading of antennas, and he said, you can only do this if you're above 100 megahertz. And I was below 100 megahertz quite a bit. So I was just at the wrong frequency at the wrong time, you might say. So anyway, the rest is history, okay? And I thought I'd just put a few things up here. Again, like Howard, I could go into each of these for a whole hour. And I think I have at some of the antenna forums that some of you may have attended. But NEC 4, I worked at Livermore, and I was the main person that said NEC 2 isn't working on telescoping tubing and Yagis. And so with Jerry Bird, we made NEC 4. I worked with Al Chrisman at Livermore to do elevated radials that people know about. The OWA Yagi, I didn't want a patent, I just wanted people to use it, and I guess that's one of the most used Yagis in the world. We did the regular terrain studies with helicopters and using diffraction codes to model the terrain, and that created TA and HFTA. I came up with some new log periodic designs, methods, and I just wrote that up in the new antenna manual that's going to be coming out, ARRL with WAR. The Skyhawk antenna, Tim Duffy, K3LR, he did the mechanical design, I did the electrical design. And we just got an upfront cost. That was way back in the early 90s. And we should have taken a royalty, because they're still selling it today at DX Engineering. At Arecibo, as a summer student, I did the 100-foot dish. And my master's degree, Penn State, was the first Arecibo heating facility. I'm also an audiophile with my friend Steve Floyd over there. And you're going to hear about him. And I've done a lot of audio studies. TACAMO is a traveling wire antenna, and the HARP facility I mentioned before, the E2C Hawkeye, we replaced the mechanically rotating antenna in the dome phased array with an electronic phased array. A patent on low profile AM and shortwave broadcast antennas, and many antenna feeds in the Arecibo Gregorian dish, and the second heating facility. If you look down at the right, you can see the array of HF dipoles there, and there's a mesh, a Cassegrain system of feeding the dish. And the project that I'm working on now, which Nathaniel may be interested in, is that we're trying to replace the antenna, big HF log periodic array at the South Pole, Antarctica, and it's for the Super Darn project that he's talking about. But to close up here, I think the most impactful thing that I've done has been being a professor. I just retired in December as professor emeritus after 33 years, been at Penn State associated for 50 years, and teaching young people and graduate students. That's the real technical achievement, in my opinion. And one that I'm really proud of is something called First Year Freshman Seminar. It started back in 1998 at all universities. Any students in here, universities probably had to take that course. And so they asked me, could I teach one on ham radio? I said, pinch me, I'll do it, okay? And I did it every semester from 1998 to right before I retired, and we licensed over 700 freshmen in ham radio in that. So, thank you. I don't know if they're all active, but we did it. And the last thing I'll say is amateur radio, if you look around, okay, we see some young people here, but for this thing to flourish in the future, we gotta have the youth. Go to Carol Perry's forum tomorrow, the youth forum, okay? Everybody should be there. We gotta promote the youth. And we need a lot of new innovations to keep the youth interested as well. We are There we go. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. And again, congratulations on the Technical Achievement Award. Well deserved. Our next speaker, if I can bring this baby up. Is Steve Floyd, W4YHD. Now, Steve is also involved with HARP, and he's going to show you some really interesting and fascinating stuff related to it. I would personally like to make a point here. I know Steve is going to reinforce it, which is, hold on a second. Here we go. Okay, which is HARP is not a mind control facility. It isn't designed to bring down satellites. It isn't designed to change the weather. Now, Steve's going to tell you what the real secret application is of HARP, and I'm going to let him tell the story right now. Steve.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, I can't help but think of Andy Warhol and his famous quote about 15 minutes of fame. That's all we get in life. And this could be it. So I so appreciate your sharing this 15 minutes with me as I tell you what is really kind of a rags to riches story for an electrical engineer. I started off in Fairfax City as a little kid who was really enamored with crystal radios. In fact, I built a crystal radio that I put inside an ink pen that used a little germanium diode, and I brought it to school and listened to AM radio, and that was really cool. I just couldn't believe radio actually worked, and I wanted to know more. So I started listening to shortwave radio when I was 9 years old, international broadcasting. It was so big back then, HCJB and Radio Netherlands, and I couldn't believe how this worked, and I wanted to know so much more. So I went around the corner with a buddy of mine who also wanted to become a ham, Phil, who's now W4YHC, and we knew there was a guy next door that had a vertical antenna in his backyard. We knew nothing of what it meant. We knocked on his door, half expecting to be told, "Get out of here." So we're about ready to run, and he says, "No, come on in." And it was my Elmer, Al Wheeler, WB4JJJ. And he showed us ham radio, helped us get our licenses. So at 13 years old, I'm a novice. And I thought, this is cool. I had no idea this was available. Now, my parents were military. My father was in the Air Force as a colonel. My mother was a nurse, and they didn't know anything about the engineering field, really. So there was nobody to guide me. So then I got my general class license at 14 years old, went down to 1919 M Street, local to Northern Virginia. I thought I was going to see God. And I did see him, and I passed my general class exam. So I thought, maybe I can do something, make something of my life. Well then, once I got my general class license, I then ultimately came back at 18 years of age and got a radio commercial broadcast first class radio telephone license with radar endorsement, because I was interested in broadcasting. And then eventually, of course, I became an extra class license when I got out of college. And my education along the way, as I tell you my little rags to riches tale, I'm a Fairfax High School graduate in 1975. I achieved my Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at Virginia Tech in 1980, an awesome school. And then I ultimately got a master's degree in electrical engineering from the Johns Hopkins University in 1991, with specialization in RF and microwave engineering and radar systems in engineering. But that's not really the story here. So how did this all begin, and how did this all unfold? Well, here I am with my novice license, and I'm seeing this world of radio that I did not know existed. So here's amateur radio building a vision for a career my parents couldn't guide me on. So I got involved with the local repeater club, the Northern Virginia FM Association. They had a good membership, and there was a lot of building and experimenting going on. Repeaters were new, and I wanted to know more. So I got involved with building the 146.79 repeater where we use TTL logic in these little circuit cards that you see in the card cage there. And so I ended up designing and building TTL logic circuits to bring new features to the repeater. I also maintained the RF and learned a lot about those skills. And then suddenly, when I'm a junior in high school, everybody left. And it was just me to maintain the
fidelity repeater with audio processing following what's known as an optimod with
various compression techniques. I built a super high fidelity repeater there for 220 for the club, put antennas on the roof and so on. So here I'm building skills and I'm getting involved with mentors showing me the way. So then I go off to college at Virginia Tech, and I was really interested in broadcasting and broadcast engineering. Had never done that before, and I liked high power RF transmitters. So I show up on campus, I tune in the college radio station, very good progressive music format, and they're looking for talent, for disc jockeys. So I called them on the phone, and I said, hey, I'd like to get involved. And they said, well, you need a license. And I said, well, I have one. And what you needed was a third-class radio telephone to be a disc jockey back in those days. No longer is that needed now. I said, I got a license. I have a first-class radio telephone. He said, whoa, we need you. Within 4 days, I had a live show on the college radio station. Again, the passion is building. And so here I am working on a transmitter on the left side here. This was a project during my time at Virginia Tech. We were running a transmitter that did 770 watts ERP, and it had this really unique final amplifier called a GNM 69. The designer is right over here, Jeff Mendenhall, W8GNM, and this thing worked so well, but we wanted to go bigger. So we got this old RCA transmitter, a BTF5, and we lovingly redesigned it, not redesigned it, we re-silver plated it and modified it and brought it on the air and took our power to 3,000 watts. What a project that was. And here I'm learning more about high power RF and power grid tubes. And all the folks in the engineering group at WUVT were all hams, so that was a big plus. Here I am doing a radio show. The bottom right photo there is we're putting up a brand new 2-bay broadcast antenna. Look at all this RF experience that I'm getting. So where is this leading me? Well, I go into the defense industry, working on high power communications equipment, radar equipment, and networking with a lot of hams. But what's really key at this point is the mentors that I was meeting through amateur radio were so valuable, saying, watch out for this, here's a good career opportunity, here's where you can be strategic and make some money. But the most important message that these mentors met through amateur radio, who were electrical engineers, the most important message was follow your passion. And if you can follow your passion, you'll never work a day in your life. And boy, were they right. So with that in mind, I had finished my master's EE at Johns Hopkins, and I was looking for some new opportunities, and I couldn't really find anything with the company I was working for. It had turned into Raytheon at the time, and they said, oh, just be quiet and go back to your desk. Well, I thought, what did I go through all that pain for to get a master's? So I then found HARP, and I went to the HARP office in Washington, D.C., and I said, I want to talk to your RF guy. And they hemmed and hawed, and they said, well, we don't really have one. And I said, what do you mean you don't have an RF guy? This is an RF site. So ultimately, I talked my way into a job becoming the chief design engineer and the chief RF engineer for HARP up in Alaska. Now, when I joined the program, I then found out that the program had collapsed. They had contracted out all the RF, all the control systems to contractors who were not passionate or didn't have ownership of the project. They did not do well. So many innovations here, I can't even begin to start, but just a few examples here. Here's a 180 tower HF transmitting array. There are 180 transmitters that we designed in our project office, and this builds a total input power of 3.6 megawatts for an ERP of 5 gigawatts. Doesn't it just figure that a ham would be crazy enough to try this? and to have the passion to go for it, well, that's what happened. 2 examples. On the top right here, that's an antenna matching unit. This is a 20 kilowatt antenna matching unit, completely designed in our office. It's not allowed to have ferrite. It had to have insertion losses of 0.2 dB or less. And so that's a 4-port hybrid transformer that has the Balun function, impedance matching, and what's called an even mode dump port because of mutual coupled power that we were dealing with. On the bottom right corner, you'll see another innovation we came up with, which was we put current monitors on every single dipole. And we brought those samples back and did an A to D conversion, and using a NEC 4 model, we calculated our antenna pattern and calculated our ERP and our side lobe levels, all from real-time measured RF current on every dipole in the HARP array. That's never been done before. And again, the passion behind my amateur radio experience and knowing that I could try things outside the box and it could work. Here's another example, pictures of the HARP site. This is a transmitter shelter building on the left, 6 transmitters, 20 kilowatts each, largely designed in my office with my team. And these transmitters are designed to do AM, FM, phase mod, pulsing with user-defined rise and fall times, and it can do them all at the same time. Who in the world would think of doing that? An amateur radio operator. We try things new. We also innovated a technique of using a network analyzer to do a precision calibration on these transmitters. Continental Electronics, our contract manufacturer, had never seen that done before. Again, amateur radio, experimenting, using what you have, innovating. The bottom right corner is the operations center up at the site. We do remotely operate the site over the internet quite often. So you can see how this kind of built for me. Here's the little kid in Fairfax City who loved radio more than anything in the world. My father, bless his heart, wanted me to go to college, but he always said, become a draftsman. You'll always have work. So he always felt that I should be a draftsman. I decided I wanted to be an engineer, but with the mentoring and with the passion and with the thrill of success that I had experienced in amateur radio, this career came true. A couple of more quick comments as I wrap up. There's another advantage to amateur radio beyond getting people into these professional careers with confidence, beyond the innovation that allows you to experiment outside of a textbook. And that is, I can't tell you how many times I've been in meetings when things are not going well. The customer wants one thing, you can only do this. It's contentious, and you realize there's a ham on the other side of the table. HARP is a beautiful example. Here I am trying to build this site, and the program manager out of Naval Research Lab, Ed Kennedy, K3 North South, he's a very active ham. We immediately were friends, we immediately communicated well, and I can't tell you how many times we took conflicts privately between the two of us and figured it out and finished the job. Amateur radio is a great network. So innovation examples achieved at the HARP facility here. I talked about 180 towers with a 5 gigawatt ERP. Only a ham would attempt it, and we did it. The measurement of radiated antenna patterns with real-time current, antenna matching unit, no ferrite. We're not allowed to do that with many features. And these incredibly multi-mode transmitters with very low noise. Quick comment here, I also did work on some S-band radar designs here called AMDR, where I was able to innovate these radar modular assemblies with an internet protocol back end. Again, very new innovation, not worrying about trying things new. So what's the advice and the takeaways here? Well, amateur radio clearly provided me with the knowledge and the inspiration to build a career in electrical engineering that I simply never knew existed, and I may not have ever known this. Secondly, I would recommend for any young hams, join an amateur radio club, even if you're older. Join an amateur radio club or special interest groups. Get out of the shack and build your network of friends and mentors to guide you. That was absolutely key for me. Stay active in the hobby to continue to be exposed to new technologies and continue to build your skills. That's how you stay young. And if you follow your passion, you will never work a day in your life. That is the best work outcome possible, and that's what happened to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I think you should feel free to ask Steve a little more about HARP. He's the man, and it's a fascinating facility. If you're interested in HF antennas at all, you're going to see the primo, highest quality, highest precision devices ever used in HARP. And I'm sure Steve would be happy to fill you in. All right, so let me bring up the PowerPoint for our next speaker. And whoa. Okay, let's try that. Maddie, I need help. Our next speaker is Marty NN1C. If you don't know who Marty is, you've probably been crawling under a rock for the last 10 years. Marty's an incredible young man, a remarkable contester, and so on. And he's going to fix the problem we're having right now on the display.
Do we have, let's see.
So this is the PDF.
Can we do the, do you have
It isn't on this.
Got it. Okay, we'll do the PDF. Let's do it this way. We're good. We'll make it work. Let's just do it like.
This is not Marty's fault.
It's not my fault, but it is radio's fault. Hi everybody. If you don't know me, as Chip said, my name is Marty Sulloway, NN1C. I sometimes hide out as ZF1A and ZF1MA down in the Cayman Islands, and just like Jim WA3FET, I also invented the transistor. I'm just kidding. So it's really great to be here with all of you. Kudos to Chip for putting this together. It's a lot of great people to share the stage with. I'm playing Innovator on TV. It's pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is we'll keep it quick. I know there's a lot of people to talk today, but I wanted to tell you a little bit about my background in amateur radio, my start, and where I am today, solely and purely because of amateur radio. Let's see if this. Oh yeah, there's me. That's a little Marty. I think that's about a 11-year-old Marty. The one on the left is at Newington, Connecticut, at W1AW, at the league, and the other one you might recognize as Hara Arena. So how did we end up here, right? So I grew up in Boston, and one day I was on the internet and I found this thing, and it was called ham radio. Anybody hear of ham radio? Okay, a couple, great. I didn't grow up with any engineers in my family. My mom has a background in sales and marketing. My dad's a social worker, and I said I want to get involved with this ham radio thing. And I'll never forget, my dad called up a friend of his and said, Marty would like to get involved in ham radio. And he said, that's great. You know why? Because that hobby, it's an old guy's thing. It's dying, and he'll be done with it in 6 weeks. You won't have to buy any equipment. There's no travel or contraptions or wires or towers or radios or, none of that will happen. You're all good. And he was very wrong, as it turns out. I studied. I was a brisk 11-year-old and took my test, and I became KC1CWF just about 10 years ago now. Time really does fly. And I took the test, and the guy comes over and says, congratulations, you're an amateur radio operator. Go home and get your dad. Your dad's a ham, right? He'll get you sorted out. I said, my dad's not actually a ham. He said, okay, well, your uncle's a ham. And I said, my uncle's not a ham. So I got home, and I bought a little portable radio, a handy talkie, and I got on the local repeaters. And I used to, my middle school was nearby my house, so I used to run home after school, and I'd get on the 2-meter repeater, and there'd be nobody to talk to because everybody was at work, and I had to wait until the afternoon drive of people leaving the office 2.5 hours later to find some hams to talk to, and get that going. And that led to a lot of knowledge and learning. And that winter, about a year and a half later, it was the ARRL's centennial, the 100th anniversary. And I went to Florida to visit my grandfather. And he said, I know a guy who does ham radio. And at this time, I had really only been doing 2-meter repeater work. And he takes me to this guy's house. He has a little vertical in the back. I had my technician's license. We get on 10 meters. And we tune around. The first thing I hear is W1 Alpha Whiskey, 2014 Centennial. This is W1AW. And I still have that QSL card from my first HF contact with W1AW during the Newington Centennial. A heck of a first contact. And the rest, as they say, is history. Today, amateur radio looks something more like this picture on the right, where I operate my station down in the Cayman Islands with some partners as ZF1A. So what happened in the middle there, right? I've been very blessed that amateur radio has been this amazing conduit for learning. It's almost unfathomable to think about as a young kid. I had no concept of. I knew that I could plug a wire into a light bulb and hook it up and shock myself a couple times, and maybe the light bulb would turn on, and I used to hang little spotlights in my basement and fans and switches and try and wire things up. But amateur radio is truly foundational for innovation and learning about electronics. I got my general and my advanced class license, extra class license. I built all sorts of small gizmos, and that's really where the innovations started. So by day, I now work in electrical engineering, and I'm finishing up an electrical engineering degree at Northeastern University, and I'm a passionate contester and tinkerer. So how did I really get launched into electrical engineering today? Well, it came down to stuff like this, little amateur radio projects, kits. When I got into contesting, at the time I was a middle schooler, didn't have much money, borrowed some radios, and the big thing to enhance your scores was you need to do SO2R, single operator 2 radios, and that required this big expensive switch box. And I said, well, I had like $40 to my name. Chip over here loaned me an amplifier. I found some coax at a Hamfest, and I started figuring out, I can build this. These things are very simple. It's some opto-isolators, some relays, transformers, an Arduino, some code, and the next thing you know, I had figured out how to design a circuit board, and the rest is history. We've sold hundreds in the impeding years. The one below is a picture of a device I invented for disabling the transmit capability of transceivers by a specific manufacturer. That capability didn't exist. It had long been an issue, and now these boxes for inhibiting ICOM transceivers are in use in multi-operator environments all across the U.S. My SO2R box was one of the very first devices to incorporate CW generation over a single USB. Carried me along. So, as I said, the product development is experience that I've gained in amateur radio has been tremendous, and my short time, and the relationships that I've built. I can look at this room. I feel like I know half of the people here. It's amazing. Every job I've had, every experience I've had in my career, both previously and now has been because of amateur radio. And it's the ultimate trial and error and hands-on engineering source. So the picture on the left is what I do these days. I work for a small company based in Washington called Amazon. We make lots of things, but I support the Amazon robotics operation. We make all the robotic solutions that make the warehouses that get products to you go. There's a picture of me with one of our robots off the end of the line. And, the first day I got there said, "You're a ham, right? We have a problem for you." And they handed me a spectrum analyzer new out of the box and some circuit boards that didn't work, and they said, "Go figure it out." And it's been a total blast ever since. I think what we do is on the cutting edge of innovation, getting you stuff every day. I should say my employer loves to tell me I can't speak on behalf of them. I don't represent them, but I've certainly had a lot of fun. And on the right, there's my friend Bill, W9KKN, who's in the audience, with Dan and 6MJ, one of the best contesters in the world that are stationed down in the Cayman Islands. And setting that up and operating there has been the honor of a lifetime. We've broken several North American records, won the world in many a contest, and had an absolutely tremendous time in the process, making technical innovations, new circuit boards and techniques and strategies to really make what we do click. And we've had a tremendous amount of fun doing that. During the pandemic, a couple years ago, I believe we were the first station in the Caribbean, a contest station to operate remotely at a very high level, and we did a lot of work to make single operator 2 radio contesting and interleaving, what we call 2BSIQ, 2-band synchronized interleaving of QSOs, happen remotely. And we made history, contest history in 2020. The ZF-1A station was the first station in the world for a single operator to ever make more than 400 contacts an hour remotely, and both on single sideband and Morse code, as well as we set several records doing that. So that was a tremendous amount of fun. And now there's a lot of stations around doing the sort of things that we kind of pioneered. So that was a total blast. I know I'm almost out of time. I have do I have a minute, or am I'm wrapping it up. So I'll wrap up by saying thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's great to be with so many of you, and it all happens because of amateur radio. I wouldn't be in electrical engineering. I wouldn't be working at a large company. I wouldn't be working on RF. I wouldn't know all of these great people that make this happen. And I wish you a fantastic Hamvention. Please make sure you get in, you see the vendors, make it out to the flea market, because you got to find those cool little projects, because that's how we keep this going. Thank you so much, everybody, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Marty. Now you know who Marty is. Our next speaker is Ted Rappaport, N9NB, and I need to remind everybody that radio amateurs started the telecom industry. Radio amateurs grew the telecom industry. Radio amateurs are the movers and shakers in the telecom industry. Sometimes seems like we're at odd ends, especially when it comes to spectrum, but radio amateurs, we have great friends in telecom based on radio amateurs. This is one of the great friends. Ted.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And I know every one of you could tell a very similar story to what we're telling. It's a great hobby, and it's really influenced my life. And like Steve said, when you're working in something that you love, it's really not work. So ham radio has been that way for me. The way I got started, I'm 62 years old, by the way. I was born in 1960, so as a kid I came up through the Apollo space race, which really influenced me and an entire generation of Americans. And when I was 5 years old, I went to my grandpa's house in Brooklyn, New York, and he had this really old 1926 shortwave radio, big as furniture, hung on the wall. And I would tune around and hear these signals. I'd hear single sideband, it sounded like Donald Duck, and Morse code, and it was fascinating. And so every year we'd go back to Grandpa Carl's house, I'd tune that radio. I didn't understand it, but I knew I loved it. And I was captivated at the age of 5. And at age 8, he gave me a CB radio, an old tube-type CB radio. I didn't know about crystals, so I could never hear anything on it but static, because it didn't have any crystals. But I was 8 years old and didn't know that, so I'd try to key the mic and always hoping to find people, putting wires in the back and getting shocked. Great for an 8-year-old. And I never knew what was going on. And then when I got to be 12 years old, I got into walkie-talkies. And I'd go to the Western Auto Hardware store, and my buddies and I would put batteries in parallel and series. We learned about that, and we'd hook wires up, and we'd talk to the truckers out on the interstate 3 miles away with, these 100 milliwatt walkie-talkies. So I loved wireless, and I was reading about it. And then I think the best break of my life occurred when I was a teenager. I was just starting freshman year of high school, and I was a pretty good athlete, and I was going to be playing football on the football team, and all the kids on the football team, we were in Indiana. Actually, I grew up not too far from here in high school, just over the border, Richmond, Cambridge City, Indiana, and I was in this terrible football accident. I went up to catch a pass, and we weren't playing with pads. It was before the season, and I was hit at the same time above and below my knee. So I had a horrible fracture in my left leg. In fact, the doctors wondered if I'd ever walk or play sports again. It's the best break in my life because I was in a body cast for 6 months at age 13, 14, and all I could do is lay there for 6 months like a mummy in paper mache. And it was my grandma who sent me a shortwave radio. I listened to that radio every day, every night, heard HCJB, the Deutsche Welle, Radio Moscow, and I learned about ham radio over shortwave, and I taught myself Morse code because I was definitely inspired to get my ham radio license. And I played a cassette tape back to myself of my own voice doing beep, 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 beep on a cassette tape. I got out of the body cast and had some mentors in Cambridge City, Indiana, and I got my ham license. And I went to Purdue. I hitchhiked to Purdue because I was very poor. And I was lucky to be there right at the beginning of the cellular telephone revolution. And the professors at Purdue encouraged me to go into wireless because cellular phones hadn't come out. This is 1978. And so I got my undergraduate degree and stayed for graduate school and was involved in W9YB, the Ham Radio Club. There are several people here today who are friends of mine, lifelong friends, who are there in the club with me. And I started writing articles because as a researcher, you had to publish. So I started writing in the ham radio magazines when I was a graduate student, and I invented an antenna so I could get on top band from my own dorm apartment at Purdue. And this antenna allowed me to put up basically a stealth, very low wire. I published it in ham radio, and then when the FCC allowed spread spectrum, which led to Wi-Fi, I wrote an article about spread spectrum for the ham radio community. Little did I know that this was going to help start the Wi-Fi revolution, which a couple years later I was actually able to be a part of. I was part of the founding team that developed the Wi-Fi standard when I took a job at Virginia Tech. Nathaniel, you were a few years after I left, but I was actually at Virginia Tech working with the first 802.11 and 802.4L committees to build the Wi-Fi standards, because my research at Purdue University had measured factory buildings for the first time ever to figure out what the signal strengths and multipath could be in factories. And that was the original genesis, the motivation for Wi-Fi. It was to computerize and automate factory buildings. Today we have it in all our cell phones, but it was originally aimed at automating the workplace and factories in particular. So my research on the factory of the future fit right in to where wireless was going. Of course, I didn't know that then. I was fortunate, though, to be one of the first professors in the world to start teaching the field of wireless communications. I knew there'd be a need for engineers. My graduate school experience and my ham radio experience of building transmitters and receivers was perfect for producing knowledge of how the radio channels would be for 1G, 2G, first generation, second generation, third generation, 4G, and now fifth generation cell phone. Anyway, along the way, I used a ham radio receiver to build a cellular intercept product, a cell phone intercept product, because the government came to me and said, Ted, you're a wireless guy. We want to intercept signals around the world. So I actually got a couple students. We built really probably the first software-defined radio, which allowed cellular and paging signals to be intercepted over the air in the early 1990s. I had a chance to actually go out with law enforcement and rescue to save people in the early days of cell phone direction finding. In fact, my product, CellScope and Page Tracker, became very famous because it was not only used by the early cellular industry, but it was also used by law enforcement. In fact, it made it into the movies. Here's a couple clips. I call this cellular intercept, Adventures of an Electrical Engineering Professor.
Trap and Trace netted us a clone cell phone.
Transmitter?
103rd and Broadway.
Yes, we got him. We got who? The Phantom. His modem's hooked up to a cellular phone with a stolen number, and he's using it within a mile of 103rd and Broadway, right?
Oh, great. Only 2 million people live there.
Yeah, but we have a cell scope in Yagi.
A Yagi?
It's a radio tuner and directional antenna. I'll get him chatting.
We can hone in on him. Simple triangulation.
Well, you get the Yagi, I'll get the donuts.
Slow down.
He says if cops want to play with computers, they better just stick with Miss Pac-Man.
There. Right. That building, definitely.
This is not too far off. Now, that was really fun talking to the producers of Law & Order for that. One of the amazing things about being a professor is you get to work with great students, tell them about ham radio. And one of my students who got his ham radio license while he was working with me went on to be part of the FBI in wireless surveillance. And it was he who helped capture the most wanted cyber thief in 1995, Kevin Mitnick, using our cell scope. A book and a movie was written about it. Here's a clip from the movie.
So, for the past 2 weeks, I've been tracking a suspect who's been hijacking customer cellular phone numbers. You know, cloning men's. Well, the bills are approaching $10,000. When I check the numbers he's calling, it's mostly modem breath. He's hacking. So this morning, I went out with a cell scope, cruised the district, and I got lucky. The cell scope identified a suspect men in use. I tracked the call to an apartment on Brooklyn Avenue.
What do you got there? An inexpensive version of your cell scope? It's not very directional, but it'll pick up both forward and reverse channels.
How does a private citizen get his hands on something like that?
I designed it.
Oh, makes me a little nervous.
Will you read me those minutes, Julia?
555-0106.
Next.
555.
This point of my career. So Nathaniel and Marty, I want you to really enjoy it while you're young. Life is really great. I was inducted into the Radio Club of America with Fred Link, who is the president of the Radio Club of America. It's here at Dayton. You should go check out the RCA. It's the world's oldest radio society, founded by teenagers in 1909. And he was the president of the club, and he was a pioneer in land mobile radio. It was my background in ham radio that allowed me to do everything I was doing, and they recognized me and brought me into that society. I've met so many wonderful people. The inventor of the walkie-talkie, Walter Cronkite, who was a ham. So many ham radio operators who all, just like all of us in this room, share this love of what we do. So fast forward to about 10 years ago, I worked with a bunch of students to do ham radio again, but this time at frequencies much higher than anyone ever thought cell phone could work. This is up at millimeter wave, 28 and 60 gigahertz, when all our cell phones over the last 40 years, first generation to 4G, fourth generation, all operate below 6 gigahertz. I had this idea that we could go up much higher in frequency to bring much wider bandwidth channels, which would bring much more capacity. But the world didn't believe me. So I just played ham radio with all these great students. We built transmitters and receivers with directional antennas, went to the streets of New York City, proved that it can work better than the first 4 generations of cellular. The world was very skeptical, but being a professor and being a ham who had built these things earned a lot of trust, and in fact, we published this paper in 2013, which started the 5G standard for the world, and now all of the cell phones that are made today have this new 5G millimeter wave band based on research. So in summary, I've basically been playing ham radio all my life. This is one of the journal papers that led to the fixed wireless access that we all use today in rural and city 5G. Fixed wireless access is replacing cable and fiber. The data rates are that high. So in conclusion, I kind of pinch myself every day. I still feel like that 5-year-old listening to the Philco radio, and I've had this career where I get to work with so many amazing young students and so many great companies who have sponsored my research and hire the students. So those of you who are young, enjoy it while you've got it and be fearless, and really glad you could be here and have a great Dayton. Thank you.
Yep, Ted, fill them in.
I got to say one more thing. It was the Foundation of Amateur Radio and the ARRL Radio Club of America that gave me a scholarship when I was 21 and just graduating with my undergrad that kept me as a grad student to Purdue. So ham radio actually kept me going to college. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Ted, we're very fortunate to have you here at Hamvention. I hope folks get a chance to say hello to you, and we're grateful for the work you've done, and you're responsible in no small way for what we're doing and are able to communicate with these days. So our next speaker is Jeremy. Jeremy, let me bring you up here. As you can tell, AV is not my strong point, so I apologize for that. And Jeremy, KDATUO. Jeremy, can I address you as a local scholar here?
I mean, yeah, I am from here. I might come back.
Okay, so Jeremy, please.
Yes, so yes, I am actually from this area. I mean, I'm from Ohio, but I currently reside in Melbourne, Florida. I am doing fun hardware reverse engineering stuff that I'll just kind of refer to in this presentation because mostly focusing on some of my RF stuff. So here's just the legal again, I have to start the presentation. That would help a lot. So let's see. A slideshow from the beginning. Okay. Yep. So, yeah. Fun side note. For about 4 years in the Dayton International Airport, this poster or this advertisement was in, I think, Terminal B. And yeah, and I don't really have pictures of it here, but that was because I got featured at what was it, UPenn in Philadelphia for a hackathon, and then you know, that them being an Ivy League school and me being featured, you know, that was kind of a big you know, achievement for the EE department, not only for myself but the EE department. So they went out of their way to do basically like a video interview with me, an article, and then now I'm like in their advertising for like the program and stuff. So anyways, some legal disclaimers. Yeah, there is no proprietary and confidential information here. I mean, there's some figures in here that are from a patent and stuff. So just making that clear, because I got to work on a lot of fun stuff in my career so far. A lot of it I can't talk about, which is the best, right? So my path, my initial inspiration to pursue electrical engineering actually was the movie Iron Man in 2008. Besides that, you know, my dad growing up, he was a computer programmer, so there was always that technical aspect in the family that that was always something that like I could do, I guess, just the idea. But it was really the movie Iron Man that he took me to in 2008 that really just kind of planted that seed in my head that, oh, maybe engineering is a cool career field I should go into. And after like lots of research in high school and stuff, after many Wikipedia pages and all-nighters, right, eventually settled on going to Radio Shack and picking up an electronics learning lab kit, which is like the one with like the breadboard and a bunch of springs, solderless, right? And books written by Forrest M. Mims, great author. And basically I credit that for starting my like current career, right, in my interest. And following year as a junior in high school, I started what would become Hung's Electronics LLC, which is my consulting business and also just my like internal like personal R&D kind of projects. And so I went to, after high school, went to Wright State University. During that time, did many internships. Actually, forgot to mention, yeah, in high school I did an internship at Ohio State University doing some control systems related research, which I found out that I really did not like control systems, so that was kind of good and kind of let's say, focusing my interests onto what would eventually be RF tech and hacking. But yeah, so I did like internships at the Air Force Research Lab, Sierra Nevada Corporation, and then D'Angelo Technologies. And now I've done full-time employment at places like Cedar Creek Software, Resonance Sciences, and my current employer, Cromulence. And just some big acknowledgements here and kind of the history of how I got my license. So, so KDA UNR, who is Ben Bowser, was my initial like inspiration to get my license. He was the guy in my robotics club in high school that kept telling me, like, oh, ham radio is cool, you should do it. Like, there's all these cool projects you can do, and so finally, I was like, okay, let me Google this, and I was like, oh, he's right. You can. There's all sorts of cool breadboarding projects and stuff. So that's at least where I initially got the idea to go into it. And then by chance, for my freshman year at Wright State, attending a talk from the physicist Michio Kaku, behind me actually was sitting at the Nutter Center, which is west of here. Well, sitting behind me was Mike Coulter and Frank Buofor, and I had overheard their conversation talking about ham radio, like looking up people on QRZ, and at that moment I just had to like turn back and say, hey, I'm at ham, and eventually got in touch with them, and that's how I eventually joined the radio club and volunteered at Hamvention for a number of years, and then that eventually led into me religiously attending the Thursday night group, which is the homebrew club at DARA. And I have many Elmers there from like Greg, Keith, and then Tom, and then Jack Gerbs, and then George are like some of my bigger inspirations from that. And then in my time at Wright State, one of my instructors was a ham, Hurst Chiselver. That's his call sign. He taught my linear systems and EMAG class, and always pointed to like practical ham and radio things that he's done in his career. So it was really nice having that perspective. And then as far as just like why I'm kind of like on the path I am right now, one of my biggest mentors, John Callis, taught me mixed signal PCB design, signal integrity, and that was at Sierra Nevada Corporation. And then and basically kind of my goal in life is this last call sign that's listed here, my biggest role model of them all, Michael Hirsch, who in my last job was this, I almost want to say the RF dark magician. Just he creates cool RF solutions, and that was, and being paid the big bucks to come up with those solutions. So that's kind of like my goal in my career now, is to become that. So anyways, some main takeaways that I kind of wanted to share with people, right, is again, the ham radio has become like the foundation of my practical RF knowledge and experience. It's exposed me to all the new and emerging RF technologies like software-defined radio, and networking with professionals and subject matter experts. All right, have to mention people like K1JT in here, and then Michael Osmond and Jerry Ellsworth. are people who have actually, I've all met them here at Hamvention, so I think that's why I put in here. So as far as like highlights of my career, so my last job is when I got to really play around with like really cool hardware, like RF hardware. And that actually started out as originally me consulting for them, and they had this deadline of like, or this timeline of like 6 weeks to get this product out the door to test. They were already 2 weeks in, and like my mentor, John Caliso, it was one of the other call signs that was listed. He knew that I could at least quickly get that stuff up and running because I had done that at Sierra Nevada. So he brought me in, did that over a weekend with a couple beers and stuff. And eventually after we finished that, they flew the system in Alaska, successfully demonstrated it, and ended up winning a $100 million DoD contract. And to this day, I still, I had a standing offer then, and I still have one to come back because of that work. And so basically that whole system is, it's an RF canceller. You know, the patent's very specific on how that works, right? But the key points is the patent is actually pretty modest on how it performs. Like, they say 30 dB, but I've seen it go down to the noise floor as far as cancellation. It's I still like think about like looking at the spectrum analyzer and the results, and it's absolutely dark magic to me. But when I ended up working there, some cool things I got to do actually was then combine pretty high-end software-defined radios like EDIS radios, and then like the Xilinx RF SoC, which is like an FPGA plus RF front end. And we got to demonstrate true like simultaneous transmit and receive with that across like standard comms channels, and then also just generally demonstrating like against like so like with a software-defined radio, you could generate like a test source of all sorts of like interference or jamming signals, right? And then you also test out your interference canceller doing that. And so we saw some really cool numbers and did a lot of things. Can't talk about anything else better than that. But what I'm doing today, so I ended up moving to Melbourne, Florida during COVID. I'm a senior reverse engineer, so I'm back to doing hardware hacking, as I would say. So mostly they're doing hacking satellites. So we run this competition with the Air Force and Space Force called Hackasat. And I primarily do hardware reverse engineering, as I said there. And I still do Hong's Electronics, doing consulting on the side for people on my network, just asking for questions or just quick solutions. And I still do my own R&D. So as far as like, again, goals, objectives, right, where I'm going, ham radio, very important to all of this, right? Because, it's what introduced me to software-defined radio, got me interested eventually into like radar and electronic warfare. And then just kind of on my own, and with all most of the experience I've had over the years, I also have some specialties in embedded and FPGA design, hardware trust and security, and hardware reverse engineering. So that's kind of what I hope to do more of in the future. So, thank you. Yep. Thanks, Chip, for putting this on.
Very good. Kylie, why don't you join us? Kylie is going to tell us about the Bay Area Mesh Network System. Very fascinating story about bootstrapping a public safety network. If I can fix this for you, Kylie. What's going on? You want to give it a try? No, I don't think we'll have that. Do we have an AV person here? Your mouse just came back. There it is. Okay, let's try it again. It's the second one. Yeah. We're good. Got it? Yeah. Thank you for your patience. Kylie, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Afternoon. I'm still on LA time, so I apologize for the jet lag. And thank you, Chip, for the intro as well. So, as Chip mentions, I'm with the Bay Area Mesh, and my name is Kylie Davidson, she, her pronouns. I've been licensed as KD8DRX since 2006. I actually got licensed here at Hamvention. I'm from Dayton, but I left quite some time ago to go over to California. And I'm not really going to talk too much about myself today for this. I'm mostly going to talk about the mesh. I didn't invent the transistor. I didn't invent Wi-Fi. I did hack Wi-Fi, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but I'm just not that interesting. So how did we get here? Let's travel back in time to about 2017. And if you know anything about California, you know that California wants to kill all of us, constantly, all the time. If it's an earthquake, it could be a wildfire, it could be absurd droughts, it could be even more absurd rainstorms that end that drought within a week. It's not a very friendly state. And so in 2017, we had what were, at that time, the worst wildfires in the history of the state. Over 1.5 million acres were burned, 10,000 buildings destroyed. And perhaps most interesting about the 2017 wildfires was it was really the first time that we saw wildfires taking out not just forest areas and small little mountain villages, but going into actual cities and built up places like the city of Santa Rosa and Coffee Park. And when you have a disaster of that scale that's moving that quickly, what you quickly find out is that your communications infrastructure is just going to fall apart. There are many, many, many instances of cell phone sites, for example, falling off of the grid, not because they had run out of power, but because the fiber optic lines had melted. And so suddenly people had zero ability to even get warnings that they needed to flee before the fire overtook them. And that led to many of the injuries that we saw, and it led to many of the deaths that we saw as well. So, you know, a little context of that, at the time I lived in downtown San Francisco, and it was 10 o'clock at night on a Sunday, and I remember thinking to myself, who's burning a campfire? Like, it has that nice wood pine scent, and it was literally the entire north of Marin burning, and we could smell it all the way south. It was that big. And so, after this event happened, some of us living in the San Francisco area, specifically Greg, W2GMD, myself, and another fellow by the name of Isaac in 6BF, who was going to speaking today, but he couldn't make it, so you get me instead, had this realization that in disasters of this scale, our existing toolbox that we generally offer to emergency services as hands, they didn't work. They weren't adequate enough. Sometimes what you need is an HT, and you need persons to just relay messages one at a time using voice over the air. Maybe you speed that up a little bit and you start using packet technology so you can send text messages at 1200 baud per second, right? But in a scenario like this, and in the modern world, that's nothing that public safety doesn't have already, particularly in a state like California, where we have the best developed emergency response infrastructure in the US, because we have to. And so when we as hams would go to emergency services and say, hey, can we help? They kind of go, maybe, but not really, because you don't offer anything that we don't have already, even in situations like this. And so what we realized was that with this inadequate toolbox, and then a nearly inadequate toolbox, we needed a better solution. And that solution was mesh. We took Wi-Fi and we hacked it. And so what we have, using a tool called Arden, is some custom software that just runs on little boxes like this. This is just a standard Wi-Fi radio. It's used by a lot of fixed wireless infrastructure providers to provide internet to people in more rural, remote areas. It's standard 802.11 Wi-Fi. But the chip that's in here, if you put some custom software on it, you can actually make it run not in the Wi-Fi spectrum, but in the ham spectrum. And it turns out that when you take a protocol that is designed to work in spectrum that is super, super noisy all the time, and you give it spectrum that is completely silent because it's ours, suddenly you're not going 300 feet down the street, you're going 13, 20, 50 miles. And you're doing it with the kind of bandwidth that enables IP, modern IP connectivity, and the kind of modern tools that people expect and are comfortable with to use, things like the internet, things like live video, things like voice over IP. And it enables us as hams to not just provide connectivity to people in complicated situations in ways that they're familiar with, but to do it at scale in ways that we've never been able to do before. So we had this idea like, hey, we should have a mesh in the Bay Area. There's kind of one in Southern California that's doing some cool things. There's a few spots elsewhere in the country and the world that have kind of played with it, but no one's really done much with it. And so Isaac, Greg, and I kind of got together and we said, all right, let's bootstrap a network. And it was just the three of us. And so at the start, no one knew about this. And we had zero connections other than some people that we knew in clubs around the area and people we knew in the tech world, because San Francisco. And our initial goal with the whole project was just to raise awareness that, hey, this is an option. This is something that we can use. This is something that we can deploy, and we can do some really, really cool things with it. So initially, we really focused on demonstrating the potential of the technology versus necessarily building a huge network for people to start using. So we would do lots of these little one-off events with public safety partners and other members of the community just to kind of show what we could do with it. This is Greg, who happens to also be an EMT, speaking with San Francisco's police chief, Bill Scott, at one of the Fleet Week exercises that we do in San Francisco, where we bring in the Navy, we bring in the Army Corps of Engineers, all the local emergency services, and we do a giant disaster drill. And at this, we were able to set up a couple cameras, just do a short throw of that video using ham radio and the mesh technology, and be able to show them that, hey, look, you know, hams have never been seen as a group of people who can quickly throw video live, long distances, from multiple different points. Yeah, you can use ATV, but it's a little more complicated, and this is something that we were able to throw up in about an hour. And that turned heads. That got attention. And so with that simple demonstration and the impact that it was able to make, it got people's heads gears turning, and they started thinking of some really interesting ideas. Oh, wait, maybe we can use this somewhere. Maybe we can actually take advantage of that. And from there, we were able to start to catalyze on that thing and start getting the attention of the broader ham community and of the broader public safety community in the San Francisco Bay. And you know, some of the things that we learned from this is that interest is fleeting. We live in a world where everyone is constantly demanding for your attention. And so one of the ways that we were able to really get this moving is we made an emphasis on capturing the attention while we had it, and then keeping it in front of people so that they would keep investing in it and keep thinking about it and keep thinking of interesting ways that they could start using this tool, not just to experiment with at home, but also for the broader community as well. One thing that we were able to do, because we are in San Francisco and we have a wireless ISP there by the name of Monkey Brains, I think I'm allowed to mention that. I hope I was allowed to mention that. They were swapping out some of the older Wi-Fi hardware they had in their network, so they gave us the old stuff because they didn't need it anymore. And it turns out, you know, you can run this software on these old wireless radios. So we just gave them away to people. We'd go to local radio clubs, have meetings, demonstrate the technology, and they'd be like, hey, does this sound cool? Great, have a radio. Go to this website, we'll show you how to put the firmware on it, and then see what you can do with it. And stuff like that kind of kept it on people's minds, and then little opportunities started popping up. Like, hey, I know a guy who knows the head of this building or the owner of this building, and you know, I could probably get you on the roof and you could put a radio up there and reach a lot more people that way. Or, hey, I know this guy who knows the director of this hospital, maybe you should go talk to them and see if you can put a note on there. And we made it an emphasis on finding those opportunities and moving on them very, very quickly. We had a small group of people, me and Isaac mostly, who we would find out one of those opportunities and we would be there the next day putting things on roofs because we wanted to be able to grab that opportunity while it was open before people forgot that we existed. We also made a strong effort to eliminate guesswork for people and meet people where they were with the information to get onto the mesh and take advantage of it. So there weren't any club meetings that you had to go to. There weren't any cryptic guides you had to download over FTP or anything fun like that. There was an easy website that people can go to learn about the mesh. We started using tools like Slack and Discord to communicate with people ad hoc at the moment that they had questions to kind of help them work on whatever problem they were trying to solve as they were solving it, and enable hams to have a community outside of just a club meeting every month or without having to go and tie up a repeater somewhere. And it was towards the start of COVID, so Zoom became a big thing, and we made heavy use of that as well to kind of connect people and answer questions and enable the experimentation that we really wanted to see with the mesh. The other thing that...
a password to get into this.
I just keep. Well, it could happen. That looks like it's. So is this live?
Yeah, let's hope.
I don't hear my voice. Hello?
Oh.
Oh, so what's going to make that happen? You're going to do that now?
We used this one before the last
Oh, so why do we have this? That's going back to my video camera. Oh, so you're videoing this too? Yes. So where do I need to stand?
right here. Yeah, right
Oh,
here.
I got it. Okay, so I'm not going to hear.
Boy, this thing's not coming back.
He'll come back. Not until you put it
Oh, there it goes. Now, okay, so this is it right here.
Don't load now. Fire it up. Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Use this key, not the pad.
I was going to go down here to get full screen.
Yeah, just hit F5 and it'll bring up full screen.
F5. So I was going down here. What about that? This? Want this to do it here? Oh, yeah, you're on. Oh, it's doing this. Oh, what's that doing? So you don't have you have this thing, the next slide. I'd rather have the full slide, but I guess we're.
So the important thing is what's. Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
Yeah,
fine.
is that okay?
That's cool.
Okay.
Can I use page up, page down to move from one to the next?
The arrows, I think.
Arrows. Yeah. Good. Okay, we're ready.
All right, hang on. You're on.
All right, welcome everybody to the 2023 Antenna Forum here at Hamvention. We're glad you're here. We've got 4 excellent presentations, and I hope you enjoy them. Our first one is from Frank, W3LPL, 6-meter long-distance propagation during the next 4 years of the solar maximum. Frank?
Thank you, Tim. You know, Tim and I were talking about what kind of a presentation would be good, and I said, well, let's do a presentation for this forum that's not related to antennas. And that's mostly true about what you're going to hear here. But I couldn't resist showing a photograph of my 6-meter antenna for no good reason. Like Tim, I like to experiment with antennas. So this was my version of a 6-meter beam, which is 11 elements on a 60-foot boom, 50 feet high. And it works really well. That's the extent of my discussion of antennas today. So if... Okay. So a lot of people in this room are probably fascinated by propagation on 160 because it's so unpredictable and difficult. But this band is far more unpredictable and far more difficult. And one of the things that's made it so interesting is the FT8 digital mode. And I know some people don't care for that, but if you're a propagation nut like me, it gives you so much insight into what's going on. And I don't like to live in front of my radio year-round waiting for a 5-minute opening to Fiji. So I'd rather have my computer do the work and tell me that there's an opening to Fiji. And that's what it did a couple of weeks ago on a dead band. So this truly is magic band. So does anybody here know anything about HF propagation? Forget about it. It doesn't relate to anything on 6 meters. It really, really doesn't. 6-meter propagation, unless magic happens in this solar cycle, highly unlikely. But unless magic happens, we're almost operating above the maximum usable frequency. So there's all kinds of things that have to come together at the same moment in time in order for us to get these magical 5-minute openings to Fiji on a dead band. And computers allow us to find those things and take advantage of those opportunities. So literally, forget everything you know about HF, because it just doesn't apply on this band. I have to get in an advertisement. Did anybody read this article in MakeUST? Yeah, good. But there's a lot of other people who haven't. This presentation is an expansion on that article, focusing on 6 meters. I'll tell you something about QST. You hear people complain that they don't like the content in QST. But then you ask them, well, Do you vote for the articles you really like? And they say, oh, no, I never vote. But they don't like the content. So, if you like this presentation, and if you like what you read about this article in QST, and you'd like to see more of that, you can influence the content in the magazine, because that voting is used to help them decide what the readers of QST like to see. So there's the URL at the bottom, and if you like any article in that issue of QST or any others, please do vote, because it really matters. Okay, many of us who are fortunate to have been able to take their ham radio experience early in life and convert that into a professional career in engineering or physics related to antennas and propagation, and I was one of those very lucky people, have decided to get together and try to improve the content of QST, the content of the ARRL handbook, the content of the antenna book, and this new book that ARRL is going to print with next month, the radio wave propagation book. So these books were written by professional engineers and physicists who took their experience on the professional side, and we're all very active hams, and we converted that knowledge into useful information for all of you. And it saves you the pain, and believe me, if you're not one of these few professionals, it's very painful to read the professional publications. Uh-oh, what happened? Did we lose this? No, we're okay. I just don't have the display here, but I can look over my shoulder. So this laptop is not behaving well. So if you're so inclined, make an investment at these. Especially the antennas and propagation sections are dramatically different from any of the previous issues. And we are working on the next issue of the antenna handbook, which will probably be published and available next year. No, this laptop is dead. Who's the owner of this laptop?
We have a Lenovo retired employee TV blog.
Okay.
He's messaged for some AV help to come.
Sorry?
I messaged for some AV help to come.
Okay, yeah, because it just died. Second time in the last 5 minutes.
Plug in. Using power.
No,
you got a display.
Yeah, but it doesn't correspond to what's over here, and it won't change. It just changed by itself for no reason.
Oh, you just hit the wrong thing. Just use the space bar to page.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can follow instructions. Okay, good. We're back in business here. So consider making an investment in these. It's worth it. It's very readable, much more detailed than has ever appeared before. And if you don't like it, you can blame me and some of the other folks that contributed to it. There's another very excellent source for information about propagation. It's been available for a long time, and that's in CQ Magazine, the propagation column. It's really, really good. I highly recommend it. For those of you with a scientific background, or if you don't have a scientific background, if you're very brave about getting into this stuff, this is a very excellent technical reference. This is not a novel. You don't read this thing cover to cover. But when you want to learn about something in more detail, it's a technical reference. And it's available for free online, and there's the URL. It's a little bit dated, but the ionosphere hasn't changed, so it's good. Okay, so I'm going to start this propagation presentation by talking about sporadic E. Why am I doing that? This is solar cycle 25. Well, it turns out we're on the precipice of the sporadic E season. It's just beginning now, and it'll be in full force by late May, early June. And I'll talk about some of the things that happen there. The other primary mode of propagation on 6 meters at this part of the solar cycle is transequatorial propagation, TEP. And what that is fundamentally different than sporadic E. TEP propagation is an enhancement of the normal F2 propagation mode that we use on HF. But because on 6 meters we're almost always operating above the MUF, that's what the magic is, this enhancement is real important. But if you're familiar with the frustrating sporadic nature of sporadic E, it's sporadic in all capital letters, TEP is sporadic on steroids. And I'll explain some of the reasons why that is. And in this presentation focuses on propagation from the lower 48 states. Propagation from Hawaii is very different. Propagation from Alaska is awful. But in the lower 48 states, this is pretty consistent. Propagation is generally not so good if you're way up north in Minnesota. It's especially not good in most of Canada. But in most of the 48 states, there's a lot of similarity. And almost always, we need, for transequatorial propagation, we need an extra hop. And I'll show you the zones that do have direct access. Okay, so we're going to just cruise through a little bit about sporadic E, and I'm not going to read all these slides. This presentation focuses on the kind of sporadic E we see in the lower 48 states. It doesn't cover the equatorial sporadic E that occurs only during major disturbances way up north. But that's important because it allowed me to make my one and only QSO with Alaska from the East Coast. But it's really rare. But when you have a really severe geomagnetic storm, there's the possibility of this auroral E, or it could be called auroral sporadic E, but the mechanisms are totally different. And the other kind of propagation that few of us will ever see is within a couple of 100 miles of the equator, and it's there almost every day. But I won't cover those in this presentation. So this is what long distance mid-latitude sporadic E looks like. So if we look at my home QTH in Maryland on the left side, if we're operating just above the MUF, that causes the signals coming off of these sporadic E clouds to come not quite down to the Earth, but to hop over to the next cloud. And then maybe even hop over to the next cloud, and then your signal can wind up easily in Europe or Hawaii or Japan. Or last year I worked EY8MM on 6 meters via this multi-hop sporadic E. So it's pretty amazing, but a lot of this propagation just lasts for a short period of time. But last July, using this exact mode from the East Coast, and it just matters where you are, it could just as easily be from Ohio. There happened to be a propagation to Kazakhstan, uniform November, that lasted a couple of hours. So that was really an outlier. Hams usually first get acquainted with sporadic E via the simple one-hop propagation. You get on the band, and this happens every day in June and July. And you hear really strong signals from 1,000 miles away usually, sometimes closer, sometimes a little further away. If you're a DXer, this is very interesting, but this is how we usually get acquainted with it. And then if you spend a little more time on the band, you start realizing that you can make QSOs into the west coast of the USA, and that's often double hop with a hop over Kansas. So when this propagation mode is present, very often there'll be signals from W0 that you can hear. But the real fun one is this mode, where we're operating just above the MUF, so the signals don't come back down to the Earth, they just make it, but they don't go out into space either, so they make it just over to the next set of clouds, and then to the next one, and then they can wind up 10,000 kilometers away. And we'll see a lot of this, starting early June, maybe even the last few days in May, through about the middle of July. Now, a lot of this doesn't mean that you're going to turn on your radio and find the band open like you would on 20 meters. 6 meters doesn't work that way. The operative word here is sporadic. So what you wind up using, unless you're glued to your radio, which could cause you a lot of problems in your family, unless you're glued to your radio, what you do is use modern 21st century tools. like WSJT running FT8, and an alarming program such as JT Alert. And what I do to find some QSOs, and I'm going to show you a couple of interesting QSOs I had this month on 6. Using JT Alert, you can enter call signs of stations that you know to be active on 6, and you want to be alarmed when your receiver receives those call signs. And why do I prefer that method? Because it doesn't false alarm. If you just let it search for countries you're interested in, you'll get false alarms for invalid alarms on those countries. So it's much better to set up JT Alert to search for very specific call signs. So what makes mid-latitude sporadic E so different? And by the way, in many of these slides, like I do in many of my presentations, at the bottom of the slide is a URL that allows you to learn more than I can possibly discuss in the few minutes that I've got available. So I'll give kind of an overview, and for those who are interested in a very readable discussion at more depth, there's a URL at the bottom that's very readable and tells you a little bit more. So what do you need to know about sporadic E? And that is, it has nothing to do with ionizing radiation from the sun. Nothing. The ionization that occurs is from an influx of dust-like micrometeoroids. And that produces metallic ions that are very heavy compared to the ions produced by atmospheric gas. And the result of that is that ionization, instead of being fleeting, once this ionization of dust-like micrometeoroids occurs, it persists for hours, maybe even more than a day. So when we see these openings, the actual ionization that occurred could have happened 12 hours before. So what's the other thing that must happen? And from the sun, we must have heating. That's a lot different than we worry about on HF. And that heating produces winds at very high altitudes, and those winds take those, the plasma, the ions and free electrons, and compress it. And that's what makes it so unpredictable, because it creates these clouds that typically have dimensions of a few hundred kilometers. So in the places where this compression from winds at 100 kilometers above the Earth, that's about 65 miles, and then about 10 kilometers above that in the opposite direction, so we've got winds going this way, caused by heating from the sun, and that causes the plasma to concentrate enough so that the MUF for those free electrons goes above 50 megahertz. And we get that every day in June and July, every day. That doesn't mean at your QTH that it happens every day, but it happens every day, and it happens frequently everywhere in the United States. So this is going to be the predominant mode you'll experience on 6 meters this summer. And we'll just look at a few things about some of the variability. Sporadic E has a 12-hour variability, tends to be strongest in the morning. These are actual measurements of the occurrence rate. So this is not intensity, because of the colors, it might give you the idea it's intensity, but it's not. Intensity, but it's not. It's actually the occurrence rate. So if you look at this chart, you'll see the darkest color is between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., where the probability of finding sporadic E is best. But this is also local time at the sporadic E cloud. But for the most part, that's only an hour off from our own time or less. So this is the occurrence rate. The other thing that varies a lot is the occurrence of the influx of these micrometeoroids. And this chart shows that from the middle of May till the middle of August, we not only have these very intense high altitude winds, but we also have more of these micrometeoroids that create these metallic ions and free electrons. And this shows the same thing versus time. And anybody who's worked meteor scatter on 6 meters knows that the time you look for that is around sunrise. And this shows the variability with a strong peak in the morning. But remember that when this ionization occurs, it persists typically for about 12 hours. So although the peak of the micrometeoroid influx is around sunrise, those free electrons persist throughout the day, just waiting for these winds to occur at the right place later in the day. So anybody who operates 6 meters has probably observed most of these characteristics of sporadic E. The sporadic E clouds form with an east to west dimension of about 50 to 300 miles, but they don't drift east to west. So once they form, they stay in the same place, east to west, but they tend to drift north-south following magnetic feeder lines, so it's a little bit west of north. So they tend to drift northwards. So if you notice propagation occurring south of you, pretty good chance it'll drift up, and depending on where you are, it'll wind up either west of you or northeast of you an hour or two later. Propagation extends all the way out. QSOs with Japan from the East Coast are very common. I've worked hundreds of JAs on 6, and usually 100 every year. But there's only a couple of openings, but they can be pretty incredible. Last year, I was working some JAs, and the band opened. I was working some stations in China and Korea, and I got kind of bored with it. The band had been open all day to various places, and I shut the radio off. And my next door neighbor, W3UR, called me and said, "Hey, did you work that station in Taiwan that just called me?" I said, "No, Bernie, I just shut my radio off." So the band is crazy. So what do you need to do? First of all, the azimuth that you point is almost always true azimuth. Very rare that it's not true. Simple antennas work great. 3-element Yagi, 25 feet high, will allow you to work some of this. 50 feet high is ideal, and there are a lot of masts that'll go 50 feet high. You don't need huge antennas like the crazy one I showed you that I have. If you go much above 60 feet, you probably also need a lower antenna. So 25 feet is a good compromise height, provided it's not surrounded by obstructions. And then you have the problem of a compromise height, then compromise surrounded by obstruction. So if you're operating portable, don't pick a place in a dense forest or with a lot of buildings around and put your antenna low. You'll be very disappointed. And then there's other variances like June and July is peak time. There's some days in late May and early August, but June and July, and especially through the middle of July, is the best time. Sporadic E can occur anytime from dawn to about 2 a.m., but the peak is 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., but there's a lot of propagation at later time than that. And I won't read the rest. You can read that at your free time. And by the way, if anyone wants a copy of this presentation before it's published online, send me an email and I'll send you the slides. But it'll be online pretty soon. So this is what the solar cycle is looking like. This is a website that I like to use. It's a NASA Marshall Space Flight Center website. They update their forecasts of the solar cycle once a month, usually in the first 10 days of each month. So, oh, no. Here we go. Okay, thank you, Ted. So this is the chart from the Marshall Flight Center. And this is sunspot activity, but I'm going to go to the one that I like best, and that's solar flux index. Solar flux index is measured by a machine. There's no human variance in terms of judging how many sunspots there are and how big they are. So solar flux index is on the same site. It's just a different page. And this is an interesting chart. It shows probabilities. So is there anyone who's really pessimistic about the sunspot cycle here? No, of course not. So we don't care about that red line at the bottom. That's for pessimists. But the green line, that's the 50% probability one, and that's pretty good. So that means there's about a 50% chance that the solar flux index will be lower than that, and about a 50% chance it'll be higher. And then if you're really an optimist, then you want the top one. That's probably too optimistic. There's no evidence that the solar cycle is following that trajectory. So, this shows all of the solar cycles since solar cycle 1. And notice something interesting about this. If you look at the very high solar flux, this is sunspot number, if you look at those, they rise very rapidly from solar minimum. The really strong ones rise to maximum in about 2 years or less. And if you look at the black line, that's the actual progress of the solar cycle that we're in now. And then the dotted ones are the kind of that 50 percentile chart carrying that forward. So that's where we are now. We're probably going to get to sunspot maximum by this time next year, more or less, a few months. I hope that's wrong. I would love to see it go much higher, but the 50% probability is what I'm showing here. So, 6-meter F2 propagation. The main thing to remember about transequatorial propagation, TEP, is that it's an enhancement to F2. So it's the same kind of F2 propagation we see on 10 meters very often, but the MUF's too low. So we're operating above the MUF, and we need some amazing tricks that happen in the ionosphere in order to push that MUF, even for a few minutes, above 50 megahertz. TEP propagation from the Caribbean is absolutely awesome. Bears no relationship to the struggles we have in the 48 states. And if anybody gets a chance to operate TEP, it's usually best around the equinox, around March. It's just amazing from the Caribbean. And the TEP from Europe and Japan are similar, but not exactly the same as what I'll describe. This is by far the most accurate and detailed article, and it's very readable. It's written by a professional in the ionospheric sciences world, but he was a very active ham. He's not as active now, so he wrote it for a ham radio audience. So I'm not going to go into all the details that are in this article, because anybody who's interested can easily get access to it here, and it'll be a lot more detailed, and I don't have to go through the pain for the next hour and a half to describe all the stuff that's in this article. So I won't do it. But this gives you an idea on a very, very simplified level as to what's happening. This propagation originates at the magnetic dip equator. What did he say? Yeah, magnetic dip equator. So what is that? Well, anybody who's been through elementary school knows that the magnetic North Pole is not the same as the geographic North Pole. It's tilted. So as a result, and we know that it's tilted over Canada. So as a result, the magnetic equator is located south of the geographic equator in South America. And I'll show you a map that shows that very clearly. And there's an even more precise measurement of that that's of interest if you're an ionospheric guy, and that's called the dip equator. And what is that? That's the place where the Earth's magnetic field in space is exactly horizontal to the surface of the Earth. So there's a variety of ways to measure that, with sounding rockets, with measurements from the Earth. But suffice it to say that the magnetic dip equator are those places, and I'll show you it on a map, where the Earth's magnetic field is exactly parallel to the Earth. And an amazing thing happens here, similar in amazement to what happens with sporadic heat, but not related to sporadic heat. It's different. In the E region, so that's about 70 miles above the surface of the Earth, over the magnetic dip equator, there's a tremendous amount of ionization that occurs because the sun is pretty much straight overhead. And that produces, along with the heating from the sun, that produces strong winds at the high altitude atmosphere. You know, there were strong winds associated with sporadic heat too. Strong winds that flow from west to east, from the hot area to the cold area. And that in turn produces a very intense electric field. And that electric field is exactly perpendicular to the Earth's magnetic field, and that then produces a vertical drift. It's slow. It takes about 4 hours for the plasma created in the E region, shown at the bottom, to drift until it reaches these areas called ionization crests. So as you might expect, the main part of the ionization in the E region occurs in the middle of the day, around 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then about 4 hours later, those electrons that, well, the plasma can never be just electrons only, the plasma that contains free electrons and ions finally drifts up, and then eventually gravity prevents it from going any further, so it gets about 1,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. Then gravity pulls it down and gets trapped in the Earth's magnetic field, and then winds up at places that are called the equatorial ionization crests. Fancy words, it just means that's where the enhancement occurs. And you'll notice I've shown the geographic places, so those enhancements occur in the Western Hemisphere, over Venezuela in the Northern Hemisphere, and over Bolivia in the Southern Hemisphere. Now, I've been very careful in the choice of wording in these slides, so if you want to learn any more about this stuff, you can go to Google and use these exact words, and you can learn more about this very complex physical process. So what about all this stuff? So what does this mean? So what happens here? So remember I talked about the magnetic dip equator, and you can see it right in the middle of that chart. It sits over Brazil and Peru. And then these crests that I talk about produce bands of enhanced F2 ionization. And you can see there's a northern band of ionization that's up by Venezuela, and there's a southern band of ionization over the central part of Brazil. This is highly variable depending on these winds that are taking place in the E region and the upward drift of electrons. So you don't turn on the radio and expect this propagation to be there, but it happens often. And when it occurs, you can see the prefixes of the stations that you'll be able to hear. Lots of them in that area. And there's another type of propagation that occurs. It's not TEP, it just is propagation over the enhanced F2 band over Venezuela. So when this propagation is present, often at the same time that TEP to Argentina is present, you'll hear stations in Ecuador, Peru, the northern part of Brazil. So this is enhanced F2, really not F2, it uses the northern reflection area. So what? What does this mean? Using FT8 and the automation features I described, where you put call signs of stations you're interested in, I caught 2 5-minute openings on dead bands, totally dead 6-meter bands. Early this month, D2UY in Angola popped through on a dead band for 5 minutes, just long enough for me to make a QSO. And you can see in this map roughly where the northern equatorial ionization crest is, about 1,000 miles north of Angola. So this was not TEP, because the southern zone is south of Angola. This was just using that northern zone. I have no idea what kind of propagation connected me to that TEP. Wrong one, thank you. Okay, so let me say that again. This is confusing, having these 2 slides on the screen here. I see 2 slides and all of you see 1. Yeah, so now I'm on Africa, thank you. So this QSO with D2UI in Angola was via that northern ionization enhanced crest. And that crest sits up over West Africa. Now, how I was able to propagate signals in D2UI from Maryland down to that crest, I have no idea. Probably sporadic E. It was maybe 10 a.m. or so, yeah, something like that. And then okay, let me go back here. This is the other one I wanted to show you, and that's it, okay. So this is the Pacific, and last Saturday, Same thing happened. We were operating NSS, Armed Forces Day, from my station. 15 guys in the ham shack, and they all witnessed this QSO. And the first thing they said, what is that annoying loud noise saying DX, DX, DX? And it was the alarm from JT Alert that said that my receiver was hearing 3D2AG in Fiji. So a couple of minutes later, the QSO was in the log, and everybody in the ham shack was just shaking their heads. So this is what you can do with these modes of propagation, but they're fleeting. I worked this station. I called my neighbor on the phone, told him, Bernie, get your butt in front of the radio and look for this guy, and he worked it, and the band went dead. It was about, just before 7 p.m. That's correct, yep. So this is my last slide. This is another very handy tool. It's called PSK Reporter. I highly recommend that people learn how to use this. It really gives you a really strong idea of what's going on any ham band, but especially 6 meters. Other tools that are very valuable is, of course, WSJTX itself, but my favorite tool of all, because I don't really care about propagation unless I can hear it, and that is to use JT Alert to put call signs in like D2UY, 3D2AG, and others, exact calls, and then when it's heard on your receiver, which is what you care about, you'll know about it. So that's my story, and I'm sticking with it. I'll be happy to chat with any of you after, here at the Hamvention or at the Hope Hotel. I'm very accessible via email at that address. It hasn't changed in 30 years. And if you'd like a copy of this presentation before it's available, send me an email and I'll send it to you. Thanks very much.
Great job.
Can you pull this off of me?
Sure. There you go.
Thanks. Not too bad for my legs, no?
Thank you, Frank. Copies of these slides will also be available on the K3LR website, as are the last 20 years of slides are available on the website. Just click on forums and you can get them at k3lr.com. Our next presentation is Practical Antenna Innovations for Amateur Radio. Please welcome Jim, WA3FET.
Thank you very much, Tim. We're going to get hooked up here. Where does this go?
To clip onto your collar?
Yep. Good enough?
Should be, yep. Just put it in your pocket.
Yep. And I'm just up on the desktop.
Sorry, one second.
I'm going to talk about that. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I am pretty old.
Okay, we should be able to see your slides on the recording now.
Okay, and I'm this one right there.
We're making progress.
Yep. I need to go full screen, I guess. Okay.
Yep. Quick slideshow. Start from the beginning. I've been told the spacebar works best.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good afternoon. We'll hope that don't have any technical issues here with me pressing the wrong keys. Anyway, I'm WA3FET. I always tell people I invented the field effect transistor, but not quite, you know. And I want to thank Tim for doing this for many, many years, putting on this antenna forum. And I remember doing a lot even back in the 1980s. We did a lot together. I'm also, it seems like I'm the ringer for antennas today, okay? It seems like it's more propagation, but I do like propagation, so maybe I'll do a talk on propagation some year too. Anyway, you probably see the screen here. That's me up on the upper right as an undergrad student at Penn State, and did a lot of playing around with antennas back in those days and the first modeling codes that
could model antennas. It was called AMP, Antenna Modeling Program, and so forth. And then up on the upper left is the HARP antenna. And I also worked on the design of HARP. And then Arecibo, as you know, of course, that did crash in December of 2020. But I was a summer student there in 1974, about 50 years ago, and I've been doing work ever since at Arecibo with antenna designs and so forth. And I'll talk a little bit more. And then I just retired from Penn State in December as professor emeritus after 33 years being a professor and associated with Penn State for about 50 years, actually. And that picture at the bottom was our outdoor antenna range. And they decided to name it after me, and I wasn't even dead yet, you know, so that's pretty cool. Let's see if this works. I just have to mention a couple things. Tim will permit me, I think. Back when COVID started, some of us had an idea to start something where, you know, we're all at home and can't go out much. Ham radio is the greatest thing in the world. Let's try to make friends all over the world with ham radio. And we would get on almost every night. And Tim was one of the main guys, and myself, and a whole bunch of other. And most of the people were people that started this thing were people that had contest stations, big antennas. And so we came up with this name, Big Gun Friendship Net. But it was really the friendship is what we were after, not so much the big gun. The big guns attracted all the people, and then we made friends. And this is just a small sampling of all the people in there. It's hundreds of people that have joined this thing. And we kept it going for quite a few years. Of course, when COVID started going down, then we went off to other things, and some of us don't get in there as much. But it's still being held. Some people are still doing it on 7128 on 40 meters on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays at about 7 o'clock Eastern time to about 10 p.m. So check it out sometime, and you never know. Some of us might be in there some of the times. A lot of the talks I've given over the years have been related to contesting and big antennas. I always say this is the contest station we built at Penn State, but not quite, okay? That's the woodpecker antenna, one of the arrays of that system. But we did build a contest station at Penn State, had many 200-foot towers and a lot of testing of these OWA Yagi ideas that I came up with and so forth. And we did do contesting and did about 100 contests from there and used the call from Penn State, K3CR. And Alex, LZ4AX from Bulgaria, was the main operator over all that time and set some records and all kind of one, usually in the top 3 to 5, sometimes even higher in a lot of the contests there. And then I also worked with my brother from another mother, Angel, over there, WP3R from Arecibo, and we built a contest station in 1998 in Puerto Rico. And that contest station did really good, especially in sweepstakes, and it also won the world in ARRL, both modes and things like that. So that was that lasted about 20 years until Hurricane Maria came along, and that really did a job on it. So everything's laying over the hill now with the 10,000 beer cans that it took to put it up, okay? That's how the propagation is good from, yeah, that's the ground plane. That's why we had such good propagation. It's all those 10,000 beer cans that went over the hill. There's just some of the antennas there. And that's how close we were to the observatory, okay? We were the highest hill in that area, and we were pretty much level with the platform of the observatory. And you know, the observatory's pretty much going to be shut down and not going to be doing much there anymore. But there's still these 600 kilowatt transmitters. So I'm trying to get Angel to say we could
build a contest station with these. That'd cover 160 to 10 meters, 100 kilowatts on each band. Maybe the Eastern Europeans would like that better, but not going to get into politics here. Anyway, that's all usually the talks I've given. Big antennas, contest antennas, new things. And I thought, this is innovation this year. That's the theme of the Hamvention. And it would be good just to go over some subjects and a whole bunch of sort of a potpourri of things here, of things that I've done over the years that are very simple, some new ideas to look at, and things like that. And so it's not going to be gigantic antennas and K3LR designs that we've done at his station and things like that. It's going to be more things that hopefully you can take away from this and apply it yourself. And there's some new ideas I thought about in here after looking some things over as well. So one of the questions, because I was one of the developers of the numerical electromagnetic code at Livermore Lab, and of course there's all kind of codes out there. You can spend $100,000 on commercial codes. How good are these modeling codes? Okay, that's a question. We should sort of see if we can analyze that with a dipole antenna. How good do the codes really do? And then there's this magic frequency or magic formula, 468 over frequency. How many people memorize that? Everybody in here should put up their hands, right? And it turns out Ward Silver, I don't know if he's in the audience. Yeah, there he is. I'm going to talk about something he came up with. He should have wrote a big article, but it was on eham.net, and I'm going to talk about it and then go into some things that he first questioned this. Where did this formula come from? How good is it? We all memorized it and so forth. The other thing is we're going to find out that formula doesn't really work all the time. It has things that if the diameter varies of the wire or the tubing, it's going to be off, okay? There's other things like height above ground and other stuff. So it turns out it really doesn't work, and we'll talk about that, unless there's a very specific cases that it works. And so how can we use something else to go out there instead of doing trial and error where you trim a little off, go back and measure it, trim a little more, go back and measure it? How can we get it where we only have to do it twice, okay? Do 2 times measure something and use something called interpolation that we can then go and come up with the correct design. And then looking at how this formula works, I was looking at all the plots of you're trying to get resonance, right? That's where the imaginary part of the impedance goes to 0. And I kept looking at where all these curves, and there's a magic point that they all go through. And I said, maybe we can use that. I'm going to talk about that, okay? And then the 43-foot vertical, is that really the best height? Well, we're going to talk about that. And then I've had an antenna up at my house that is for 80 and 40. I just get on the same sort of frequency ranges every night to talk to my friends. And this thing's been up since about 1990s. And I thought maybe some people might be interested in it and might want to use it. And then way back before all this short receive antennas were, talked about and sold and so forth, in my backyard, I got a 6 ham sticks for 40 meters, the mobile antennas. This is back in the 90s. And I put an array together, all passive, okay, with combiners and phasing lines and so forth. And I'm going to show a little bit about that. And it was an amazing receive antenna. And I'll talk about that. And then if I have enough time, because Tim, I got 2 hours? Or yeah. Yeah, I know. Anyway, if I have enough time, I'm going to talk about a project we've just been working on that's to replace a great big HF array. So I will talk about something big down in Antarctica at the South Pole. But to design this thing, I used some new ideas in log periodics that we wrote a paper with some years ago. And I actually, with Ward's help back there, have rewritten that section on the log periodic antenna in the new ARRL antenna book that's coming out. Or maybe it is out, I don't know. Okay, so the codes. Most of the codes that I'm been familiar with, and probably most of the hams are familiar with, they're based on either NEC or mini NEC, okay? And Tim probably remembers I used to come in the 80s and I'd bring like all these CDs, or not CDs, like floppy disks, and they had the code on, and there'd be a mad rush up at the antenna for it because I was passing them out like free, you know. So, but anyway, the mini NEC, and some of these are free. You can get them just by downloading 4NEC2 up on the right. That's free. That uses NEC2. MMANA, that's free. That's using the mini NEC algorithm, and they've done a lot of great things on how to get the segments automatic in there. It gives really accurate results. Roy Llewellyn had LNEC it started, and then EasyNEC, and then he has retired from that, and so you can go and get everything for free now from EasyNEC. And that's pretty amazing. And then some of my students and us at Penn State, we came up with something called GNEC. It's not in existence anymore, but I still use it a lot. And then there's commercial packages, okay? These are, if you got big bucks, like the big contractors, FICO over on the top left, CST microwave, ANSYS, HFSS, and Whipple-D. These all use something similar to what's in NEC, and then they use other techniques as well for some of them. And they usually cost, though, about $50,000 to $100,000, okay? And that's per year, you know, to use these things. So you got to really be into some big-time contracting and so forth to have these. I do have access to FICO, and if you're at a university, a lot of the universities have all these codes for very low price because they want the students, these companies want the students to learn their code, so when they go out and get a job, they say, we use this code back at the university, we should get it for the company. And so any students at universities usually have access to these things. Okay, so how accurate are these codes on a half-wave dipole? Well, we're going to model a half-wave dipole a little bit differently than just the wires and segments that people that do modeling may be familiar with. We're going to actually take the dipole, pick the half-wave, and then a radius, the sort of standard radius that people test is 0.001 wavelengths. And we're going to divide it up into a whole bunch of little tiny triangles, as you can see there. And then we're going to feed it between those two cylinders. So they're actually metallic cylinders. And this will give a much more accurate result than the way the codes are normally done with wires and segments and so forth. So here's all the codes. You can see the key at the bottom there. And if you put it on a scale like this is for the real part of the impedance. Looks like after about maybe, 30 segments, they're all on top of each other, okay? So it doesn't matter which technique you're using there, they all agree pretty good. And there's NEC 4 and NEC 2, okay? And then the imaginary, it's pretty good. It's not quite as good, but the FICO cylinder is that sort of light blue. It's only 1 point at the end because there's no segments involved. It's just one value. And so you'd think that's the most accurate value. And it looks like NEC 4 and NEC 2, and then if you use a lot of segments or the automatic segmentation in that MMANA, you get really good results, okay? And so those are pretty good. But then if you blow it up a little bit, you zoom in, there you find, again, that light blue that's there above the 200 line. It's agreeing very, very good with NEC 2. NEC 4 is a little bit off when you get that many segments, but if you look back, we would never use that many, like anywhere from 30 to
100, you're getting pretty close. Okay, but then the MMANA is a little bit off, okay? That's the real. But then the imaginary, you blow that up, it's even off a little bit more. But you got to look at the scale. That's still pretty good. It's I sort of like to look at these scales, and you say we're pretty accurate. But there may be some differences of little bits of frequency shift and stuff between these codes if you're doing a real narrow band Yagi or something like that. Oh, gee, Penn State always has to come into this talk, you know. So, okay, let's move on to the next subject. And Tim, if I go too long, just stop me, and we'll do these next year. The rest of them, I think I can cover it here. Okay, 468 over frequency. Where does this come from? That's a question that Ward back there asked. And he wrote an article in EHAM in May of 2010. And this article is very extensive on EHAM. It should have been on QST or one of the bigger magazines there. And this was actually a quote from Ward. He said, every ham is expected to memorize it, but it's rarely correct. And he was right. It is rarely correct, okay? He did a lot of research, and he found some things that clear back to the antenna book 1939, it said that it's really this 5% reduction from a wavelength, a half wavelength, I should say, in free space. The formula for that is 492 over frequency. Some of you probably remember that formula too. And to get 468, you got to take 0.95. That's 5% less. And so it was said that it's the insulators at the end of the dipoles. And that sort of concept is carried through for a long time. Then in the 29 handbook, he found a formula, but there was really nothing that said, where did it come from? Right, Ward? It just didn't say. It was a number there, but there were some things about it, but it wasn't perfect. Yeah, Ward. Right. Right. Thank you, Ward. Yeah. You should come up here and join in, you know. Anyway, your conclusion was, just what you said there, and trial and error, with an antenna analyzer is probably the best way to do it. So here's a plot of every gauge of wire and diameter from number 40, 30, 20, 60, and you see it there, all the way up to 6 inches diameter. And this is for 40 meters, 7.15 megahertz. And the formula, if you look here, you see these plots, but you're looking, where is the imaginary part going through 0? And it's anywhere from 93% to 98% of the 492 over F, which means it's 458 to 484. It's not 468, okay, for every diameter. And this is in free space. So which one is closest? Well, it turns out there's the formula, 468 over that, and it's 3 inches. 3 inches is where the 468 works, okay? So if you're building a 3-inch diameter dipole, you're going to be right on, okay? And that's actually 0.0009 wavelengths, which is pretty close to that sort of standard we use for testing half-wave dipoles, 0.001. Well, what about over ground? It's pretty much the same, okay? Over ground, the same stuff. There's all the plots. And I did it over average ground, a typical height that a ham puts up, 35 feet. And which one is closest?
for the 3 inches again, okay? So if you want to never worry about it and you want the formula to work, just put 3-inch pipe up in your yard and you'll be fine at 35 feet, okay? So what about the end insulators? Well, FECO and a lot of these modern codes, they not only can model the metal, they can model the dielectric material as well. So what I did, I said, let's put some big insulators in there, like 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches long, that if there's going to be an effect, you would think that kind of insulator at the end would work. And I embedded it about an inch or so inside there. You can see I made it transparent so you could see through on that bottom right. And those are the insulators, okay, at the end, and see what happens. Well, turns out it's only a very small shortening effect. With no insulator, and this is number 14 wire, okay, the resonance occurred with the formula 478 over F, and with the insulator it was 476, almost no difference, okay? So that statement from way back that it was the insulators causing the 5% reduction, that doesn't seem to be correct, okay? It's the inherent properties of the antennas themselves and the diameters of the antennas that's causing the effect. Okay, so how can we really know that we can get there without doing trial and error? Is there another way of doing it? And we're going to do something called the magic of interpolation. And so you might as well use that formula because everybody remembers it from taking the test, right? So do that first, 468 over the frequency. If you use 7.15, you get 65.454 feet, and call that length 1, okay, in this procedure. And then you measure the frequency where the SWR is lowest, call that F1, and if you did that, you'd find out that it's not at 7.15, it's up at 7255, okay? And call that F1. And then just add some arbitrary number, like 2 feet's good for 40 meters, just add 2 feet to what you had in the first one. So 65, you're going to add 2, you're going to have 67, call that L2. And then find out where that resonates. And if you do that, you'll find out that's going to resonate down at 7035. If you measure it with your analyzer, call that F2. Now you got all the information to give you the correct length to get it where you want. And you use that magic formula there in red, plug in the numbers, and you get 66.4 feet. That should be the correct length to use. So remember, the first length was with the formula, that was 7255. There's the chart. The next one, you added 2 feet, 7035. And there's the correct length, 66.4. And if you could read those small numbers, it's right at 7.15. So you only need to do 2 things, and you got it, no matter where you want it, using interpolation. Because everything are straight lines through this narrow frequency range of 40 meters, or any of the bands for that matter. Now you look some more, and you notice, look at that circled region. All the curves are going through the same point, okay? All those diameters from number 40 wire, that's thinner than my hair, I still have some, and up to 6 inches, okay? And they all go through that same point. It's at 7.55 megahertz. And the reactance is not 0, but it's 50 at all those diameters. And the formula for that frequency is 494 divided by F. That's very close to the actual half-wave formula, which is 492. But 494, that would be a good formula to remember for this procedure. And so here's what you need to do. Suppose we want the resonance back at 7.15. The reactance was J50, okay, inductive. We need to put a series capacitor in series with the feed point of minus 50. So we need a capacitor, and you go through the formula. It comes out close to 500 picofarads, 445. And so you would calculate the length, okay, 494 divided by what frequency you want, that's 69 feet. Seems a little long, right? But remember, that's what it is. And then you put the capacitor in series, and you'll get it. This is without the capacitor. You can see it at 7.15. It's at 50, and then you put it with the capacitor, and it resonates right at 7.15. And look at this. The red is for number 14 wire, blue's number 10, that's what most people use, and the violet is 1 inch. And you could put it any diameter, and they're all going to resonate very close to 7.15 just by adding that capacitor. So if you have a balun, you could put that capacitor in series with the lead, and that would be it. You'd use this procedure. You'd never have to worry about diameter again, okay? Oh, gee, Penn State again. Okay. Now, it may not work perfect for all heights. I didn't really explore the heights. I've never built it yet to test it. But innovation, we need people here to try it and see if it works. It may be something new to way to put up dipoles, okay, where you just don't even worry anymore about the diameter of the dipole. But you do have to have a capacitor. Remember, I did show doorknobs. Doorknobs would be good because they can handle a lot of power. If you don't have a lot of power, you could probably use something else. How am I doing on time, Tim? Okay, good. You'll tell me when I'm getting close, I know. 43-foot vertical. I think you guys sell that, don't you? And a lot of people have sold these. And they're good. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is not going to be a big complaint that it doesn't work good. It works good on most all the frequencies. And my analysis here is assuming that you have many, many radials, okay? It's sort of like the perfect ground system. But this 43-foot vertical, the reason it works good is you have a tuner at the feed point. Right at the feed point, okay? Because you don't want high SWR on the coax. That increases the loss. So if you're, now tuners, depending on the impedance and where they can match on the Smith chart, they can have some loss too. But if it's a good tuner, it probably can match just about anything without too much loss. Well, these are the patterns there. It's let's see. Shown at the top left is 3 megahertz, then 5 megahertz in the middle, top, 10, and then 15, and then 20. Look what happens. The lobes are starting to lift, okay, at 20 megahertz. And then at 25, they're definitely lifting there. And look at 30 megahertz. They're going like this, okay? And so I thought, that's maybe not what we want, okay? We like those top plots, but those ones near the top of the band, those maybe don't look so good. Here's the SWR. If you do a 1-to-1 balun into those before the tuner, you know, you might want to put a transformer in there first. It could even be an unon, and then put your tuner. The tuner might be easier to work with on the regions of the Smith chart. The 1-to-1's pretty bad. That's a 1 to 20 VSWR range, but a 1 to 4 seems to be pretty good, and that's in the literature. You can read 1 to 4 people use, and then they put their tuner on that. And a 1 to 6, the violet isn't too bad either, okay? So that might be something you want to do. But I think a better choice would be 20.5 feet for the vertical. Okay. Now, this maybe isn't going to work real good on 160, okay? The 43, you need as much height as you can get. But from 80 meters up, 20.5 looks pretty good as long as your tuner can tune it, the impedance. And I think the tuners probably could. And now look what happens. The second row there, that's 15 on the left, 20 in the middle, 25 on the right, and 30 megahertz at the bottom. All very low angle, nothing shooting up in the air. So maybe a 20.5-foot vertical might be better than a 43-foot vertical. But anyway, it's just some thinking about it. Haven't built it and tested it. Then I thought maybe another approach would be to put a dipole that's sort of about the same height as what the vertical at 40 feet, and run a coax up through the tubing. And then it turns out, if you look at the impedance, the green here is a 1 to 12 type balun, or 12 to 1 balun. That seems to be about the best. And put that in the middle and feed the top and the bottom as a dipole. But then you have to somehow isolate that coax at the bottom because currents are going to flow down there. So I think a bunch of hunks of ferrite there might do the trick, okay? And I think there have been some designs like this, like isolator things. But look at these patterns. They look really good, really low angle, okay? So that might be another antenna that you could start selling. Anyway, that's that subject. Okay, let's move on to another one. This is that antenna. I've had, it's nothing fancy. It's just something I came up with a long time ago. And I mean, you could probably find stuff similar in the antenna books and so forth. But this thing has worked all these years, okay? So in the 1990s, it's just an inverted V fan and fed from the same feed point. And so the 80 meter is in the straight line, and then I tilt the 40 meter 15 degrees, okay? It's tilted 15 degrees away. That seems to be enough that you don't get a lot of interaction. If you try to line them up in parallel, get a lot of interaction, and the bandwidth gets real narrow and so forth. And then just slope this down about 30 degrees from the horizontal. The only disadvantage is you need 4 anchor points on the ground, okay? But I cut the grass all the time and just cuts right around them. So and they've been up for a long time. I use this number 12 LumaWeld. We use that exclusively at all my contest stations. I love that stuff. Number 10, I've got miles of the stuff, and I like it better than copper weld because even though there's probably no difference, the copper weld gets sort of oxidized after a while and gets sort of a layer on it and gets sort of blackish or whatever. LumaWeld just gets this very thin white powder, and it always looks glistening in the sun. I always thought that seems like that's better, but that's just psychologically, you know. But it's real stiff though to work with, but it is good stuff. Anyway, the 40 meter leg is about a foot longer on each side than what you would get if the 80 meter wasn't there. To make this work right, you have to tune the lowest frequency first. So 80 meters you'd tune first with that interpolation procedure. And then you work your way up to 40 because 80 affects 40, but 40 doesn't affect 80 because it's shorter. And then at Angel's house, we even did a 80-40-20, and I think you used that for years, and it worked. We worked Indonesia and all kind of stuff on that thing, up about, 25 feet or something at your one house there. So the fan antenna is a pretty good antenna. There's sort of with the SWR. It's not great patterns, but it's good enough to, talk to friends every night like I do and things like that. Okay. Another topic, still got time, right? Another topic, back in the 1990s, before there was much even talked about with short vertical receiver arrays and, high impedance amplifiers and all that kind of stuff, I was at the Hamfest, and I think the company was Transcell. I don't know if they're still in existence. I bought a whole bunch of these ham stick antenna, mobile antennas. 6 of them. I think I bought some more because I was big in mobile back then too, for every band, but I bought 6 for 40, and I said, let me just mount those on the ground and see if I can build an array, and then run phasing lines and go into a passive combiner from mini circuits, okay? And everything I got was from mini circuits, I remember back in those days, everything passive. And I remember tuning the antenna. I had to add some radials. I wanted the antenna to be 50 ohms for each antenna.
and I used a noise bridge in those days, and that was before the days of analyzers like we have Rig Expert and MFJ, and I built this thing. And so we had 17-foot spacing between the verticals, so it's not a real, big long line, and it needed phasing of 150 degrees and 300 degrees. Okay, and you can see there's all the formulas and everything for 7.2 megahertz. And you need a phase inverter in the center, which was just a transformer. Well, here's some of the parts. You can still buy the whips there from DX Engineering. MFJ has these ham sticks. You can buy a mount that it's made to sort of mount on a mirror or a pipe, and so I had a ground stake in the ground and mounted the 6 ham sticks. There's a combiner there, a 3-to-1 combiner for mini circuits with quite a bit of isolation between the ports. That's important. Attenuators, everything was BNC. Okay, so BNC cables, RG58 or RG8X or something. So there's 6 dB attenuators. You need those on the 2 outer. That gives what's called a binomial current distribution, 1-2-1, and that's a good thing to have for getting the side lobes down. And there's a transformer. You could get in and make it a phase inverter. And then if you don't have enough signal, which I did have enough, you could put an amplifier in there too for mini circuits, a gain block, and run DC to that and so forth. So this is actually a GNEC model. You can make it sort of look realistic in GNEC. And so there will be 3 verticals right there. Again, 17-foot spacing between them. They're just ham sticks, okay? No extra stuff. There's the pattern that you get from 3 inline ham sticks, which is pretty good pattern. I mean, we're down 30 dB in elevation and good 30 dB off the back of this thing in azimuth. So that's just one single three element inline, all passive, okay, with mini circuits type stuff and ham sticks. And then what I did was I spaced 2 of these 80 foot apart, which is about the right spacing to get the side lobes way down. And there were 6 element arrays, 2 inline columns. And there's a pattern you get on that. So now the pattern's really good in the azimuth as well. And so that's very, very close, maybe even better in some respects than what a beverage would be, okay? I remember having this thing on, and I put it on like when shortwave broadcasting was on back then, put it on some station out of Spain or something, and it was Voice of America, and it was like, 40 over 9, and I could switch the phasing so I could get the direction switch, switched to the back, and the thing went into like an echo chamber. It just sounded like it was in a reverb chamber, the modulation, and it dropped like 40 dB or something, okay? It was really impressive that I could give you that effect. I wish I would have made some recordings. I never thought to make recordings back then, so I can't play that to you. Oh, gee, there's Penn State again. Okay, I'd like to just end with something if I still got time, Tim. This is a project we got at Penn State recently. I'm not going to go into all the detail about it, but there is something important here that happened with this that just sort of things worked out that I got this design method talking with Ward and wrote it up for the new ARRL antenna book, a new way to design log periodics. So Super Darn, probably Nathaniel would be better to come up here, but anyway, Super Darn is a great big radar network called the Super Dual Auroral Radar Network. Mainly it's in the auroral region, or at least that's where it's looking to, is in the auroral region. And these are Doppler radars. There's 35 of them around the world, okay? And they get backscatter, sort of like we get backscatter on 20 meters and stuff. They get backscatter from the irregularities, and they can look at physics going on, high latitude fields and global structures of dynamics of the Earth space environment, things like that. So, and there's a few pictures of some of the systems there. There's one in Saskatoon. Now, these systems are not all the same, but they're pretty close. There's 20 log periodics, HF. They cover 8 to 20 megahertz, and they're usually up about 50 feet. They're about 40-foot booms, and then there's 4 in the back. The 20 in the front gives you azimuth steerability, okay, when you phase them, and they hook up 600 watt pulse transmitters to each one, okay? And so there's 20 times 612 kilowatts. The ones in the back are for detecting elevation angle for the scatter that comes back from the ionosphere. And so there's a whole bunch of these things all over. That's in Canada. The ones that NSF came to us at Penn State to rebuild the whole system is in the South Pole in Antarctica. And I know you're asking, is he going to go to Antarctica at that age? And no, I probably won't. My younger days, I would have. We'll send Nathaniel down there. He'll volunteer for it. But anyway, what happens in Antarctica is the snow keeps coming. It never melts, right? It never has gotten above 10 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the highest temperature ever at the South Pole. So the antenna was originally at 20 feet, and that was even too low. The scientists thought the snow is like air, and it's like operating in free space. And so one of the things I did was show them, no, there's a layer of dielectric, and you get patterns and things off of that. We should be up at 50 or 60 feet, okay? But now the antenna is only 10 feet. In 10 years, the snow is built up, and it went from 20 feet to 10 feet, okay? And so the whole thing has to be replaced. And so we said we're going to come up with a log periodic design, but instead of making it out of tubing and only a few elements, we're going to make it out of wires, okay? And we're going to use many wires, because this paper that I had some years ago was how to design high front-to-back log periodics. And they won high front-to-back because the systems they have now only have 10 to 15 dB front-to-back, so they don't get all the scattering from where they think they're getting it for the scientific purposes. So we're going to design it. But then this is the old method. This is the method that's in the current ARRL antenna books. And what happens is you look up on all these charts and everything, but the boom length comes out at the end. And so you might design something you think is going to be really good, and the boom's going to be 200 feet long, okay? It's just not going to work good. So we wrote this paper some years ago, 96, with one of my PhD students, and it got published in the journal. And this is where you pick the boom up front, okay? You pick the boom up front, and then you can pick the number of elements. And there's a program, LPCAD, that Roger Cox did that used a lot of this information. And so here's some formulas. This is all going to be in the new antenna book. And you can design things and iterate and get really high front-to-backs, okay? The other thing that scientists wanted, they only use horizontal polarization. If they could use diagonal polarization, they could get polarization effects from the scattering. And so this would be the first site that would have that capability, and then maybe all the other sites would do this as well. So in the lower left there, you can see, sort of barely, I guess, you can see the log periodic. It's a diagonal. It's going to be made out of wires. And there's the SWR at the top, but if you look, that's a 40 dB range on those plots. A lot of the side lobes are down 35 dB in the back, okay? So it has an extremely high front to back, but it has 33 wires, 33 elements on each polarization to get this kind of front to back. And remember, it's only going from 8 to 20 megahertz. You need that many wires. Anyway, this is just sort of some artistic concepts that we have for it. It's put it up with towers and Philly strand and and wires, and there's a top view of what it would sort of look like. And that's a project that, you know, I'm still being associated with, okay, at Penn State. And we hope that we'll be able to build this, get it going in a couple years here. Okay, there's Penn State. And just real quick, I'm not going to talk any long about this, but some of you know that I've been working with some other fellas. Mark here is in the audience, K0LO, and Carl's K3ARL. The main person was N3EB, Eric, but unfortunately he passed away from COVID. And so we're still continuing this station. We call it Camp Kilowatt, or Camp K for short. And we say it's on the Magic Mountain because just with the dipole up there, inverted V at 100 feet on 40 and up at 200 feet on 80, this thing is unbelievable with the diffraction that you get from the terrain effects. And it many times can beat people that are running Yagis and things like that. And we also built a 20-meter 6-element, and I pushed the computer to its limit, okay, to get the most bandwidth we could above the band, and I call it the ice model because we get ice like that. And even when the ice gets on the antenna, it shifts down, but this 20-meter Yagi, this OWA ice model, is starting like below the band, below 14 megahertz, and it has great SWR all the way to close to 15 megahertz, okay? And the pattern is all the way up there. The computer just pushed and pushed, and it came out, okay? These are just some picture. I won't go into this. And, of course, I have to give credit to people that have inspired me. This is innovation theme this year. Maxwell he's the guy, okay, that came up with everything of equations to describe antennas and electromagnetics. And John Krause, WHJK, how many people have heard that call? Yeah, quite a few. He was a real inspiration. I wore out his book, okay, in college. I had to get another copy, and I did get a second edition I reviewed, and he sent me a great note there, got the note, John. And then this guy here, this guy spent his whole life on dipole antennas and monopoles, RWP King, and he did measurements way back that were so good at the time that they're still used today to check if your analysis is correct. And he lived to 101, and he was still writing papers and books at age 100, okay? And these are two of the books. This theory of linear antennas is about that thick. It's mainly on dipoles, okay, and monopoles. And then arrays of cylindrical monopole, or the cylindrical dipoles, is arrays of things that he did. And it's amazing. I learned a lot from this guy as well. So we are, yeah. Thank you very much. And I'll be around like Frank at the Hope, and also answer any questions after. Thank you so much, and thanks to Tim for putting on this great forum. Thank you, Jim. This is your 2023 Hamvention Technical Achievement Award winner, Dr. Brakall. So, we still have two excellent papers here this afternoon at the Antenna Forum, and we will have these slides up on the K3LR website in a few weeks. So, please welcome our next speaker. He's going to talk about ham-size festivals of eclipse ionospheric science. Please welcome Dr. Nathaniel Frizzell, W2NAF.
Hi, everyone. I should learn to take a tip from Dr. Brakall over there. I need to get more University of Scranton slides in my presentation. See, I'm trying to get the laptop switched over here. There we go. While I'm getting that switched over, I did do my PhD using SuperDarn, so I did very much appreciate seeing your slides on the South Pole Station. Okay. All right, so I'm going to talk about HamSci and the 2023 and 2024 solar eclipses. How many people here know that we have these solar eclipses coming up over the next year? Okay, great. Seems like everyone knows that. How many people here participated in the last solar eclipse QSO party? Got a couple hands, great. Okay, so I started and lead the Ham Radio Sciences Investigation, also known as HamSci. So this is a collective or a group that allows university researchers to collaborate with the amateur radio community in scientific investigations. And I thought, oh, I've got a microphone. You're welcome. How's that? All right. So I started out in ham radio. I got interested in it when I was about middle school age, and that's actually why I became a professional ionospheric researcher. So I thought it would be really interesting to join the two groups together. So I'm sure everyone here knows about this, the ionosphere. It's generated primarily by photoionization. So when you have the sun during the day, you have a stronger, more complicated ionosphere with the D region, the E region, F1 and F2 regions. At night, when the sun goes away, photoionization stops and recombination takes over, and the ionosphere becomes less dense and it becomes simpler. So what happens if you have a situation where the moon goes in front of the sun and you get the shadow of the moon on the earth? It's kind of like temporary night conditions. And so you get a change in the ionospheric propagation. And so here, this is a ray trace model illustrating this. It illustrates, we've calculated the propagation path on 14 megahertz from AA2MF in Florida over to WE9 Victor in Wisconsin. And Dr. Joe Huba from Syntec Technologies, he ran a physics-based model called SAMI3 that had the eclipse, the 2017 eclipse in there. And so you can see that when the eclipse comes on, the ionospheric densities decrease, the band shuts down because the rays don't get refracted back to Earth and they escape into space. So this is showing how you get refraction as a function of electron density. So of course, this is what allows us as amateur radio operators to communicate with each other. This is also useful from a scientific perspective because it lets us remote sense the ionosphere. If you are at a receiver over here, if you see any changes in the signal from what was originally transmitted, or if the signal simply is not there, you know something about the propagation path between the transmitter and the receiver. Often we assume at the midpoint. So that's where the remote sensing comes in. It's also useful to know that refraction is a function of frequency too. So if you have two equivalent ionospheres, which we have here, if you're operating at a higher frequency, say 15 megahertz, you can maybe do one hop, will get you 1,500 kilometers ground distance. If you go down to 10 megahertz, you'll get you can go 1,500 kilometers and maybe 2 hops. Of course, that will depend on what particular ionosphere you're using. So in this particular case, I'm using an international reference ionosphere model from November of 2016 as my case, going from Virginia. So in 2017, there was a total solar eclipse, and I organized, along with the other people in HamSci, an event called the Solar Eclipse QSO Party to look at how the eclipse affected radio propagation and the ionosphere. So let's review some of those results. So in 2017, the eclipse started in the northwest United States at 1604 UT, and then partial eclipse ended in the southeast United States at 2013 UT. It went diagonally across. And we really care about eclipses because they really serve as controlled experiments in ionospheric and space physics. So there's certain things like dawn, dusk, and the seasons where we do know how much solar energy is going to be put into the upper atmosphere. But aside from those cases, there aren't many other cases where we know this. So for instance, solar flares, geomagnetic storms, other types of space weather, we simply can't predict what the inputs to the system are going to be. But solar eclipses fall into that category of things where we can calculate where the shadow of the moon is going to be, what's going to happen. And so this is a very useful controlled experiment. So for ham side, we had some questions. Can we use HF ham radio communications to observe eclipse effects on the ionosphere? Can we use data model comparisons to better understand the ham radio data, to calibrate or constrain the model? And so we ran this solar eclipse QSO party. We ran it on August 21st, 2017 from 1400 to 2200 UTC. And we made it contest-like. I wanted it to be as much like a ham radio contest as possible. So we got 2 points for CW QSOs, 2 points for digital QSOs. You got 1 point for phone. We tried to incentivize the CW and the digital because those could be automatically observed by the Reverse Beacon Network, PSK Reporter, WhisperNet, those networks, and that was our primary source of data. We also wanted people to talk across as many paths as possible. So we had a multiplier of by grid squares. I'd say the SEQP was quite successful. We successfully processed 570 logs, and we had almost 30,000 QSOs in there. From the automated networks, we had over 600,000 spots from the RBN, over 600,000 spots from WhisperNet, and over 1.2 million spots from PSK Reporter. So I really just had time to look at the RBN data, and so that's what you see over here. These are all of the RBN spots over the continental United States from the 2017 SEQP. So if you were a CW operator during the 2017 SEQP, you should be able to find your dot on this map. The little black dots are the CW stations, the transmitters. The blue stars are the locations of the Reverse Beacon Network automated CW skimmers. And the colored spots in between, those are the locations of the midpoints halfway between each transmitter and each receiver for every spot. And we're using the midpoints here again because we're assuming that's one hop propagation and that's where the ionosphere is affecting the radio signal. I have it color-coded by maximum value of the eclipse, so you can see the path of totality right here in the data. So if you look at it this way, we can plot the observations on top. I have observations on top, and I have the model on the bottom. So the way you read this, on the x-axis is time relative to maximum eclipse. Right in the middle is the maximum eclipse. All the way to the left is an hour and a half before the maximum eclipse. All the way to the right is an hour and a half after the maximum eclipse. The y-axis shows the distance between the transmitters and the receivers going from 0 to 3,000 kilometers. And the colors shows the spot density of the RBN spots for that particular time and location. So we can see that starting an hour and a half before the eclipse, 20 meters, 14 megahertz was wide open if you wanted to talk distances between 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. And it stayed that way up until about an hour to 45 minutes before the eclipse. And that's when you started having the partial eclipse cause the band to shut down. As you went into maximum eclipse in totality, the band was really, the propagation conditions tanked. After the eclipse, you started to see recovery. The band started to approach what it was before, but never quite made it back. So we were able to model this using that same SAMI 3 model I showed you before. That one ray trace that I showed you, we did that for every single RBN receiver to a grid of theoretical transmitter locations over the entire United States on a 3-minute cadence for 4 different bands for the duration of the SEQP. And so here's the 14 megahertz results. You can see that it matches quite well. Not perfectly, but very well. So here again you have the band is open before the eclipse, shuts down during the eclipse, and then opens back up. There's not as much spread in range as there is in real life. We modeled more than just the 14 megahertz. We did 14, 7, 3.5, and 1.8. And I found that you needed to split the model results up into E region refractions and F region refractions. So 14 megahertz agreed very well with the E region model, which was perhaps a little bit surprising. I would have guessed that the 14 megahertz signals would have been refracting off of the F region during the CQP, but that really isn't what we found. We found that was mostly low angle E region refraction on 14 megahertz. You can see here that 7, 3.5, and 1.8 megahertz, the observations over on the left do not agree well with the model. However, if we change the model results to only look at the F region refractions, you can see much better agreement, particularly at 7 and 3.5 megahertz. So the 40 meters goes long during the eclipse, and 3.5 megahertz opens up as the D region absorption goes away. So what's going on for the 2023 and 2024 eclipses? Well, we have two different eclipses coming up. The first one is October 14th, 2023, and that is an annular eclipse that again is going to start in the northwest United States and go down to the southeast. And then April 8th, 2024 is going to be a total solar eclipse starting from the southwest US and then leaving up in Maine. So what's the difference between an annular and a total solar eclipse? A total solar eclipse is where the moon is a little bit closer to Earth and the moon's disk completely covers the solar disk. And then all you can see, all you can see is the corona around the moon during totality. An annular eclipse is when the moon is a little bit farther away from the Earth and it doesn't completely cover the solar disk, but it still lines up right in the middle. And you end up with this ring of annularity of the sun around the moon. If you are not in the path of totality or the path of annularity, but you're going to be in the United States, you will probably see at least a partial eclipse where the moon's disk just partially covers the sun. So I made this animation using Python and AstroPy and Matplotlib that shows the paths of the eclipses. So here's October 14th, 2023. This is the annular eclipse. And this is done at ionospheric heights at 300 kilometers altitude. I think one thing that is neat looking at this animation is that it's not just the United States and Canada that's getting this. It's going all through Mexico and down through South America as well. So when we have the SEQP, we're going to encourage the South American amateurs to participate as well. So we'll try to make this a larger SEQP than in the past. Over here, we have the path of the total solar eclipse. So this will be April 8th, 2024. So I gave these results to Dr. Joseph Huba again, and he was able to do a SAMI 3 ionospheric model prediction once more. So far, we just have it for the annular eclipse in October, but this will show you a prediction of how the eclipse is going to affect the ionosphere. This is a differential total electron content map. So what the model is showing is it's just adding up the total number of electrons from the ground up into space, and then the differential part is he's subtracting the eclipsed result from the non-eclipsed result, so you can see the difference. Here we go. Do you think that's going to affect your radio propagation? Play that one more time. So I have to say, Frank Donovan, LPL, he really set me up well here because he was talking about that ionospheric equatorial fountain effect. and the equatorial ionospheric crests, you can see that right here. These are because of that particular effect, that splitting there. The other thing that's interesting, you see this little feature over here. This is an equatorial plasma bubble that only shows up because of this annular eclipse. So when Joe ran the model without the eclipse, you don't see this bubble. So this is an interesting prediction. So these eclipses are a really big deal for us. So we're going to not just have a single solar eclipse QSO party. HAMSci is running a whole festivals of ionospheric eclipse science. So what do we have in that? Well, we do have our traditional solar eclipse QSO party. We're also having something called the Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge, or the GSSC. And this is a contest for people who are actually running the skimmers. So the more people you spot, the more points you get. This is also the category or the contest where if you like running Whisper or FST4W, you can participate in this. Then we have some events, or I should say experiments, that are not contests. We have the TDOA, time difference, it should say difference of arrival event, or time difference of arrival experiment. And we have the GRAPE HF Doppler experiment. And we also have a few more. So I'll talk about each of those now. Let's start with the science questions. These are the science questions for the upcoming Solar Eclipse QSO party and the Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge. So can the annular eclipse be observed in HF communications? How large is the disturbance? How long before and after maximum eclipse are eclipse effects observed? Is an onset recovery asymmetry observed? Will the results again suggest the E layer propagation for 14 megahertz and F layer for 1.8 to 7 megahertz? How similar are the eclipse effects to dawn and dusk? Gray line. So these will be taking their place on, of course, the eclipse days. They're going to last about 10 hours each. So we have an update to the rules, the Solar Eclipse QSO Party 2.0. We're going to take the best concepts from the 2017 event, and we're going to update those rules, etc. You can find all the latest rules and details at hamsci.org/eclipse. For the SEQP, we're encouraging all different varieties of modes. Any digital mode you want, CW and phone. For the bands, you need to stay on the contest bands only, so no WARC bands. And for CW and sideband, you can call CQ SEQP on the 38s. For digital modes, you want to use the usual activities centers, but you can spread out if it gets a little crowded. So the standard exchange, now this one really got the Contest University people laughing a bit the other day. We're asking people to do an accurate signal report for the contest. Yeah, I thought that's what you would say. But as I said to them, I'm not really expecting for me personally to get any real scientific value out of it. It's very subjective. But it's really more for you that you might be able to track and kind of appreciate the changes in the propagation in real time. So accurate signal reports, 4-character grid square exchange. If you miss any information, simply ask for it again. For the scoring, you multiply the QSO points times the number of multipliers plus the bonus points. So 2 points for CW and digital, 1 point for every sideband QSO. You get multipliers, 4-character grid squares counted once per band. And the last rule here, again, is different from normal contests. Dupes are allowed every 10 minutes. And the idea here is that you're testing the same propagation path again and again and seeing how it changes with time. So the Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge, this is a contest for people who like running skimmers or operating the beacon modes like Whisper or FST4W. And this challenge is named after Philip Gladstone, N1DQ, the founder and operator of PSK Reporter. So the scoring for here is you get 1 point for every spot received. We're trying to encourage the adoption of FST4W-120, which has some additional advantages in terms of being able to measure spectral width and things like that. So you get a 1.25 multiplier for that. you get 1.1 multiplier for uploading information about your station design, and 1.05 for uploading some information about photos of your station. So the SEQP and the Gladstone Signal Spotting Challenge are a bit more of random events. The next thing I'm going to talk to you about are experiments that are a little bit more controlled, a little bit more well designed or intentionally designed, make use of more precision measurements. So the first one involves the HamSci Personal Space Weather Station project. So we have an NSF-funded Eclipse experiment for that. So again, what is the HamSci Personal Space Weather Station? This is a project to develop a low-cost, ground-based receiver system that can take measurements about the ionosphere and its connection to space. And so the typical personal space weather station has at its core a radio, a software-defined radio. That radio needs to have a GPS-disciplined oscillator, so very stable frequency reference and clock. That goes into a computer. That computer can also take in ground magnetometer measurements because we know that ground magnetometer measurements give us information about the currents flowing overhead in the ionosphere and space, which can also give us information about how propagation is at a current point in time. We can also have a VLF receiver, and then this all goes out to the internet to a public database. We have many different institutions and organizations participating in this, including the University of Scranton. There it is, Jim, the University of Scranton, okay, where I'm from, also University of Alabama, Case Western Reserve, NJIT, TAPR, and this is supported by NSF and ARDC. So we have a few different systems here. We've got the low-cost GRAPE system, which I'll be talking quite a bit more about shortly. The low-cost GRAPE system is a system that's designed to monitor the Doppler shifts of signal received from a standard station such as WWV or CHU. Now, you'd expect those stations have atomic clock accuracy and stability, so you expect that if you're listening to those carrier signals at, say, like 10 megahertz, it would be dead on and it wouldn't change. But if you have a very stable receiver, you'll find that that's not true. You'll find that the frequency dances around a bit, and that's due to variations in the ionosphere. We also have the Tangerine SDR, which you can learn more about at the TAPR booth. I mentioned that part of the personal space weather station is this VLF Whistler catcher module, and this is a system developed by Jonathan Rizzo, and this listens to signals way down around 100 kilohertz. You can see Jonathan standing next to the receive antenna out there, and here you're able to listen to we're taking a little detour away from the Eclipse for a minute. Here you're able to listen to some other interesting phenomena. So there's something called whistlers. Let's see if this works. So you heard that, whew. So that is what whistlers, where whistlers come from is if you have lightning in, say, the polar regions, that lightning can release broadband electromagnetic energy, which can then go out into the magnetosphere, propagate along magnetic field lines, and then come back in to the Earth in the other hemisphere. And along the way, that energy experiences frequency dispersion, which is why you get this whistler here. Play that one more time. So this is something that was observed near Scranton with that particular system. You also can see things called dawn chorus waves. So here's observations of dawn chorus waves. These again come from interactions that are happening out in the magnetosphere. So here are ones that we observed in Springbrook, Pennsylvania, and here are ones we observed in Forest, Virginia. And then here's the magnetometer developed by TAPR and also by NJIT. And if you want to buy a ground magnetometer, you can actually go over to the TAPR booth at this Hamvention, and they will sell you one. But I want to go back to the GRAPE low-cost personal space weather station, because this is the one that is going to be used for studying the upcoming eclipse. So again, you have WWV over here, you have your receiver over here, and as the signal goes up, as the path length, as the ionosphere changes, the path length can increase and decrease with time, and that can cause variations on the received signal that this can observe. We have two different versions of the GRAPE. We have the GRAPE version 1.12, which is available now. This is a single frequency system. You build it yourself. You build a little board that looks like this, and then you attach it to a Leo Bodner GPS discipline oscillator into a Raspberry Pi, and you are on the air and making measurements. We also have the GRAPE version 2, which will be able to do 3 frequencies simultaneously. It will be pre-assembled. We have the prototypes are currently being built right now, so we hope to have those out soon. So here's some examples of GRAPE type measurements during the last solar eclipse. So these measurements were made by WA9VNJ, who's now a silent key, on 10 megahertz listening to WWV. So WWV is out here near Fort Collins, Colorado. WA9VNJ was over here near Milwaukee. And the eclipse path was going this way. And what he observed, this is what happened the day before the eclipse. So this is a control day. The red dotted line here is showing the solar elevation angle. So here's noon right in the middle. Over here is dawn, and over here is dusk. So as the sun rises, the ionosphere is building up, the path lengths, refraction is increasing, the path lengths are getting shorter. With time, you're seeing positive Doppler shifts associated with dawn. In the evening, as the ionosphere starts to recombine, you have the ionosphere thin out, refraction, path lengths increase, refraction decreases, you have negative Doppler shifts. So you see that over there. Look at this flash right here, sudden increase in Doppler. Anyone have any idea what that is? Why do we see that? That's because of a solar flare. So you have a solar flare there, you got a sudden burst of X-ray energy, causes sudden increase in D-region ionization, and you see this big flash there. So that's the day before the eclipse. The day of the eclipse is down below. Now this dotted black line shows when there was maximum eclipse, and so you can see here you still have the morning positive Doppler shifts, the evening negative Doppler shifts, and then as the eclipse comes on, you have negative Doppler shifts similar to evening. And as the eclipse goes away, you have positive Doppler shifts similar to morning. And these Doppler shifts are only on the order of, say, like, 0.1, 0.2 hertz. So these are very fine measurements, and that's why you need that GPS disciplined oscillator. You notice there's also a lot of variation in these measurements here. It's very noisy. So it turns out that you really can't effectively just make the measurement, say, once a second or one frequency measurement for each period of time. You really need to look at a spectrum. So this is how the GRAPEs have been recording the measurements so far. We're going to be transitioning to a system where we're recording a spectrum of data, so we're able to better capture the physics that's actually happening with these Doppler shifts. So here's an example of that. You can see it's a very complex signal. This is data recorded at 5 megahertz by Bill Engel, key AB4EJ in Alabama, listening to WWV. You can see through the night all this variation here. In the morning, the F region is rising up here, and then E region kicks in right over here. We have even more examples of this taken by Steve Serwin, WA5FRF, out of Mica, Texas. And he gives us 5 megahertz measurements, 5 of them here at dawn. So this is positive excursions during sunrise, and then 5 of them negative excursions during sundown, during dusk. And they're really beautiful figures to look at. You can see that no one dawn and no 2 dawns and no 2 dusks are exactly alike. There's a lot of variation here, a lot of interesting physics. And it really affects the radios in an interesting manner. You see this, what we call propagation mode splitting. So I'll show you a little bit more about that in a little bit, but you can see every single one of these is a little bit different. And that's one of the things we're interested in looking at during the upcoming eclipse. Do we see this sort of mode splitting during the eclipses, and how does that look? Here's another example of grape data. This is using just the single frequency measurements, but this is looking at almost 2 years of observations. And this was taken at 10 megahertz from near Cleveland, Ohio by John Gibbons, N8OBJ. John's the Case Western engineer who designed the whole grape system. So on the x-axis here, you have almost 2 years of observations starting from August, September 2010, going up through April 2022. And then on the y-axis is local time, midpoint local time. So midnight is at the bottom and the top, and local noon is right in the middle. Excuse me. And here you can see the blues are positive Doppler shifts, and the reds are negative Doppler shifts. So just like we saw the positive Doppler shifts at dawn in the previous plot, you see that here. Similarly, we saw the negative Doppler shifts at dusk in the earlier plot. You see that here over the entire 2 years. But not only do you see that, you also see the seasonal variations. You see that during the summer you have more hours of daylight, and then in the winter you have shorter days and longer nights. And so you can see that seasonal pattern very nicely in these observations. So as part of this new NSF-funded program, we are working on deploying a network of these across the entire continental United States. So all of the black dots are locations where we're intending on deploying these receivers. And you can see the path of the annular eclipse, the path of the total solar eclipse, and then you can also see locations of WWV and the Canadian counterpart CHU. And the colored dots here are the midpoints between the receiver locations and the transmitter locations for each of these. So you can see approximately where our sampling locations are. So I've got one more experiment I want to talk to you about, and that's something called the time difference of arrival experiment. And this particular experiment is for hams who both want to transmit and they also want to do so in an experiment that's a little bit more again, a little bit more purposeful than, say, a little bit of the randomness of the SEQP contest. So the time difference of arrival experiment, here we're using a chirp waveform. It's possible to get relative path measurements even without a GPS discipline oscillator. So in this eclipse time difference of arrival event, we're asking pairs of stations to team up in small groups to systematically transmit and receive customized chirp waveforms to make these measurements. So this effort is being led primarily by Steve Serwin. This is really his idea, WA5FRF. And so you can see him over here. And then I also have Dr. Christina Collins, who just finished her PhD. She's graduating actually this week from Case Western. She was our GRAPE PhD student. She's also helping with the waveform development and some of the work here as well. So what are the science questions here? So we ask, what is the observed change in effective F2 ionization layer height caused by the momentary blockage of solar radiation? Is symmetry observed in layer height changes when comparing before eclipse and after eclipse layer heights? So how does this work? So the time difference of arrival between 1 and 2 hop modes can be used to deduce layer height. So here's an example of 1 and 2 hop modes. So your transmitter's over here. So 1 hop goes this way to the receiver. 2 hop off of the same ionospheric layer will go up, then down to the Earth, and then you'll get a second hop that way. So clearly it's going to take longer for the 2 hop mode to get there than the 1 hop mode, and then when the signal is received there, it's going to be a sum of those 2 signals. So in effect, this is a multipath situation. You can use this. Here's a chart showing the path lengths versus the time of flights for the 3 different hop modes. This is showing that you have a 1 hop mode, 2 hop mode, and 3 hop mode curve. And if you were to look in the E region, there's actually not much difference in the time delay between the different modes. So it's hard to tell the difference. But when you get up to the F region, the difference is big enough that it starts to be measurable. So we're going to take advantage of that fact. So what we're going to do is we're going to use an audio frequency chirp that can be used to sense the time difference of arrival between different simultaneous multipath signals. And so here you're seeing 200 hertz per millisecond chirps where the bottom one is delayed 1 millisecond relative to the top one. The bottom one is also 3 dB lower in amplitude. If you were to add these two together, that would basically be simulating what you'd see at the receiver. And so then you'd get this pattern over here, and you can see the summation produces a waveform with a beat note period of 10 milliseconds. So using this, you're able to calculate the difference frequency, and you're also ultimately able to calculate the time difference of arrival. So Steve has been working with another ham, Paul N5DUP, about 300 kilometers north of Steve's location in Mica, Texas. And they have been doing this to test out the time difference of arrival experiments. They've been using the 60 meter and the 75 meter band here, and they were chosen because there's a high likelihood of simultaneous 1 and 2 hop propagation modes. And so they were able to successfully measure these results, and they were able to get these approximate heights for the different ionospheric layers. So it seems to be working. We can look at this a little bit more closely. I'm showing you something slightly different here. This is an example of Steve Serwin listening to WWV again and showing the different Doppler shifts from WWV. And here you can see that this one here is associated with E region. So you can translate that to an E region layer height estimation. This trace here is associated with single hop F mode propagation. That's this blue one over here. And this outer trace is associated with a 2 hop F region propagation, which is this over here. And it's also interesting to do this simultaneously on multiple different frequencies, say like 2.5, 5, and 10 megahertz. This sort of multi-mode splitting occurs most reliably below 10 megahertz, so therefore the TDOA experiment for the eclipse is going to be concentrated on 40, 75, and 160 meters. So how do you participate if you want to? You can go to hamsci.org and you can click on the eclipse Festivals of Eclipse Ionospheric Science banner, and then you can just click the next link to TDOA, or you can go here directly, and then you can register, and then you'll eventually be assigned to a pair or a small group of hams, and you'll be asked to generate a custom chirp waveform that you'll be transmitting through your transceiver, and you'll generate this custom chirp waveform using an online Jupyter notebook. Stations will take turns sending and receiving the custom chirp waveforms every 6 to 10 minutes for at least 2 hours throughout the eclipse, and they'll return the recordings to the HamSci website for analysis. And if you want to help with the analysis yourself, you're welcome to do so too. And if you have any problems with any of the steps in here, we'll be happy to help you out. We have different telecons that you can come join in on and participate, and people can help you with these things. Here's an example of what the custom waveform looks like. So it does include a CWID and a grid square, and this is the notebook that you used to generate that. And they're going to do a dry run of this approximately 1 month before the actual eclipse, and that will give everyone a chance to check out their hardware, software, make adjustments well in advance. And so right now we're proposing September 16th for that test run, but we will, if you register, you'll be notified well in advance. So if you'd like to get involved more, we would love to have you. As you can see, we have many different activities you can participate in. You can also join our community. We have a Google group. You go to hamsci.org. You can find this big blue button, and we now have over 800 members, so you can join the Hamsci Google group there. We also have a number of specialized email lists and telecons. So if you're interested in, say, the Hamsci Grape project, there's a Google group for that. We have these weekly Zoom telecons. We have the Tangerine Development Telecon on Monday nights. We have the Grape Telecon Thursday mornings. And we have the Solar Eclipse QSO Party Telecon Thursday afternoons. If you go to the Hamsci website, you click that blue button again, you'll be taken to a Get Involved page, which will have the links to all of these telecons on here. You click that link, the Zoom will pop right up, and you'll be able to talk to us in person at these times. And it's really great because if you have any questions or questions about the project, you can talk to us that way. But also, if you're interested in, if you have comments on how to make it better, or if you'd like to do things like help out on the SCQP scoring committee, or learn how to do data analysis and help with the data analysis, or come up with your own suggestion, you can work with the team directly there. Finally, I have many different people I have to thank who really helped make Hamsci possible. But one person I really want to thank this particular trip is Gary McKeaton, AF8A. He's our new Hamsci volunteer ham radio community coordinator. So he's helping me to manage all of these projects, get the word out. So if you email us, you might hear from him. You can go talk to him at the booth. And finally, you can visit us in our booth. The Hamsci booth is 5008. We're right next to Tapper, or with Tapper, and you can see us all pictured there from last year. If you want to be in this picture this year, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're going to take the group photo. We have booth talks at the Yoda booth, both today and tomorrow, and we have our own Hamsci forum tomorrow at 2:50 p.m. in room 4. So finally, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, the National Science Foundation, NASA, ARDC, and most importantly, the amateur radio community, because without you, none of this would be possible. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Nathaniel, and I encourage you to go to the Hamsci booth and see what it's all about if you haven't been there already. And we still have one really good paper left. So let's get started with that. The 10 worst antennas and how you can do better. This is going to be good. Anthony, K8ZT.
Yes. I'd be happy to. I'll go ahead and take this USB drive out of here. Is that okay? I always get to follow people like the speaker, like the technical person of the year, the cutest looking pet, et cetera, et cetera. So. Test 1, 2. Can you hear okay? You can get up and stretch for a second if you've been sitting there long, or move up front here. You're welcome to do that. I'm Anthony Lusker, Kilo 8 Zulu Tango, and Tim asked me to do this, and I said, Tim, I'm not really an antenna expert. So I told him that I would do something, and I put together the 10 worst antennas, and most important, the subtitle is, and what you can do about it. This is my contact information. I have a website, k8zt.com. If you go there, all this information will be available. I will also put this slide up at the end, so you're welcome to shoot the QR code later if you want, or go to tiny.cc/worst-ant. So what are the worst antennas? Number one, no questions, no antenna. Doesn't work at all if you have no antenna. The second one is you really thought about that and you purchased a great antenna here at Hamvention, but it's sitting in your garage. Or you did get around to assembling it, but you haven't connected it to anything yet. The fourth one is that antenna that is improperly assembled. It was so complicated that when you took a look at the instructions, you said, I think this goes here. And I just got done putting together an antenna project like this. They did not have any lengths in the instructions. So it just said insert the tubes and tighten. Gave me no idea of the lengths. I don't know how this particular antenna is going to work out. We'll see. It's going to require a lot of experimentation. The fifth worst antenna is an antenna that's improperly installed, or you spend a great deal of time getting the antenna up and you dig out that old box of RG59 from Radio Shack. You remember that one? It was really cheap. And it's been sitting in the sun or maybe in the rain. But anyway, when you do that and use poor feed line or you do an improper installation, things are not going to go well. You need to try again. Now, you might have an antenna that would work great if you would put some time into a counterpoise. But we don't want to do that. That's a lot of work. You're thinking about digging and measuring those counterpoise. Well, the good news is every single one you add is going to add to the benefit of the antenna. So don't think about the fact that you need to have 128, but you do need to have at least one to start with. So all radios begin with one single radial and continue from there. Now, there is a way around that. Don't choose an antenna that requires a counterpoise if you're not willing to put a counterpoise in. And there are plenty of antennas that do that. Now, where we're getting to now is not really the worst antennas, but when you don't have the antenna you need for the job. So maybe you have a great 160 antenna with this nice loading coil here, but you really want to operate on 2 meters. Or maybe you have that mag mount and you really want to operate on 160. So sometimes it's just a matter of you have a good antenna, but you need another one. So I'm going to give you permission now to tell you whoever's in charge of antennas installation at your location. I know it's not you. You need to let's say Anthony said I'm allowed to put another antenna up because this is just not going to work. Now, we start getting into some more technical things here, and I'm not a technical guy. All the people that talked earlier are much better at the technical aspect. But let me just tell you that you could have the wrong takeoff angle for an antenna. And I think when we were looking at the 43-foot antenna, that was really indicative of what happens. On some bands, the takeoff angle is great to certain locations, but on other bands, the takeoff angle means you're never going to get there. If the takeoff angle is too steep, you're going to go straight up, come back down again. That may be what you want. But if you want to go long distances, you're going to need a different takeoff angle. So takeoff angle can be very important. Now, one of the things I haven't said that really underlies this whole thing is sometimes the best antenna means that you have to have more than one antenna for different purposes. And that's where number 9 comes in. Especially if you're doing a field operation, one antenna is a point of failure. And if that antenna fails, that means you're not going to do your field operation. So my wife and I, Linda, travel every year for field day, and there's something I always bring with me. That is 2 antennas and 2 radios. Do I use both of them? Maybe, maybe not. But the thing is, we spend a lot of time preparing for the trip, and we might have traveled a long distance, and I really want to work field day, and if I have one antenna and it fails, I'm stuck. So I have a whole presentation called Portable Operations, and I'll give you that link a little bit later, but it comes down to the idea that 2 is 1 and 1 is none if it fails. Number 10, the antenna that's worked great for years is now not working well because maybe it's damaged, the coax has been abused, maybe you have squirrels that have chewed all the coax. The antenna is worn, the coax is worn, the hardware is worn. Maybe the support structure is worn, which is really dangerous. Maybe you never put any weatherproofing on it to begin with, and now you're seeing the results of a water-filled coax line, or maybe some traps that are filled with water. By the way, those holes point down on those traps. Every year at field day when I would go out with our local club, someone always thought those should point up to let the radio waves out. No, they should be pointing down to let the water out. And then someone else had the great idea, why don't we just cover all those holes? Don't do that because the water will get in there and then it won't be able to get back out again. So let's stop talking about those 10 bad antennas and let's talk about how we can do good things and make things better. So to get rid of that first problem we talked about, you need to get at least one antenna up and working. You can always upgrade it later. It doesn't have to be the perfect first antenna. When I teach general and technician classes with 3 other people, we always warn people, you're probably not going to just buy your final radio as your first radio. You're just buying your first radio as your first radio, and there'll be many more radios, many more antennas to come if you're really serious about this idea of amateur radio. So don't be afraid to start with something simple, get it up, get it working, and get on the air. I'll tell you what, there'll be a lot more incentive for you to improve if you're on the air already and starting to make contacts than if you're sitting there with no antenna and not making any contacts at all. The second one is when you do put that first antenna up, or the second antenna, or the third antenna, take time to properly assemble it according to the directions. If you have questions, find someone to help you. Tune the antenna if it requires tuning. But one of the things you need to remember is when you tune an antenna, it's only tuned for the spot that you've tuned it at. If you move it to a different location, raise the height, put it over different ground, etc., it may require retuning. Number 3, keep it simple, Sam. Simple wire antennas are really underrated as a great way to get started. And the fact that they're simple means there's less points of failure. Sometimes a single band antenna is the way to go. If you want really high performance on one band, don't sacrifice that performance by trying to get multiple bands out of the antenna. Put up multiple antennas. Avoid complex designs. Remember that set of instructions you couldn't follow? The more complex the antenna design, the more likely it is difficult to assemble, the more likely there's multiple points of failure. Avoid severe compromises. We all want an antenna that's small, that's easy to put up, requires no supports, was very inexpensive, and what happens is as we keep adding up these things we want, we're taking compromises. So sometimes we just have to bite the bullet and say, you know, I think I need a little bit bigger antenna. Speaking of simple, here's the simple way to build a dipole. I know these figures aren't exactly right, but you can tweak them. And guess what? You don't even really need to tweak them. I guarantee if you cut any dipole to this length and don't pay any attention to your SWR meter, just pay attention to the contacts you're making, you'll have no problems at all. The really good news, because we're reaching a sunspot peak, that means 10 meters and 12 meters and 15 meters are open. What's the good news about those bands? The antennas are smaller. The D-layer absorption is lower. Your chances for long distance communication greatly increase. Guess what? Antenna height is also dependent on frequency, so those higher band antennas don't require as high of supports to work efficiently. If you only have one support, don't worry, you can still make a dipole work. You then turn it into an inverted V. Avoid mystery black boxes. I remember the box from the 1980s that was very infamous, that was packed with random junk and then epoxied together. So when you would x-ray it, you wouldn't see the big resistor in there, you would see the other electronic items. Now, of course, you can buy a very simple product but pay a premium price for it. So if you go to the Wet Noodle Antenna Company, you can buy this long reach antenna wire that's guaranteed to reach between 2 points, only $149.95. Or you can go for the Miracle Whip antenna. Now, I want to tell you something about the Miracle Whip antenna. I have something very similar at home. I've made many contacts on it. But it is the best antenna by no means. One thing, it receives very well on certain bands. But you notice the frequency specifications for this. It says this antenna works from 80 meters all the way up through 440. And by the way, it's this big, the box we're talking about. So yes, you can use any antenna to make contacts, but you can also make contacts tuning a shopping cart, your gutters, your balcony, light bulbs. Matter of fact, I have a link when you go through the electronic version of this, you'll be able to click on the link and read the very interesting story by David Day, because he doesn't only use light bulbs, he finds the best light bulbs to use for his antennas. Also, there's a very interesting article, YouTube by VA3OSO called Loading Up a Wet Noodle. Now, no actual noodles are injured in that video because they actually substitute saltwater soaked rope in place of the wet noodle because they were afraid of it getting eaten by animals in the area. But it's remarkable what they use. They start off with a baseball backstop as their first tuned antenna, and it worked wonderfully. Unfortunately, the antenna literature is filled with subjective and often useless statements, such as, I worked Slovenia on my first contact. He gave me a 5.9 with only 5 watts of power on my side. We all know how your typical S-meter readings work. It worked better than X, Y, and Z that I used last year. So we're always making these vague comparisons and hyperbole about the antennas that don't really mean a whole lot. So it's difficult as a new ham to figure out which antennas you should pursue. And again, I say go back to the keep it simple. And quite often those go to wire antennas. Now you may say, Anthony, I don't have enough room. Well, here's something they didn't tell you in your tech and general classes. You're allowed to zig and zag your antenna all you want. And maybe it'll hurt the performance by 1 or 2%, but we don't care if it does that, because what's the goal? Making contacts. If you want to save some horizontal space, an inverted V is much shorter than a dipole. It also only requires one support. Delta loops are wonderful antennas that you can build with just wire and one single support in the middle. I would suggest you go with a vertically polarized delta loop. That's the one that looks like the triangle with the point at the top. Feed it on one of the sides a little bit above the corner of the angle. Notice that little circle on the picture there. That's approximately there to do it. I have 2 links that you'll be able to go through in the electronic version to read all about delta loops so you can do your own delta loop. And you might be asking, well, how big does this thing have to be? On 20 meters, you could easily do this with an 18-foot support in the middle and easily fit it on your property. If possible, get your antenna outside. I know some of you can't do that because you have restrictions. So an attic antenna can work. Now, you start running into some problems with attic antennas. One is if you have a metal roof, that really hampers things. Also, a lot of the new shingles and things have metallic content in it, so they're problematic. So maybe putting an antenna in the attic is not the way to go, but for some people, that's the only way to go. And I guarantee, again, any antenna is better than no antenna. Try and keep your antennas away from other metal objects. They will interfere with them. Try and get your antennas at or near the recommended height. And typically the rule of thumb is sort of 1/2 wavelength above ground level. So I put a little chart here on the side. On 6 meters, that's only 9.5 feet. But on 160, it's 260 feet. I don't have any 250-foot supports. So what does that mean? I'm probably not going to be able to put up a dipole for 160 that's going to be very effective. I might need to think about verticals and other types of antennas on 160, and maybe the dipole isn't going to be the best way to go. If a height recommendation is impractical, Anthony and I just can't put up a support that high, Remember, inverted V only requires one instead of two supports. Verticals with proper counterpoises or radials are another way to go. An inverted L, especially on the low bands, 80 and 160 are very popular. That's where an antenna goes up and then it goes over like an L. And again, you might say, well, I can't get exactly the right height and the right width, the right horizontal. Experiment. It will still work. Maybe not as well, maybe even better. You don't know. A delta loop is another way to go. The antenna that was shown a little bit earlier, a dipole turned on its side is a vertical. It doesn't require a radial field because it has its own counterpoise with the other portion of the dipole. So there's nothing that says you can't put your dipole up vertically. Try and feed off at a 90-degree angle as much as you can, but don't sweat it. It will work. Now, I talked about portable operations. I have a whole site. You can jot that down if you want, but I'll give you the link again later. Tiny.cc port ops. It's a whole presentation on portable operations. I originally put this together, started it for Field Day in 2020. Remember what happened in Field Day 2020? Instead of going with your local club to operate, everyone was turned out on their own. And a lot of people said, hey, when I go operate Field Day, someone puts the antenna up for me. I just come and sit down in front of the radio and operate. So now they had to figure out how to do an antenna. So this portable operations has started off with a document on antennas and then went from there. This is that document. It's called Antenna Choices, Pros and Cons. I'll show you that document in a few moments. But I just go through different types of antennas. Then after that, I have resources for each of the different types. Sometimes it's not the antenna's fault. We blame the antenna when it's sometimes operator error, equipment error, etc. So I put together 3 presentations. And again, if your local club would like a presentation, I'm working on Present All States and All Countries. I've got about 350 presentations under my belt since the beginning of the pandemic, and I'd be happy to do a presentation for your local club. If you're close enough, or if you want to fly me in, I would do it in person, but otherwise I would be happy to do it via Zoom or whatever other electronic method you'd like. But I have 3 that I can really suggest to you. One is called How to Make That QSO, Get in the Rhythm, Know the Rhyme, and Dance the Dance. If you don't have that operating timing down, the best antenna in the world is not necessarily going to help you. Another one on successful operating. The one on successful operating is how to evaluate your station to see whether it's working or not. Ways you can check your station from a distance without even having other people to help you. If you're just getting started in VHF or UHF, I'm part of a group that put together a number of presentations on this. We have a 3-week show. It's 3 1-hours and a slideshow to go along with it. Beginner's Guide to HF. We talk about antennas and other things involved with getting on the air with HF. And again, this is the link to the whole presentation today, tiny.cc/worst antenna. You can shoot the QR code if you'd like. And unlike everyone else today, I am unencumbered by time, so I'd be happy to take questions and comments and suggestions. Tim has let me loose for the rest of the day. He said until they throw me out of the room, I have the room for the rest of the day. So I'd be happy to take any questions you might have, comments, etc. So thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, I use them all the time. I have a 20-some foot collapsible fiberglass fishing rod. I hook up my thin wire to it, not the 3-inch stuff that was suggested earlier, because I can't do that. I run my KX2 to a splitter right at the BNC. I run 35-foot piece of wire and a 17-foot piece of wire that I throw on the ground as an end fed, use my tuner, and it works great. If you really want to get into end fed antennas, though, you need to think about the isolation between the radio and the antenna, and also the impedance matching. Quite often, end fed antennas use 49-to-1 balance, but that's not always the optimum. It depends what the length is going to be. It depends how you handle it. There's a whole lot of information out there. And there's also 2 fields of thought on end feds. One is to cut the end fed to a specific resonant frequency. It makes it a single band antenna. They work very well. PAR sells a bunch of them. Or the other way of going about it is to make it a non-resonant on any amateur radio band length and then use an antenna tuner to match it. And there's certain lengths of wire which are much more cooperative in their non-resonance from causing problems trying to get them to resonate on certain frequencies. And you can actually go on the internet and look up best lengths of non-resonant end-fed wire for antennas. Does that answer your question? Yes. And the great thing about end-fed, by the way, if you're not familiar with it, is it only requires one support on the end. Sometimes I also take my end-fed and put it up like an inverted V type of shape. That also works with end-feds. Sometimes I zig it and zag it. I go up one tree, then this way a little bit, then that way a little bit, because I never know what I'm going to encounter as far as supports when I'm going out in the field. Other questions? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I can't hear you because of the... It depends. I use 17 feet as you want to pick another non-resonant length, but you can play around with it. Another thing that when you're out in the field, you do know that if you have a wire that's a certain length, you don't need to cut it to adjust it. If you simply wrap it very tightly at the end, you can shorten or lengthen it. So what I do is I keep a pen in my backpack, and I actually wrap the extra wire around that pen and clip it together. So if it's not resonating, I'll make it a little bit shorter and try it out again. Other questions? Comments? You can't give any complaints because Tim is gone now. Any suggestions for the group? I know that many of you are much better at this than I am, so please, if you'd like to share something with the group, I'd be happy to let you do that. Yes, sir. Let me talk a little bit about the G5RV, because when I said I was doing this presentation on the 10 worst antennas, the first question most people ask me is, are you going to include the G5RV in that list of 10 worst antennas? The G5RV is a very misunderstood antenna. First of all, what we all consider the G5RV is not really the G5RV. If you go back and look at the literature, it's a really different antenna, and many other antennas. One of the things I would suggest is, instead of a G5RV, I would go with the dipole antenna fed with open feeder. I think you'll have a much better multi-band antenna if you go that route. Now, that may not be practical because open feed line is sometimes difficult to deal with, so you might have to terminate it in a balun and then run coax the rest of the way. If you can run it all the way back to the shack without any problems with open feeder, you'll have a great multi-band antenna with very little SWR problems on the feed line. But you do have the inherent problems of, well, you can't really put that open feeder up against the metal downspout and get interference with it, but take a look at that if that's a possibility. It's really a double, I'm not even going to tell you what name the antenna is. We're just going to call it a pair of wires fed by an open feed line. That's one route to go. And there's in the commercial G5RVs, there's a lot of different types of tricks that people use to get it to give you good SWR. And sometimes that means that just a good SWR doesn't mean it's going to resonate and radiate very well. Okay? So before I would buy a commercial G5RV, I would think about putting together some wires and feeding them and playing around with them myself. Well, then, never look a gift antenna in the mouth. Yep. Hey, if you can rotate it, that's wonderful. So give it a try. I'm sure that it will work out. By the way, one of the things that we also get hung up on a lot of times is the hardware for antennas. If you're putting up temporary antennas especially, or experimental antennas, go to your local Dollar Tree and buy $1 or $1.25 now cutting boards. Cutting boards are wonderful antenna insulation material, and they make great supporting resources for the point where your wires join your feed line. So those simple white cutting boards are very easy to work with. You can drill holes in them, you can cut them up, and they work very well as temporary insulators. Some of them deteriorate in the sun faster than others, but if you're worried about that, paint it. But again, this is for experimentation purposes. If you're putting it up at 250 foot and you're not going to have to bring a crane in to put it up, please use something a little bit more, tested and strong. Other questions, comments? Yes, sir. When did you steal out of his yard? Did he put up the fence to keep you out? Well, the general rule with antennas, and this is sort of again one of those rule of thumbs, if you put up the opposite polarization or the opposite 90-degree angle, those both tend to help. So if you're putting a horizontal one up, I would put it at a 90-degree angle to his fence and see if that helps a little bit, because you're not going to get as much off the ends of the horizontal antenna. A vertical might work well. Again, I don't know what the solution to that is. I'm lucky I don't have an electrical fence near me. I just know things like that can be very problematic because it's not designed to be in a radio environment. Yes. Maybe he'll get the animals trained so he can turn it off like they turn off. You know, most of those invisible dog radio things cause problems too, but the good news is everyone turns them off or they get broken long before there's any problem with them. Other questions? Anything at all? This is your chance. Any questions about amateur radio? I'm happy to try and answer. Yes, sir. Yes, it will, depending on what type. It won't work in all cases, but a lot of antennas are designed so you do not need an insulator between the center pieces. If you look at most of your VHF and UHF, because the way they're set up, a lot of the different types of feeds, like a delta feed and some of the other feeds, allow you to have an antenna without a center insulator in it. Now, that's because that antenna is designed that way, so you can't just take any antenna and assume you can do that with it. On most of our HF dipoles, you will need a center insulator. But there are cases where there really is not a center insulator on an antenna, and it's very confusing. You're thinking, well, this doesn't make any sense. But on your HF dipole, you want a good insulator in between it. Other questions? Yes, sir. You're going to talk just a little bit louder. There's a giant fan behind me. That would probably be sufficient for if you're just doing a simple dipole, that's plenty sufficient. So I forgot to show this, but this is the document, the portable antennas document. Let me just show you what it looks like. I don't have internet capability, so I can't. I guess I did have it. I could have clicked on it. Okay, so this is what it is. It has different types of antennas, and it has pros and cons of each. It's not showing. Let me try that again. Thank you to my lovely assistant in the back that pointed out that that wasn't showing. It's still not showing. Let me try bringing it up in the browser. That might work. Do you know? It must be set up so I can only do something it's in the. I'm sorry, I guess I can't do that. It's only showing stuff that's inside a PowerPoint. I'm not sure why. But that document has. This, we're not seeing anything now. Let me try one more thing here. Let me try that one more time. And we'll say from this point. Okay, so this gives you an idea of what it looks like. There is a column of pros and cons in different antenna types. Then after this, there's a whole section about each antenna with 5 to 10 different resources for each different type of antenna, both commercial versions of the antennas, plus also DIY and articles about different antennas. So there's information on both resident and non-resident wire antennas, verticals, beams, loops, mobile antennas, etc. At the very end of this presentation, this document is a guide from the villages in Florida. They have what they call the grading sheet of hidden antennas, how well they work, how much they cost, how well they hide, because HOVs are a big thing with them. And that document is attached in this document. So when you go to that document at Port Antennas, you will find that. Anything else I can answer or try to answer? Okay, well, have a good rest of the Hamfest. Thank you very much for hanging around. You get the Endurance Antenna Award. Hope to work you on the air. Kilo 8 Zulu Tango. Again, if your local club would like a presentation, just go to khzt.com. You can click on my link on presentations, and there's a list of over 40 topics available. And even if you don't want me to come out to your club, most of them have the slideshows and videos of them so you can watch them on your own or read through them. Yes, sir. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. I hope so. I don't know whether Eric's going to do it or not. He's still thinking about it. Yes, if you were shy, you're welcome to come up and ask questions up here. Yes. .cc/works-and. Jot this down. It's.com, KATP.com. And if you go to my website, there's a link there to all my presentations. K8 Kilo 8 Zulu Tango. Yeah, Kilo 8 Zulu Tango.com is my website. You're welcome. Absolutely. Yeah, can I get my mic? Maybe. So I know what's going on, right? I can fix it. They're doing the PowerPoints on a separate desktop. That's what it is. That's why you can't say they got the PowerPoint. That's the way you have the desktop set up.